Let's go. Kenapa jadi nge-lag goblok?
Which is great because Bruno's a great turret destroyer, right? Let him go ahead and farm up, do what he needs to do, and then the damage has to be respected later on. The Minotaur last pick here for RQ Hoshi.
Mana ininya anjir?
Exactly where things are falling into place, right? Of course, this provides them a lot of that sustainability still based off the heroes that they have and a lot of CC. So it's a good thing that Burmese Ghouls has that Faramis, right? Because they're going to want to use that that Colt Altar to really help them survive a lot of this.
Yeah, they're already anticipating that this is going to be an all-out brawl between them and RRQ. I mean, looking at the lineup here of RRQ, you got the Minotaur, the Guinevere. This is what's really good about the Guinevere too. I think this might actually be the
Minotaur,
right? So as long as the Guinevere has someone up front for you, you can just keep on setting up and not worry about getting taken
udah mau
down.
mulai.
But for the side of Burmese Schools, they also lock up.
Udah belum sih? Di prank anjir.
I think overall, like you can expect to see like a lot of clashes here from the start and even up until mid game.
Game penentuan pemain tipe guys.
I feel like it's been a while too since we've seen you know, with Faramis.
What's up? Halo. Halo Nova. Selamat datang.
I guess Nana's kind of meta now, but you know, for the longest time she wasn't meta. So
tiba-tiba udah first kill nih.
Fits into this whole play style for a lot of these teams. So talking about magic damage, talking about sustainability, they have all that here for RQ. Burmese Ghouls, on the other hand, like I said, they're gonna have to play around the utility that they bring to the table with these picks, right? The Ruby, the Akai, and everything else. So again, let's see how it all unfolds. We saw both the lineups here. I'm gonna go ahead and lean towards.
Alright guys, match pertama antara RRQ versus Burmese Gold ya guys ya. Ini penonton guys, jadi kalau misalkan yang kalah dia pulang guys. Semoga RRQ menang ya guys ya. Kita doakan. Irat pakai Guinevere. Kemungkinan besar Guinevere pasti sih ini ya. Guinevere tank ya bikinnya. Oke, sabar. Disclaimer dulu guys, di sini emang suara gamesnya kecil ya. Bukan dari guanya, gua ngecilin gak gitu loh. Nanti mabar bang gas. Oke, kita in game-nya dulu guys. Ruby Rom, Brusco pakai ini ya, pakai Minotaur ya. Oh, banyak sih CC-nya sih. Oh, musuhnya ini ya Hyper Akai. Wah, Hyper Akai udah ada lagi guys.
Kemarin juga dia pakai
Oh, musuhnya. Wah, lawan dolar guys, lawan dolar kita. Burmese Gold dari mana guys? Myanmar ya, Myanmar ya. Santai dulu gak sih? Ini BO3 ya guys ya.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's a minute in, no first blood. Kind of expected to see this from, of course, RQ and Burmese. They want to be a little bit more careful, kind of going for a lot of these early game pokes first. Like this XP lane choice from RQ, they decided to go with this.
Oke, turtle pertama. Brusco udah narik-narik. Emang bisa ditarik guys? Santai dulu.
Ngambil 4 ya minumnya ya?
Kayaknya karena udah tahu dia
si
nggak kontes.
Oh kayak sekarat anjay.
Mati dong Obama Dana dicicil mulu. Hati-hati. Wah, mantap.
Bos.
Tapi rata sekarat coy. Balik.
They have that nether realm available from Nico.
Yeah, that was very good zoning as well from RQ. Like you see, Banana. Not only did he able to clear lanes pretty fast, he was also able to zone out Saksa there, so he can push forward and try to go for that heavy spin and just click that retribution and steal that Lord. But overall for RQ, right? Like so far their lanes are.
Bukan ada ini lagi ya, games lagi ya selain ini.
Super aggressive too when it came to like the turtle take. He went in and tried to go in for that level 4 so he could pop in that Black Dragon and be able to kind of.
Minggu depan udah MPL guys. Minggu depan tanggal berapa? Tanggal 4 ya? Iya, Jumat Sabtu Minggunya. Jumat Sabtu Minggu ya benar. 8 Senin ya?
Which is interesting, right? Because we're talking
Nggak tahu lah
about
pokoknya.
aggression from both of these teams, but and that's a
Santai dulu, skornya masih 0-0 ya guys ya.
Kakaknya sekarat mulu ya.
Wah, ketarik. Wah, mati dong. Itu siapa? Wah, Irata mati dong. Waduh, guys.
Kill Ruby-nya coy.
Sekarang Ruby bahaya banget, guys.
Ngeri.
Aduh,
there from Blue.
ngeri loh Ruby ini loh.
The flicker combination with the I'm offended. Still gonna be up
Siapa
on the
sih
top
itu?
side, but they
Oh,
should
si
be fine
Bling.
for now.
Bling itu dia romnya ya?
Yeah, just when we were talking about
Santai dulu, guys.
Bawah nih, bawah. Banana.
Mati dong banana.
Flicker was available.
Waduh, apaan? Ya. Oh, lumayan satu-satu. Rugi. Set. Awas, hati-hati Okta. Hidden Fury, imun. Buat ngusir doang ya guys ya. Kelas dolar, iya gila, dolar jadi bagus sih di sini ya. Mungkin karena komunikasinya juga lancar guys. Dolar nih bos, gila. Tapi kita doain aja guys, mudah-mudahan Ricky menang juga guys. Tetap kita Indo Pride. Turtle kedua. Udah mau menit 5 lu, baru 2-1 skornya gila. Mainnya pada sabar banget ya.
Wah. Scalar nih
Wah, para misa udah ready guys. Brusco nggak ada apa-apa sih. Di all in dong ini mau musuhnya.
Bisa nggak ya dapat?
Set. Aduh. Mati dong Iratnya. Wah, rungkat dong. Waduh. Rungkat.
Santai.
Sabar guys. Oh, ini udah di stage guys dia guys. Kirain tuh gak bakalan di stage anjir.
Tapi casternya masih online anjay.
Iya, casternya online. Enggak itu kali, enggak ada tempat kali buat casternya. Awas, Skylar buka-buka.
Nah, ujung ngeri juga tuh. Mati nggak sih?
Mati, oh ada
Mati
ulti
nggak
tapi.
sih? Mati dong.
Ih, gila. Apa itu anjir? Tapi dapat si atas sih, mau maksa gak? Wah, nggak mau dia. Udah gak ada minion guys.
Worried about
Lorinya berapa sih? 8 juga sama
Burmese
sih.
schools though, they have to check Skylar as of the moment. He's
Sabar
not in
dulu,
all the
sabar,
gold plating
santai.
over the top
Cari
side.
duit dulu, cari
He
duit.
also mentioned that he's been pushing the lanes
Atas
pretty
dapat
fast.
sih harusnya.
He did mention that this
Dia
Bruno
juga
is a
cuma beda 200 guys,
turret
200 perak.
shredder, and so far he's been taking this turret now almost to
Maksa
140
bawa
HP.
juga nih.
They should be able to take
Itu
this.
udah tinggal sekali hit coy.
Great map control here
Bawah.
for RRQ. Great space that they've made, especially since they still need to take in the last turtle and possibly the next lord coming into this game. But so far, gold lead, you don't see anyone leading as of the moment because everybody is so is kind of a little
Awas,
bit careful
hati-hati,
when it comes
sabar.
to these engages, right? Like once you
Sabar.
engage, you don't have
Saat
that
ya.
right follow up. It might actually just be a double-edged sword for your team.
Susah juga sih. Kayaknya sekarang jungler tuh kalau kompetitif cari yang imun deh anjir biar nggak bisa diapa-apain.
Able to kind of just farm up here is great for RQ, but even on the flip side, Burmese goals exactly. Stitch having an early kill, able to work on his own here, will pay off later on, of course, as you scale up on this Claude pick. So right now, stalemates.
Wih, gila dolar jadi bagus guys, dolar guys.
Jalin terus.
Banana megangin sih. Tadi ininya di bin gak ya? Siapa tuh namanya? Benedetta. Mas, hati-hati, sabar. Tunggu dulu. Nice, bawahnya dapet guys. Skylar. Dicilin terus.
Ruby-nya nih ngeri guys. Sumpah.
Iya nih. Ruby belum kelihatan nih.
He has a flicker.
Tapi bagus sih banana, gila zoningnya. Darahnya juga lumayan tuh sih itu tuh.
Bisa yuk. 5 nih di turtle nih. Ada scalar coy.
Gas. Nah, berlima. Ih, kena semua tuh, nice. Belum multi tapi itu kan ulti kan.
Ler.
Oh, ketarik lagi. Gila diituin dong.
Wah, aman sih ler ini.
Nice.
Awas klode coy.
Mas balik. Mati dong Irat. Wah, Iratnya offset guys. 2 mati. Wah, banana gak kuat sih.
Tengah dapat sih harusnya nih.
Nice.
little bit ahead. Now Saksa
Widih.
Wih, mantep banget Banana emang gila. Wah, lagi on fire guys.
Smith, Okta. Nggak ngeliat tuh gini coy.
Nice, gila. Gak ketangkep ya banananya ya.
Wow, so much back and forth here, Kim.
Awas hati Banana.
Yeah, we
Ini
kind of expected this
bisa sih,
coming
bisa
out.
sih.
All out brawl
Nggak ada ini ya?
inside
Bisa,
that
coy, nggak ada
Burmese
Akai ini.
big window.
Ayo,
There was a
awas,
trade
Lem.
Mas.
for Hoshi on the
Nice.
middle lane, so
jangan
that's,
reset, coy.
also
Nggak ada
pretty big
Akai.
for them to give them
Dapat
a
sih.
Dapat,
control
Nice.
right now.
Cakep.
That is big because RRQ Hoshi just finally got this
RRQ
first
Hoshi.
goal of the game, not the luminous one, but this will actually give more pressure to Burmese schools. They've been winning all of these clashes, but they haven't been able to convert as much turret takes as
Sekarang
compared to
7.000.
who has been slowly taking it in.
Iratnya anjir miskin banget tuh.
Iya, Iran.
Bruno, 7,000
Dia itu mulu soalnya. Dia ngebanarin mulu terus ketarik mulu lagi sama Ruby.
than what Stitch has, but so far,
Nggak
you know, you
jauh-jauh
can't
sih
count
sama
out
Kai.
Stitch just yet. This is a
Kai
claw that
juga
we're
gembel.
talking about. He just
Oh,
picked
iya.
up the Demon Hunter sword too, so that's
Beda
gonna be
300
big
ya,
for
guys,
the
ya.
side of Burmese schools when it comes to these clashes. That blazing
Santai
duet
dulu,
that
santai.
Stitch has to time up really well. He also has that purify, so pretty much he's just gonna go for
Lumayan,
the
tower,
lead
tower,
over here
tower.
if Burmese schools decide to
Fokus
go
dulu
in for
tower.
the engage.
Dapetin.
Okay, and with that,
Nice.
RRQ now gonna go ahead and
Tower
get
bawah
these
hancur.
turrets down, move
Cakep,
around the map
coy.
with the
Udah
space
dipegang
that they
Akai nih
garner
gamenya nih.
themselves. We'll be taking the resources as well on top of it. So Burmese schools once again.
Kayaknya bakalan di ban nih nanti si Cici nih.
This round could slip out of their hands very quickly, depending on how they deal with this push. It's gonna come down once again if
Tapi masih mahal gak nih ban Cici kalau itu?
that he's gonna be looking for on this
Bandingkan
route.
hero
Once
lain.
again, he's kind of the big answer for them.
Sekarang pakai sepatu ya? Oh iya, pakai sepatu anjing, pantes aja. Habis tendang
Tapi ngerian banyak kita banana anjay. Daripada Cici.
santai dulu, santai bro. Baru lo pertama guys. Kalminnya dulu.
Hai.
For Burmese schools and
Normal,
RQ,
normal.
what they both have
Wait.
in common right now
Yeah,
is the
yeah, yeah.
timing of the ultimates.
Nggak jelas.
The Nether Realm here, the blazing duet. Even for the side of RQ, the timing here of Brusco's setup, he does have the flicker here. They want to go for the pressure.
Awas,
on
hati-hati.
the side. There's the
Mati
timing
sih.
by Blade.
Wait,
Oh,
gokil, cakep coy.
Wah, banana TBN mantep banget, Cuk. Vengeance-nya anjay. Itu sampai sekarang.
Sekarang tuh itunya tuh si Akai.
Gokil enggak mati, coy. Brusco, coy.
Nah, ini dia nih guys. Kemarin kan dia dihujat-hujat guys, dia jadi wah gila lu nggak bisa hujat dia guys. Dia udah bagus banget men. Kena semua tuh. Mati dong. Nice, rata dong. Ini ngapain Delar? Ngapain sih Delar?
Enggak sih.
Menang dong. N.
Ler.
Anjing, bisa-bisanya dia itu.
Sabar. Mati.
Beli WO. Nah, mantep banget. Nice guys, GG. GG RRQ. Mantep banget dah, gila. Gokil. GG guys. Match pertama menang RRQ ya guys ya.
Gokil sih.
Kita lanjut ke match kedua guys. Let's go.
Momen Minoy enggak mati anjay.
Iya anjir. Keren ya? Gokil loh. Dia langsung ulti imun kan.
Udah alin berapa orang tadi tuh yang
Luar biasa keren anjir.
All of their ultimates, but none of them were taken down. What RQ actually did really well in that final clash was just to have that selective targeting on those heroes.
Game
right?
lagi.
Like, was down.
Ya, bisa.
main one
Ratakan.
damage, but that actually enabled Skylar and even Octa there with the Nana to be able to get the prime position and kind of burst everyone down while everybody was too busy trying to take Brusco down.
Yeah, it's crazy again. When you're thinking about that early game, you know how kind of even it looked, and great setup here in the early game from Burmese schools and Blink, you know, able to pull that through. But the problem was, as much as it was a stalemate from the early portion of the game, and it was relatively even economy-wise, it's like a switch just flipped for RQ at some point, right? And they were able to really kind of make these decisive maneuvers around some of these skirmishes and these team fights that gave them the upper hand. And that could just be the experience, the patience that they have, but it definitely just kind of shown here how strong they can be in some of these team fights and the way they approach them, because very quickly it just went in their favor here, especially after fights like this kind of turned out.
Yeah, the problem too here with the side of Burmese schools once it reached the late game, right? For Stitch, he was able to kind of have that.
Nih banana lagi dong MVP dong dia.
Right? Even in these clashes, you can see he's been popping in these blazing duets. timed really well, and it actually kind of made it hard for RRQ Hoshi in the team fight. So RRQ Hoshi kind of understood that. They're like, okay, we have to kind of address the backlines here, or maybe kind of force Burmese schools to pop in all of their ultimates. Once it's all down, it's gonna be kind of hard for them to go in.
Rata kan?
Belum jadi foto lu. Tadi lu kok bisa gitu minumnya anjay. Terus banget lu healingnya pas lagi ulti.
Belum jadi apa?
Belum jadi fotonya anjay.
Apa foto anjir?
Yang hitam baru itu lu. Magic.
Oh.
Anjir.
Protected here for RRQ Hoshi, they could have blocked in the tower, and for Burmese schools, they lack that kind of wave clear.
Paling dia si Banana kayaknya yang MVP mah ini mah. Tuh kan, gue bilang juga apa? Pastilah dia yang megangin Akainya. Padahal baru item gitu doang loh, gila. Belum ada. Tadi siapa? Oh, Paramis ya.
Tetep aja anjir kalau udah ulti dia pakai Vengeance mati-mati juga kalau udahnya coy.
Gila. Yang kalah pulang guys.
It was just zoning the backlines, and it was hard for either Nico or even Stitch here to get the prime position in the clash.
Masa final doang sih?
Apa?
Casternya di tempat.
Ya mungkin juga nggak ada caster yang bahasa Inggris kali di sana guys di stage. Nah kan, Iratnya kayaknya coklat nih. Iratnya coklat gak sih? Kenapa dimuter-muterin gini ya? Bikin puyeng anjir gambarnya.
It just, unfortunately, it did not result in what they wanted to. It's like, at some point, they were keeping up with RQ, and then things just kind of, fell apart from there, and then you just don't have enough time, I feel like, for the Claude to build up. I mean, this was a rather quick...
Ini udah gak sepi nih, minyak. Tempatnya.
Beda orang.
Beda orang.
Build up to get the 3-4 items that you need, and then to be really that pressure, whether that's in the team fights or you're just pushing a side lane. But, and that's one of the great things why that matchup.
Lapar bang, Indomie dulu. Dia meluyar Raka ya.
Bruno across from you, because honestly, Bruno just needs like 2 items, and he's kind of already doing the damage. Like he already kind of hurt. So, this is something that was unfolding here. Not to mention the reason why, Kim, we see so much Nana right now, because sometimes all you have to do is drop the blitz. That's it. Drop the blitz in the straight line.
Match kedua cepet gak nih guys?
You've got the
mudah-mudahannya cepet nih.
Minotaur as well. So it lines everything up really perfectly, and I feel like again, Burmese schools line up, they kind of need a little more time here. And
amazing.
The assignment, they're just like, yeah, we're not going to give you guys the time that you need to scale up against what we have, and that was the case of game number 1. It was a well played execution, because anytime you really see these games end at this time frame, a lot of the times that first Lord push too, after the first Lord, and there's not even a need for the second one, it's just a finesse by the team. It's just a good execution of whatever they drafted, and the way that they played around their timers and the rotations, and I feel like that's what we saw from RQ from game 1. So now we have to kind of consider the fact while we wait for game 2.
Sabar guys.
Kim, like what does Burmese rules do here? Like, did you agree with the draft and the game plan it seemed like they had? And should they change that up for game 2 to get to a game 3? Because again, it's match point.
Ini berarti match pertama hari ini ya?
I keep forgetting that these are like just BO3s, like huge matches like these are BO3. There's just only so much you can do, right? Like the adjustments that you have to make, knowing that I mean, even the pressure thinking about that the next match is gonna be a match point for you, and if you don't win it or if you don't take it to game number 3, it's over for your team, right? A lot of pressure from Burmese schools. What I noticed from their draft is they're kind of reacting to what RRQ actually put out, right? Like they had burst, they answered it out with the Faramis, but they pretty much didn't think about like the overall picture of like how that will all pull in together, right? Like they had for what RRQ did is they worked in on those turrets. They gave so much space also for their team in that early game. So for the side of Burmese schools, I think they kind of have to play it out, of course, real safe here in the second game, and at the same time maybe try to go for what they did in the group stage, like picking something different in the mid lane, or maybe perhaps like going for a little bit more of like comfort picks rather than reacting to the draft here of RRQ.
Yeah, I feel like if I had to pick something apart, like I understand the Faramis kit and how it can provide some of that utility, of course, with the Nether Realm and everything else.
Lama nggak sih ini dia ngoceh-ngoceh begini?
It just didn't feel like it could have been, like there probably was a better option for me personally that you could have put in the mid lane there to match up against the Nana. And I did mention again, we have seen so much Aurora pop up. Of course, I believe the Vexana was, I think it was banned out.
It was banned
that
out.
has also popped up. Yeah,
Hilus banning.
Of course, Novaria, but that was banned out. So it's like, again, you kind of have to decide what is our game plan. It just felt like that lineup, that composition that they had was like, all right, utility. That's what we're going to
Sabar dulu ya guys. Kita tungguin aja. Kira-kira berapa menit nih?
Didn't get that point. So you were talking about what they could do here. I personally think that what I'd love to see Burmese is do kind of what they did yesterday. They were a little more aggressive in their picking and their play style, and if that also means, hey, maybe this means put Dolar, put a Paquito in Dolar's hands so he could be a little more proactive and a little bit more like of a threat, I guess, in this and deal with it, because I don't know. Yuzhong right now for me is just not cutting it. I don't know the 100% statistic on the win rate for Yuzhong. I don't think it's that good though, because so far from what I've seen, I know he's only been picked a couple times. Maybe he's even
6 times to be exact.
Okay, he's been picked 6 times. Like, it seems like a struggle for the Yuzhongs to really work right now, especially when they're dealing with how much impact right now CC has. Like, CC is also
CZ and Yo-Yo.
And it's tough to deal with. So I personally think that Burmese Ghouls, they opt for a little bit going back to that foundation of let's be aggressive, let's make these plays, and not play to the pacing set by RRQ.
Oh, ini jam setengah 12 guys. Malam lagi ya. RCC dari mana RCC?
Direct counters to Ruby, like Barretts and Paquito, even being so bold to putting the Paquito in the mid lane. So I think they should kind of go back to the basics here for their side. That was their kind of identity. I think even for the draft of Burmese schools, I would have gone with somebody who can split push, right? Like that's what our was doing. They were pressuring the lane. So if Dilar was on something like a Benedetta or a Paquito, these can go for split pushes. But being in the Yuzhong earlier,
Paquito.
Be like, okay, I have to be in the team fights. I need to have that Black Dragon for
Rusia ya.
zone everyone away.
Kan. Kita lanjut match kedua guys. Match kedua, let's go. Gue panggil Anas si anak Akamsi lu ya bang. Gue panggil Anas nggak jelas ya Raka ya. Apa maksud lu Raka? Diban kan Mas Dikan ya. Sudah kuduga ya guys ya. Oh ini kita foto dulu guys. Biar yang digigit pada nonton. Cet.
And for RQ Hoshi, they're going to be like, we're going to focus on this utility jungle. We don't want to deal with it right now, and we'll see if they actually go still that way with these last bans in this first phase. What are we thinking here, Kim?
Yeah,
Indo Pride guys, Indo Pride.
Kind of see the impact of the CC, right? I mean, I'm not so sure if Dilar's very comfortable with this hero, but looking at this hero who lives more of those heroes that can be a bit mobile, can take care of itself.
Kemarin lenanya bagus guys. Ngetrol ya. Ngetrol tapi sakit kan. Mia gitu guys sekali-sekali ya. Mia enak coy. Strot
itu guys.
Wah kenapa tuh dia?
Matilda.
shields it can give, and
Wah,
at the
jauhnya
same
di
time
band
how
mulu,
much
anjay.
it
Gue ini
can
diambil
give
guys
to
dia
the
guys
entire
sekarang.
team. And Burmese schools, like what you mentioned, nice. It is gonna be
Kalah pulang, let's go.
here for the side of Burmese schools again. I cannot
Jangan sampai
confirm
kalah,
if this
guys.
will be in the jungle. A good flex pick here coming.
Final RRQ unik lah, final RRQ unik lah.
They can kind of
Biar seru.
kind of answer out to the Guinevere, maybe pick up the Ruby, but at the same time
Bruno
pick up
lagi
the
kah?
claw that Burmese schools actually prioritized in the first game.
Bruno boleh.
I mean,
Siapa itu namanya selain Bruno?
for a second, I heard everything you said there, though, Kim,
Ada.
but,
Bukan.
Guinevere popping up,
Yang
I
main
think that's a
main
great
itu
choice.
juga.
Nathan,
You kind of play
Khalid.
around that now, and like
Wah,
I
Nathan
said,
belum main ya?
said this too, go back to some of that,
Kalau udah Skylar coy.
have,
Nantangin guys, nantangin dia.
you know, even yesterday,
Belum aja dikasih
but
paham sama
I feel like still
Wih,
you gotta be able to
nana
answer.
lagi.
There it is, the Nana.
sama
The
Bang
open, so
Skylar.
it's probably most likely gonna be
Berapa
taken
blazing
once
duet?
again for RQ as they do that.
Berapa M?
And this time too,
Blazing duet deh.
the Claude themselves.
15.
Blazing duet 15 M.
Where it's like, all right, Burmese Bulls
Iya,
actually
Kak.
wanna go with that similar matchup.
Banana.
Like, you want to lock in
Main itu lagi dong, apa namanya? Benedetta lagi, main
Lagi,
Benedetta
lagi.
lagi.
Orang.
deal with it's again, it's a flip
Akai
side,
lagi gak dia?
and they can build around that. I think this is still
Oh, Barata di band
so
cuy.
far. Let's see what these next two
Iyalah,
pieces
jangan
do
kasih main
for
Barat.
schools, but I just like the fact that they at least went with the Guinevere, because although we did see it twice even yesterday,
Jangan kasih main Barat, jangan kasih main Barat.
they could
Barat
still
susah
flex
guys
it,
sekarang
but
guys.
there's still room for that.
Oh, pokok itu coy dia.
Keto
Oh, there
comes
you
up
go.
to
Pokuito
it's just like I was
XP
saying,
kah?
go to what they what were for them yesterday.
Jangan-jangan jungler lagi nih.
And try that here. There's the Bruno. So
Valentina,
this
Bruno,
is looking
oke
very
Bruno deh
similar
guys.
to
Bruno
the
lagi.
SCOT game
Benedettanya
two
nggak sih?
of yesterday against Twisted Minds. I think it was a very quick game. It was like 12 minutes. And
Gwynrom ini.
the Guinevere, Bruno, Paquito,
Gwynrom.
I think they had a
Fix, guys.
Grok
Gwynrom,
as
guys.
well. And I think they had Valentina, if I remember right. So the Grok was there, and you know.
Minum lagi kah?
We'll see if that happens, but they're going back to that foundation we were talking about here.
Kayak tank-tank kayak apa namanya? Kufra, terus Atlas gitu jarang banget ya di pick ya. Kufra nggak enak apa ya?
Oh, Ruby.
Padahal Kufra enak loh kalau misalkan buat fight-fight gitu.
Fleksibel ya Rubinya ya.
Iya, fleksibel dia. Masih bisa dipakai banana.
Dan Valentinanya nggak sih nih?
Boleh.
To the team that they were going up against, I think that was Lil Gun that they
Valentina,
got
Grok.
up against in the group stage, and Nico's Paquito was really deadly, like hiding in the bush, getting in those single target pickoffs with
Belum
with his,
belum lagi.
with his ultimate,
Itu udah
and is able to
Mage
delete,
belum,
like, famous
Mage.
like Banana, it can delete you out of the map. So I still can't tell like if this lineup of Burmese schools is like is it a Paquito Dilar or is it a Nico Paquito?
Ben Rafaela ya guys
Things
ya.
like that. And
RRQ.
for Hoshi right now,
Ben Rafaela.
they have this lineup that's packed with like
Slot
players,
di
so
Ben.
they need someone to frontline.
Aduh, sumpah gue pengen ngeliat Irap pakai Lancelot coy. Kenapa nggak dikasih ya?
Joynya aja juga nggak dikasih anjir. Mantep banget lu.
Yeah, there's
Sumpah kemarin gue yang match sebelumnya yang dia pakai RRQ gue belum nonton guys, gue pengen lihat. Irat main Lancemong. Ini masih Ben ya?
If it is a Dilar Paquito, right? And then you take the Valentina for Burmese Ghouls, you actually can take the Ruby.
Valentina sih masih bahaya guys.
We've seen that happen before, but obviously too, just having the Nana available to you, having that Melina Blitz is also quite
Oh,
Grok.
devastating on the Guinevere.
Nice
And
try.
like you mentioned already,
Nah.
Paquito, one of the great things about it
Biar
is
bisa masih main sih
you can
ini.
put the pressure of getting
Kalau
that message from
Kasih
Nana down really
hero
quickly.
siapa dulu ya?
You know, couple hits and
Hero-nya Irat
that's
dulu
the
nggak
thing
sih?
about it, right?
Ngeri
She's-
banget nih
she's
kalau
kinda squishy.
Valentina.
So,
Iya.
they don't go that route. They do take out the Grok, which was again in this lineup that they have, very similar, being built up to what they did yesterday. Grok was one of the components
Apa
to this
nih,
lineup
Bin?
for Burmese Ghouls. And
Aurora nggak kepake ya, guys, ya?
Kemarin
Kenapa ya Aurora?
Barat.
Susah karena
Barat
Karena
sama
susah kali.
Barat, Joy, Lance,
We'll
sama
see how that
Fredrin.
falls into
Baru 4
place,
hero itu
but,
doang tuh
you know,
Irat
I
main.
was sitting here thinking
Hmm.
for R2 Hoshi, based
Kebanyakan
on the fact
main
that
ini
they
ya,
just
Gwyn
have
ya?
this
Di
Ruby,
band.
they
Gwyn,
how
main
they wanna
Gwyn.
build up the XP lane,
Ini.
you know, specifically because
Seharusnya
if it is a
Fredrin nih.
Paquito across from
Wah,
them,
tadi di band coy.
Arlot's going to be taken out. I was going to say Arlot, or even maybe they
Arlot.
go with a Lapu Lapu
Hmm.
if they want to have some more.
Soalnya
skill
Ruby
potential,
masih fleksibel.
pair up with the Ruby here, but now that the second phase
Pick
of the
ya?
bans are done,
Sisa
we'll see
hero.
how this kind of falls into place place here for RQ.
Irat sama
sama jungle.
XP.
Yeah, I'm looking at the draft here both sides. So
Kombonya
far,
nih sama
they've already
Bosco
taken
apa
away
nih coy?
all the options here.
Benedetta sih yang udah bisa
Even
masuk.
got all sides covered by taking out the Grok, like just
Bennett gak sih?
maybe that might be,
Bennett lah.
that
Dulu
the
nih
Schools
orang ini.
might pull off here in
Tapi
this,
masih bisa
match
free sih.
point for RRQ.
Iya buat tahan badan
I like
lagi
how
ya.
they have the burst here
Kalau
for
misalkan mau main
Hoshi.
Bennett,
Mlbb Schools has
harus
that
badan
in the form
lagi.
of the Guinevere here. Still thinking, what else do we have here? They still sometimes these drafts can get
Oh,
kan?
confusing because you still
Fredrin.
don't know who's gonna go where. But now RRQ
Yeah.
Hoshi, they lock in this Fred.
Ayo
They're
lo.
setting a very good front line for these
Akai lagi apa?
Steelers.
Kalau
I think
Bruno
this
juga
might
ngambil
be,
Valentina, Brusco ya rorongnya nggak yang
like this might be a
itu
Brusco hero. Like
momen
this would
pasti.
be so good up
Mhm.
against like
Yang nggak
Mlbb
di-copy,
Schools'
anjay.
lineup. Like having that Ruby just roam all around the map can be really hard for heroes like the Guinevere and the Paquito here. So
Akai, gue nonton pas dari kemarin Akai mulu
Akai.
anjir junglernya.
Nyari aman lah. Nyari aman, guys. Cari poin, cari poin. Quarter final.
Mid juga Valentina doang. Tadi dia main apa ya? Midnya? Oh, Paramis.
Paramis
Paramis
juga.
juga nggak di band tuh.
How do you feel about Aurora?
Aurora juga open nih.
Kayaknya nggak mungkin Aurora sih.
Oh, Valen juga dia baksian, jay.
Oh, bener kan?
Brusco apa nih? Show lagi kah?
Kemungkinan besar sih Ruby. Yang Benedetta kali. Buat lawan Paquito.
Yep. And that's what I'm saying. Like when that was locked in the first time, like there was
Buat lawan
the Flux
Paquito,
available, right?
XP.
And they kind of left that open because the Rock was
Tapi
taken
kayak
out,
Ruby
so
deh yang
they
bakal di
adjust
XP
from
deh.
there, they pick up the Baksha,
Kalau Ruby di XP berarti
assuming,
mainnya Chow nih.
might as well fight utility for
Kemarin,
utility in the jungle
Iya,
and
Chow lah, iya.
try to win some of those objectives.
Oh,
Bah,
ternyata,
benar. Ruby XP ya guys ya.
This is very tanky for RQ Hoshi,
Wah,
right?
tumben nggak main nih.
They could
Wah,
find
pengen ditanya
themselves
nih.
in
Ada
a
apa nih?
position that Burmese schools in was
Nggak
in.
masuk.
Kayaknya mau ngetes deh guys.
Where again you're
Mau
really
ngetes
waiting
kayaknya.
for this clock
Bisa
to
jadi.
scale up, get the items that he needs. But that's where I feel like Nana shines, right? I mean, that's why she's picked up so much because the
Oke, kita
early
standby.
game potential is very
Kita
threatening.
akan memasuki match kedua guys.
So, the fact that you have a Valentina now is actually going to put you up to par with that. Not to
Dino.
mention just having Terrify and her kid as well, kind of helping around the kind of these skirmishes that'll happen here, and you have to respect her damage as well. So this is a lot
Okay.
better. Like I like the Valentina a lot better than the Faramis. I know Faramis,
Masuk
you know,
juga
some
sini
people are like,
kombonya
oh, you can
Mino.
build them in a certain way,
Iya.
build a certain emblem, and
Terus
you
di
can
itu
scale
tinggal
it.
goyang-goyang.
Yeah, you could.
Scalar goyang-goyang udah.
I like this better because it also goes back to what they did yesterday in their one of their quickest games, 12 minutes.
Baksian tapi
Just
anjing
like
ini
we saw
early-nya
in the
ngeri
previous
banget.
game,
Iya,
a very
ini
quick game from
rusuh
RQ
kayaknya
Hoshi.
sih.
So, I feel like the pieces here to this.
Oke guys, match kedua antara RRQ Hoshi versus Burmese Gold. Tadi RRQ Hoshi udah menang ya guys ya. Udah menang 1. Ini perebutan poin yang kedua. Semoga langsung clear guys, 2-0 guys.
Early action as well.
Wah gila, itu banget agresif banget sih ini.
Sama-sama romnya gituin mid.
Gitu mid anjir, pegangin satu-satu gitu.
Tapi nggak ada yang jelas sih.
Oke guys, di sini disclaimer dulu ya, emang game suara gamesnya tuh emang kecil guys dari sananya gitu, bukan gue yang ngecilin, oke? Jadi kita fokus buat nonton gameplaynya aja guys, oke? Tuh suara gamesnya malah kecil banget.
Memang berubah gini.
Apanya berubah?
Sekarang scalar pakai.
Iya, iya. Jadi terbalik ya? Sabar, sabar, wah. Hati-hati.
Oke,
Mati ya tuh.
Yeah, already.
Bisa
Saksa
sih.
gonna take some damage, but again,
Wah,
these are,
gokil.
very
Udah itu banget ya mainnya ya, udah klop banget anjir RRQ.
Hop,
Hati awas, di
potential though.
Koriko lanjut.
banyak gaya bukan yang ngekill lu. Lihat aja ntar ya.
Kind of rushes
Rat,
that
rat, rat.
last
Wah,
few
Iratnya.
waves. Tough to deal with.
Nice, balik. Wah, nggak apa-apa guys. Balik Irat. Wah, kena itu lagi, Terrify. Waduh. Wuh. Sabar sih, harusnya sih soalnya di Baksi ya guys. Maksudnya tuh early game tuh susah cuy. Kuat ya. Gak apa-apa, gak apa-apa. Early game udah 2-0 ya guys ya. Duit
can
masih beda,
scale up
berapa tuh
really well
beda?
here for passive, right?
Beda
Like, you can
3,
scale up to
800.
level 4 right before
Beda
major
800
lift
guys.
turtle, which is really good, right? You need all of these great
Sabar, cari 4
ultimates
dulu,
to
cari
pick up.
4.
Right now it's all up to Nico whether
Let's go.
you want to pick up that Minotaur's ultimate or whether even if you want to go for
Iya.
all
Kayaknya
the
nggak
ultimate
mau
here,
kah?
right? Burmese School started out real strong.
Di game
Now
ini nggak
they're
mau
looking to take
ngambil
in this
4
first
ya
game.
awal-awal ya.
So far RRQ
RRQ.
after those first two
Aduh, 4 duluan lagi udah di setup
kinda
lagi.
had a hard time
Mati
here.
dong, Brusco.
They knew he was
Oh
there.
my
Brusco
god.
once again gonna be the
Oh,
focus. They
cakep.
forget the turtle for now.
Nice,
They want to
nice.
get the kills.
Rat,
The pull comes
rat,
through. Iraq in
rat.
trouble. Look at the response.
Discard
Aduh,
banget.
duh.
Nah, cakep
mantap.
coy.
Sakit banget.
Now still gonna be fighting it out.
Awas, hati.
Iraq, the one to
Terus
fall.
ngapain itu?
Here. One
Mati,
hit.
nice.
Anna
Oh,
trying to get away
gila,
from
gila.
Nico that falls. It's a
Anjir
double
emangnya
for
ini
Saksa.
Baxia cocok.
Gets on the board.
Lemot-lemot banget anjay.
They might try to stop
Iya.
Burmese Ghouls from getting this
Early game
turtle
dia
if they can.
kacau coy.
Brusco not having that level 4 just yet. Take a look at the replay. They might be able to just get that turtle.
Masih 3 loh
Nah,
padahal dia
it
ya.
looks like they do,
Sakit banget
but
tuh.
this was a great
Si
play
Billing-Billing.
here from both teams. I mean, a lot of response back and forth. But yeah, the turtle is
Dapat
taken
siapa,
here
turtle?
by Burmese Ghouls.
Dapat
I
RRQ
like
kah?
the clapback
Nggak tahu
there
gue juga
of,
nggak
Nggak jelas, nggak
okay,
jelas.
you know
Malah
what,
ngeliatin
Burmese Schools
replay.
is going for aggressive,
Bodoh
Burmese
amat.
went in, for the
Osler.
full game too.
Wah, udah kena
Brusco
dong.
actually flickered out.
Purify.
What's really hard here too for the side of Burmese Schools is like
Hmm.
the tanky front line. Like we're starting to see the damage coming out from the Nana, which we'll
Langsung
see
bikin.
even more later on. Like 2 kills already for
Iya.
Octa here, which is kind of something that Burmese Schools have to
Belajar
watch
duet,
out
15
for
menit.
these clashes.
Balik.
Even here on the top side, we have to check the
Masih
laning
paham.
here against Skylar. And so far,
Menang ya,
Tadi
Dit, ya?
Skylar yang main Bruno kayaknya Claude-nya nggak bisa panen
Iya.
aja.
earlier, like a lot of
Wah, hilang dong 1 gerobak. Mati dong.
Wah.
Nice.
Wah,
Awas
itu
tadi.
digocek, Cok. Nice.
Oh, santai. Tapi hilang 1 gerobak ya guys ya.
Kalem.
Sabar dulu, sabar. Duit cuman beda 1000, santai bang.
Masalah
diloncatin.
Udah tahu, sabar.
Benar itu sih.
Hmm. 4 orang di atas.
Yeah, you see how Burmese Schools
Set.
also position themselves over on the top side, right? Kind of anticipating that RRQ Hoshi might actually create some pressure here up against Stitch. As long as he's fine, right? As long as he's able to get
Sakit
in
banget.
his first
Nananya
2
udah sakit,
items, that
coy.
should be good. Which is
Ngopi
actually
ulti
pretty
Nana
much
kan.
what the Burmese Schools has been doing so far here, 4 minutes in.
Nananya udah 2-0
Taking all
ya.
the turtles and not to
Ngekill Nananya
mention,
dulu.
like, I want to point out that
Irat
Saksa
udah 2
has been
guys,
getting all the
matinya
kills
guys.
too, which is really good for a Baksha here in the early game. If you think about
Santai,
it, it's
Bang,
not easy,
santai.
right?
Oh,
To have
turtle
this Baksha,
nih.
you got the Nana, you got all of these.
Muar lagi nggak sih di turtle?
You got the taunt of the Fredrin, so it's not gonna be
Kasih
easy to
paham.
go against them, but
Oh, dolarnya nggak main ya?
as long
Lawan
as they
Ruby,
can
cuy.
keep this
Wah,
up
ini keluar dari
against
ini.
RRQ,
Ini
have
di
this
atas, coy. Masih ada
early
purify sih.
take-ons on
Kan?
the turtles, winning in all of these clashes,
Wait.
they should be okay.
Ulti.
You see Nico-
Nice.
Banget kombonya, Cok. Brusco. Gigi.
Wait.
Ngapain dolar?
Nih, ngapain. Wah, oleng.
Bunuh Mino ya?
Mati dong dolar. Serot. Aduh anjing, dikit lagi. Flicker nih. Ya, belum ada api-api sih.
Nah,
Nah, ya.
itu dia, Cok.
Mantap. Dikejar lu ya.
Gokil, nggak boleh
Nggak.
bilang aja.
Wah, dolar masih oleng guys ternyata guys. Tadi padahal udah bagus di match pertama.
Flicker mau ngebunuh Mino anjay.
Aduh.
Aduh, dolar.
I think RRQ Hoshi knew that they're gonna be a
Wah, santai, mati.
nggak sih?
Nah.
Itu dia.
Mantap. Ayo let's go 2-0. Pulangin.
the force that they have. And now RRQ
Sabar.
Mas, masih ada
Suka,
lompat,
jangan
masih ada
mau
lompat.
loncatin lu.
Cerot. Sakit banget. Sakit banget Brusco-nya. Balik. Ada dolar. Waduh, mati guys. Udah tinggal sedikit lagi tuh ini.
Oke, atas
Lumayan
bola
tapi
Cok.
dapat,
Mantap
iya.
banget anjing. Buying time-nya di situ.
Iya,
cuy.
ini buying tank. What?
Buset.
Yeah, I
Gal
think
banget
Hockey's kind
anjay.
of equal. What you kind of take a look at is, do they have the map control? How's their gold laner doing? And so far for RRQ, this is what they did in the last game, right? Getting in that map control is so vital for them, even though they didn't really win those early game trades up against Burmese schools, they were
Skyler.
able to
What?
take in the space. And mind you, this is a claw you're talking
Wah,
about.
Mati dong, hilang.
Gonna try to
Set.
go for banana.
Nice. Waduh, masih sanas mati aja anjir.
Not gonna be able to get away.
Nggak bisa bang.
Wait, sabar dia berempat.
Into the Requiem, able to get a
Clear
kill now on the bottom
clear,
side.
clear.
Focus here, putting the pressure still, like you were mentioning. You know,
Santai
you have to
wae,
look
santai.
at who has this kind of advantage,
Udah
right?
tuker ya, guys, ya.
Space-wise, yeah, it's RQ. They've got 2 turns.
Atasnya hancur dong.
Schools, though, they don't care right now, and they're going to be making their way to this next objective, the turtle. If they can secure this one, it'll help them just a little bit deal with this. But
Atasnya
right
hancur ya
now,
guys ya.
look, this RQ doesn't want to go
Bawahnya
ahead and
dapat
just
guys
keep
itu.
this way. They want to fight for it and
Ayo
get
lo.
this
Ayo
positioning.
lo.
Burmese schools get the first turret.
Bawahnya jelek tuh. Bawahnya jelek tuh.
Oke, dimakan dulu.
Wah, hampir.
Dikit lagi.
What?
Sabar.
Oh, udah ulti dia ya. Itunya.
Siap. Ler OTW nih.
Nah,
Sakit banget anjir.
sakit banget gila. Kena si delar.
Taunya cocok. Boy, jelek sih, bisa nih.
Udah kelihatan tuh.
Nah, udah loncat tuh.
Yeah, like what the Lard did there too.
Awas
is
lah,
actually
sabar.
taking
Dia
the
nggak
space
perlu
after
bilang.
taking in that turret and joining in the side of Burmese schools here.
Tapi kalau Ruby nggak ke cancel kan dia mah.
That they had. Not only
Si
did they get
Skylar.
it in the form of like
Reset
Blink here with
lagi.
Guinevere, but with
Oh, bawahnya dia mau clear,
the
cok.
Lar actually joining in the fight. So
Iya.
it's
Si
Tartalan nih
actually
kalau
pretty good here
Paku
for
itu nongol
Burmese
bawah.
schools, but the Lar also understands that he kind of needs to take back the
Nah, Paku itu
space
nongol
that
bawah tuh.
RQ
Nah
holding.
tuh guys.
Taking.
Nah,
5.
He's doing it the split push.
Awas boxianya. Brusko siap-siap. Loncat.
siap ulti.
Oke, aman sih harusnya nih.
Lumayan dapat. Turtle
Oh,
nice.
cakep banget.
Lagi gak sih? Lagi gak sih? Aduh. Nggak mau di kobel ininya.
Nice. Objektifnya turtle, cok.
Tuker bawah ya.
Nggak mau ya? Nggak mau turtle ya?
Lebih pentingin lebih pentingin ini lah.
Okay, they've been
Sakit
taking
banget.
in, they've been winning in all of these team fights so far. So the Lar, I like what he's doing, and this was what he has been doing
Lar.
even in the group
Ngeri
stage,
banget
right?
anjir
Creating
gitu.
the space for Burmese schools, and you really need this, especially in the current meta
Mati nggak
that
sih, Bruno?
everybody really
Mati
loves
nih.
to go for team fights. And
Kalau nggak di-
sometimes
ah.
you don't even notice it.
Sabar ya, santai.
Ntar lebih sakit, anjir.
For those team
Bener
fights,
kalau nendang.
especially like once these turrets are down, you kind of have to send someone
Santai.
back in, so it's gonna be like -1 when it comes to the team fight. So not only do you have to join in the team fights, you have
Oh,
to get the
Rubinya
map
hitam-hitamnya.
control
Hitamnya,
here for the
sponsornya
side of
tadi
Burmese schools, which
nggak
is
ada live
what
skillnya
the
aja.
Lar has been doing so far here for the side of Burmese schools.
Pasti dia bakalan ituin itu mulu. Tank dulu pasti. Lawannya juga ini kan Paku Ito. Terus kalau itu.
Awas diloncatin Green Boys.
Ulti. Oh, sakit banget ya.
Loncat lagi.
Brusko lu
cakep
mati
banget,
dong.
cok.
Ya.
Ituin, coy.
Ya kok. Kagak mati gak tuh.
Purify Bruno. Skelar. Cakep mati. Mampus.
Mati. Nice.
Itunya
Nah,
anjing.
itu.
Rodanya cok kabur.
Rodanya kabur anjing. Masih bisa kabur. Tarik dia.
Ngapain,
Dolar
Bang?
mana? Dolar. Wait.
Minta dapat
1v1 menang sih harusnya.
Ruby sakit, coy.
Iya anjir, mati dong. Itu si Dolar. Anjing gua ngeliatin bawah coy. Nggak mati. Ya, nggak mati guys. Purify.
Baru bangun.
Nice. Mati dong.
Ayo lo.
Ya.
Ayo lo.
Dolar.
Well, he was successful though. He was
Busing
able
dia,
to take
busing.
down that second tier tower there on the bottom side. And if you look at the goal too, like it seems like
Pulang.
is managing pretty well up against the Burmese.
Udah milik RRQ lagi nih, guys.
Abis ini apa ya, Brin ya?
It's a
Ya,
thousand.
Homeboy.
Wah, ini seru nih. Kita nonton dulu deh abis ini guys.
For the side of RRQ.
Homeboys.
If they manage to take this Lord, there should be at least a little bit more space
Nice
for them
banget
to.
emang.
Lumayan, free lord, gokil.
Awal-awalnya jelek banget anjir.
Iya,
Mid
ini.
gamenya
Space for their
langsung
side,
dalim
and
banget,
not to
cok.
mention, like, if you look at Skylar's
Sabar,
stats, 2-0-3
sabar
on
adalah
the
kunci,
squad.
guys.
You saw in that last
Jadi
replay,
kebalik ya
Paku
skillnya.
Ito
Cuman
shredding
ngejalanin
apart
lain
all
doang,
these
anjay,
tank
dari
fights
tadi.
that the Burmese
Dia nggak
schools
bisa-
had with
nggak mau
just
nyulik-nyulik.
one blazing duet.
Ente bang, ente.
Mati Rubinya ya, anjing. Aku itu mau mati loh. Turun satu, cok.
Udah jadi ini dominan, susah buat ngekill ya.
Gokil emang.
Tapi bikinnya War X ya dibandingkan harus itu loh. Apa tuh namanya? Yang hitam lifesteal? Iya, Bloodlust.
Oh, hampir kena. Anjir, Dolar pistol.
Wait.
coy.
He's gonna go ahead and try to get that, but there it's the tier 2 going down to mid
Bisa
lane.
multi
Here
doang.
at
Mau mid nggak sih
Big
sama
Sox
bawah?
are there at bay.
Delar nge-push anjir di atas.
If he still gets
Awas
that
guys,
lead,
atasnya guys.
Starler's gonna go back.
Kalau nggak bisa balik dulu santai.
Malah kena bola lagi recall ini ke Lara.
Now Dolar.
Awas
Awas,
hati-hati.
belakang ler.
Delar.
Ler.
Here. Concealed play gonna be used as well.
Ngeliat.
But it gets spotted out for
Nggak
now.
mau
They
ternyata
don't
tim.
commit. So again,
Kalau bisa
Dolar
kali
is just
sebelah
trying to
jebak,
find
coy.
what
Iya.
he can here, Kim.
Aslar lu jangan duluan aja lu. Ngeri anjir itu. Full damage.
Iya loh.
coy.
Di combo 2 kali juga udah hilang, anjir. Oh, udah ada wewen tapi dia pantes santai. Udah ada itu pistol, Hunter Strike, Delar 9.000, 8.000 masih menang Skylar ya. Tower dulu, santai.
Kelihatan sih bro masih.
Iya.
Game pertama nggak ada tower apa-apa, satu doang anjir. Sekarang udah digrogitin semua gitu ya Rex.
Ini buat ngepus dia. Split boost.
Tadi nggak ada air samping
It's
ya.
gonna be clutch, right?
Ini
That's
pakuitonya
what that's
anjir
gonna be.
anjir.
Like I said, when Claude gets to this point, you have these 4 specific items locked
Berarti
in.
banana nggak mau pakai
It's really tough
yang
to
itu
deal with.
apa
'cause you
kalah
also gotta
kayak
catch him
angkong
right
itu
away.
kali.
Bisa jadi, soalnya kan sama-sama
Makanya
aduteng
nggak
kan.
mau, anjir.
Situations.
Op.
Aduh. Nice. Mati dong langsung. Sakit banget. Hati-hati tadi.
Ler.
Verify.
Cakep.
Mati.
Harusnya anjir mati Cok.
Delar.
Trying to get the punches
Sabar,
Waduh,
sabar,
nggak
sabar.
ketarik.
Sabar, lernya masih ada ulti, sabar. Kalau mau dibalikin balikin balik.
and they might still just pull
30
back,
detik,
still
Lord
30
sih.
seconds away from this Lord.
Kayaknya mau Lord deh.
RQ finds a kill.
Yang sabar dulu.
Ngeri banget war belimanya coy Rocky Cok.
Tapi ininya bagus loh. Apa? Si rodanya 314 coy.
Nggak mati mati di belakang.
Iya, nggak
dari tadi.
mati anjir. Pegangin Delar.
Keluar dulu bawah.
Lar.
Sekali lagi nggak sih Lar bawa Lar.
Temenin dulu tapi, temenin dulu. Kayaknya free Lord ini.
Oh, nggak mau dia. Nggak mau ya. Bruno merah.
Free Lord ini.
Wah, ngeri nih pakuitonya Cok.
Ngepleng.
Makanin dulu aja
Let's
sini.
see. Burmese ghouls
Iya,
do they
makanin
actually
dulu.
wanna try to pull some
Kalau mau.
together?
Brunonya apa sih? Bob merah balik
Selama-
tengah, balik lagi anjir.
Holding on to that Ruby ultimate
Wah,
Oleng,
bingung banget anjir.
Oleng.
Brunonya.
RQ
Awas, hati-hati. Retri, siap.
Delar also positioning here.
Tadi.
Loncatin.
Nah, udah dong, rata dong.
Ngapain?
Rata dong.
Ngapain Delar juga di situ?
Into the river now, blink.
Ente.
Wait, jangan dikasih loncat. Untuk flicker cocok.
Delar couldn't do anything but watch.
Ente belum
And
gol.
Sox was the one to fall
Kok
on.
menurut sih jelek anjir. Tadi Brunonya ke mid balik lagi ke merah. Apalah.
Ditarik-tarik sama ininya anjir.
Mau enggak coy.
Look at that.
Bisa nggak sini? Lara bisa di purify sih.
Weh,
Buset
weh, apa tuh?
Itu cuma Ruby.
Buset.
Mau apa sih itu?
Hilang dong langsung Valentino Rossi.
He's gonna get pulled.
Sakit banget bruskonya anjir.
Sakit banget nananya juga anjir. Itu ngapain cok?
Mati dong Delar. Ah!
Ler, awas Ler.
Set. Niko.
One for one for now.
Cakep Ler.
Wih,
cakep,
purify.
Ler.
Blink gonna be able to
Wah.
win.
Awas, Ler,
Anjing
Ler,
masih
Ler.
rutin lagi, emang cepet banget ya Valentina ya. Ultinya ya.
Tahu juga.
Mati dong.
Awas Ler,
Buset,
Ler.
hati.
awas, Ler.
Ah, untung aja.
Buy some time, some space, but he
Mas
ultimately
balik.
tries
Delar sakit coy.
to hold on to a sliver of health on this turret for a little bit longer.
Sabar.
Bisa nggak sih? Ngambil bodoh doang sih harusnya.
Oh, udah. Ih, sakit banget. Ih, mati dong.
Mati lu Delar.
Nah.
Ngapain lu Delar?
N gak sih?
Gimana sekarang sih?
Nggak bisa tapi ya. Aduh, sakit banget
Bisa
banana.
Brunonya.
Sakit banget Bruno gila.
Ambil merah.
Disciplined route here, Kim, and back off for now.
Bisa nggak Ler?
Yeah, if they overcommit
Oh, nggak
there,
berani,
they
nggak berani.
could have been punished there by a Stitch, who also has
Wah tadi
almost
itunya
all the
ketarik sih.
items that
Apa?
the
Iratnya
marksman needs right in the late game, and by this
Tarik
time,
sama
I
itu,
think Steven is in
Valentina.
Valentina
Pakai
terus
Ruby,
ulti
anjir,
lagi
flicker
anjir.
lu.
Kok bisa ulti 2 kali ya?
Anjay, nggak tahu
the one
juga.
against your opponent.
Emang bisa ya?
What RQ
Kayak gitu ulti 2 kali. Enggak, maksudnya cooldownnya juga cepet gitu.
the burst damage.
Si Valentinanya.
You see it in the Nana, that was like
Kayaknya kalau ngambil
on
ulti
the
Ruby,
Sox
cooldownnya
side
cepet
also
juga
has
sih.
the
Oh, ngikutin ya?
there, so even that wasn't able to
Ngapain
counter
tuh
it
dia?
out. And not to mention that I noticed this
What?
emblem here right now, that additional burn that you get
Mulot gak nih?
when you copy your skills from
Enggak
that
sih, kalau
emblem
nge-push
from
susah,
Octa.
anjir.
So kinda really hard for the tanky frontline here of Burmese schools. They're gonna have to rely
Nggak
on
bisa sih,
Stitch
tapi
here.
udah
Even,
kemungkinan
like,
besar
then again,
udah
same
menang
pace from what they had in
RRQ
number
guys.
one.
Kalau nggak oleng ya.
Ya.
Solid frontline, but no
belum
one to
bener jelas nih.
kinda
Iya.
answer out to the backline here of RRQ because Dilar's busy pushing, right? Dilar's busy pushing. There's no one to take
Yep.
down the Nana, no one to take down Skylar, who is
Sabar,
also
sabar,
very
Sabar,
jangan
lihat
ngomong
dulu,
dulu,
lihat
sabar,
dulu.
sabar. Biar nggak
When you're
di-push,
looking at
bentelar.
RQ Hoshi here, Skylar 3-0 and 7, Octa 4-0 and 8, it's tough to deal
Oke,
with like that kind of
10
damage
detik
because it's
lagi.
very-
Bakal
it's
ada
kind of,
load.
like even if you try to
Oh,
get them down,
tahu
you have
kan
to
dong.
work through the passive. You have to work through a
Buset,
human
BOD
nature. Like,
Dia benar-benar
there's
full
no
itu ya,
field,
full
not
attack
meant
ya.
to get through
Nggak mau
that
ada
front
defense sama
line,
sekali
right?
loh.
The front line, not to mention
Kayaknya tuh dia emang ditugasin buat nyulik gitu, tapi ya gimana.
Cepet banget
So this is
di
going to be a
Skylar.
lord, most likely going to the hands of
Sabar,
Arcus
sabar.
again, unless
Gelarnya dari
Arcus
situ
can
lagi.
do something about it.
Iya.
But even Zoxa just trying to get some of this vision.
Oke, banana jagain
Blake waiting
gitu, cakep.
patiently as well.
Mau nge-fight kah?
Still, Lord less than half health here. They might try to make
Hati-hati,
him-
hati-hati.
Sabar.
Retribution.
Positioning here is going to be crucial.
Ayo, oh Dilar's sekarang.
Balik dong, balik dong.
Anjing.
Ton of damage.
Ayo,
Udah dong, menang.
perang lu di sini lu.
So now
Mau
they're
perang lu.
losing the advantage for Arcus.
Nggak
Lah, lah.
bakalan bisa lah, balikin dia sih.
In their hands.
Hilang. Oh, dia nggak mau hilang. Si itu nggak hilang, nggak pakai hilang
Ketahuan
burskonya.
lu Dilar udah 2 kali itu masih yang nggak ketahuan lagi anjir.
Yeah, the presence of mind
Dia
too
masih
of, like,
pakai
Octa
cara yang
and
sama,
Skylar,
anjir.
that they had their eyes on the Lord, and they were also keeping
Dilarnya nggak ada
Dilar
flicker ya, maju
in
mati lu
stride.
sumpah
He's
itu
trying to go for the
dia
mid
nih
tower,
si
and
dua Fredrin
RQ
juga.
Hoshi knows that. They have all the space that
Di
they
kobel-kobel, di kobel-kobel hilang
Nino
lu.
juga lagi loncat
have
lu.
been a big thing, but for RQ Hoshi, right,
Yang penting nggak
got
ketarik
everything
ngebantuin aja
secured,
nih.
they got
Yang
all
penting
this
ngopi siapa
big
nih?
front line to kinda
Belum ya?
Belum.
contain that Lord pit.
Ngopi Robi dong, ngopi Robi doang.
Nah,
Ini ngeri nantinya ada flicker soalnya. Ayo, pancing. Kirat.
Nah, ditarik.
Itu dia. Aman gak sih, aman gak sih?
Awas, waduh kena tuh tapi. Flicker?
Nice.
Nice. Tapi nggak ada yang kena
Ngapain
coy.
Dilar? Ngapain Dilar?
Mati lagi dong Dilar.
Ngapain Dilar? Ngapain juga
Oh,
Brunonya,
man.
Cok? Endgame gak sih?
Udah kelar dong. GG guys.
Gila.
GG.
Tarik si Fredrin lagi.
GG RRQ Hoshi ente ya, Brumes Gold ya.
Gila, dapet 1 orang doang di flickernya anjir, nggak jelas coba intinya.
GG lah RRQ gila. Masih bagus banget guys. Oke semua, thank you semua yang udah nonton. See you on the next video guys. Bye-bye. Ente.
Two bursts coming out from the Molina Blitz, and at the same time they had to deal with the Blazing Duet. And mind you, they haven't shut down
Blazing
Skylar
Duet.
or off that entire game, so that already sends their gold lead all the way up. Without the shutdown gold, without the items, it was really hard for
Yeah.
the side of Burmese schools to bounce back.
This.
I mean, even taking a look at the highlights here, like you said, Kim, there was some moments once again from Burmese schools that looked pretty good.
Sakit
Like,
semua.
every single time, I mean, as we jumped into this highlights,
Trot.
we're already minutes into the game,
Mati.
and RQ Hoshi just had an answer for so much of this game. And really, again, this is
Recall-recallin dulu
yeah,
Dilar.
this is this current meta. I mean, it was impossible for
Iya,
anybody
lu kira
to
bisa
get
selamat.
Kayak rengket anjir.
about, you know, Delar was really
Ya ampun,
trying to put
guys.
pressure around the map. Yeah, he was able to get some turrets and actually get some space to work with. But even with that case, like there was no opportunity really for Burmese schools to punish
Semifinal,
because
lagi,
the
guys.
lineup that they had to work against, you know, and great setups.
Berarti hari
A lot
ini
of times, Bruce
RRQ
was doing what
Brumes,
has to do
terus
with the network.
AP Brand sama Homeboy, terus Blacklist sama terus terakhir Onyx ya. RCC dari Rusia.
Kemarin menang anjir.
Resources on him. If not him,
Lawan
it's actually
tim
Urad,
Flash ya?
to the point that I
Iya,
thought
tim
that
Flash.
Urad was the XP lane here, or the one zoning away the side of Burmese schools. And by the time like Skylar and Octa,
Gue penasaran sama ini sih, si Blacklist anjir. Si ini kan si Haji kan yang roaming. Kemarin gue lihat deh.
Blacklist anjir.
Kalau nggak apa ya Brand ya,
Brand masih Oh My Gwen kan? Oh Gwen. Oh My Gwen mah siapa ya anjir? Oh My Venus ya. Gokil. Masih kuat guys RRQ guys.
Bukan Valentinanya anjir. Narik kirat lagi sendiri coy di flickerin lu. Di sini anjir nggak jelas banget anjir.
Lineup that they had, Burmese schools it looked like they could have,
Scalar ulti.
Terus.
Mati kena Nana, kena tarik
you know, it just got so far in a hand for them that it
Masih
was
bagus
to deal
mainnya,
with
guys.
because,
Wah,
space-wise and
jangan
everything
dikasih.
else, it's just
Udah pasti,
doing.
coy.
Nah.
And you have Skylar here, his performance,
Lagian masih nggak ada serem-seremnya sama
point. He
Blazing
got
duit 15 miliar anjing.
the fact that you have this Nana able to provide such a threatening presence in the damage department early on, and a lot of it, like I said, and you mentioned this as well, Kim, like you have Brusco doing what he has to do, you know, on this Minotaur, and sometimes like he is
Brusco,
like,
Brusco.
that's his job, right? So people are like, well, Brusco, what are you doing? Well, that's his job, and it was paired up really well, allowing Octa to not die, to stay in the position he had to, and buy time. Again, that 11-minute mark in this game was where Skylar like pulled through. He had 4 items. He was able to unleash. He was able to do everything he needed to on this Claude. And so again, it was just really well orchestrated from RQ Hoshi and taking this series in a sweep.
Lah,
Yeah, for
Bruno
both
coklat
Brusco
anjing.
and they can
Ya nggak
understand
main
this,
Brunonya. Padahal udah sakit ya dia.
Main Claude anjir.
For the side of RQ, what they had was like 2
Si Bang Delar, Bang Delar.
Yeah, if Brusco was out, right? If Brusco was down.
Delar doang yang main aja.
Iya, iya.
He's down. It was Banana also
Si Bang
setting
Delar,
up
Bang
the
Delar.
pace. But ultimately, I think what made it really hard here for Burmese schools is that no one really dealt with Octa.
Kita tunggu
and Skylar
match
by the time
ini ya
they
guys ya,
came.
AP
There was
Brand ya guys ya.
tension from
Kalian mau nonton AP Brand gak
Again,
guys?
it was not easy, right? Like,
Kayaknya seru deh.
you see the items of Skylar. You got the immortality.
Kan dia kuat juga kan.
To kind of get you out of those sticky situations. Plus the Nana, again, the passive.
Tim yang kuat
Everybody
gitu.
knows that it is really hard once that is up. You can't. It has that.
Jangan sampai mereka
So
itu
no shutdown
nanti
goal,
ada di final.
insane amount of burst damage from RQ Hoshi. All around, I'd say like Burmese schools, a huge, really proud of the side of Burmese schools here. I mean, they did pretty well up against the side of RQ Hoshi from the start.
Yeah.
But then again, you know, once the lineup here of the side of RQ Hoshi scaled up pretty well, it was kind of hard for Burmese schools to kind of think about, okay, should we take back the space or should we kind of deal with the damage dealers right now? Because so far there's a lot of things to do, and Burmese schools, they don't really have that much time in their hands.
Yeah, they again, they got to be proud of it. They got to the final 8 for all these teams and everything else. You know, they were able to get to this point, and really, it's just.
Dia cuma di sini doang kan ya guys ya channelnya.
You know, how do you deal with this? This is a,
Udah nggak ada lagi
seen a
kan?
video here, so okay, we got a glimpse of it. I don't think we're going there just yet, but what I was saying is, Burmese schools, they get to this point of the tournament. They had some amazing games throughout, and I would say they just take a lot of what they learned here and kind of take that as a lesson as they proceed for the rest of the year. There's a ton of Mlbb action like this year. We're just getting started, right? So just great job, great performance from them, but ultimately that's the nature of competition. Burger King, like, someone's got to go, you know, eventually. And now that we are just waiting to see exactly what happens for the rest of today, of course our next matchup is going to be in a little bit, and that's going to be AP Bread and Homeboys. I'm sure people are, you know, really excited about that. So again, that was the first series that we had here between RQ Hoshi and Burmese Ghouls, ending in a sweep. I was hoping for the 3-game series, but unfortunately that didn't happen. RQ Hoshi looking strong as ever. For Kim, we are going to be showing a short video for you guys. Gives us a little time to kind of reset here before our second series. So you guys go ahead and take a look at this video.
In a world that seeks a balance between metaverses and healthy lifestyle, video games and traditional sport, live shows and web entertainment, we found the only way to harmony. Introducing a new era in the realm of sports, Phygital, a revolutionary fusion of the physical and digital worlds. This is an unparalleled mix of the most exhilarating and dynamic youth sport.
Hey.
Sports disciplines. Football, basketball, hockey, racing, martial arts, shooters, and many other sports have successfully adapted to the new reality. The 2024 Games of the Future is a global multi-sport event that represents the pinnacle of phygital sports worldwide. The event is attended by best clubs and teams, bringing together 2,000 participants from over 100 countries. It marks the beginning of a series of top phygital tournaments that will take place annually worldwide. The current official program of Games of the Future includes 21 innovative disciplines. They are classified into 5 groups, which we refer to as challenges: sports, technology, speed, tactics, and strategies, openness, show, fun, and healthy lifestyle. Coming our way is the exciting phygital era. So stay tuned, join our global phygital community, and come over to the upcoming Games of the Future. Emerge as winners and heroes of the new era. Games of the Future, made for young generations.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from that very short break here in that video. Kim, we just witnessed the first series of the day, of course. Like we said, it was RQ Hoshi sending home Burmese Ghouls out of the tournament in a sweep. And now ahead of us, you know, we have the next matchup that I know a lot of people have been waiting to see unfold here, and that is going to be AP Brennan Homeboys. So, Bird Kim, now that we've had a couple of minutes here to reset, how we feeling?
I had a very quick break actually, and then dashed back in. I was like, oh no, is it time? Yeah, that's nice. You're gonna do this
All right,
solo.
guys.
I actually got back here in time. Just you saw me adjusting my microphone, but just in time to see this rematch actually from the side of AP Brennan Homeboys.
Did you cast that?
A rematch from? Yeah, I did. Like
Yeah, you did. You
the
did.
group stage. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I cast that one. It was a 2-0 for 2-0 in favor of AP Brennan actually.
What can we say about AP Bren? You know, it's just, I feel
Much
like a
has been
lot of
said
people.
already.
much has been said about the squad of AP Bren, and you know, I have to say, as someone who has watched a lot of their world tour in a way, they are a team that just, you know, how they play in game. It's very apparent that their synergy is the same outside of the game. And I feel like that's one of the things that makes them a very strong team. And
Yeah.
I want to say, like, a lot of the teams are probably like that, you know, to a degree. That's what they work for. That's what the coaching staff and everyone really tries to build that environment for these players. But it's very apparent play style of AP Brennan, I feel like. So for Homeboys specifically, it's like, you know, for Homeboys, based off even what we saw yesterday, you know, sweeping Deus Volt, by the way, a team that surprised everybody in M5 even. That says a lot, you know, for Homeboys. So it's like they are in a way, I know it's been a day, but like they're on fire. You know, they're feeling pretty good about what they did yesterday against Deus Volt. And they did it in, I think if I remember, it was not super quick games, but I think there was one a little bit longer, closer to the 20-minute mark, and then one that was under the 15-minute mark. And for Homeboys, what I really liked is what they did in their second game yesterday, where they pulled out this lineup that is not a lineup that you see all the time. I know it's popped up similarly in other games, you know, but it's a very magic damage heavy lineup, and I believe the picks were they had Harith in the gold lane, they had an Aurora in the mid lane, they had the Guinevere, and that interaction alone between the Harith and the Aurora worked out really, really well, because you build into an interaction between having Harith with the Starlium Scythe, you know, the damage and how his kit works, and then of course you have Aurora. I think one of the first items from there was like a Genius Wand or something. So like when they clash in these fights, the magic damage was so overloaded, and it was tough to deal with. And it was a very quick game, you know, against Deus Volt, and they had a hard time dealing with it. And then they threw in a Vendetta, and it's like then it's just like chaos everywhere around the map. Yeah, it's tough to deal with, right? So I like the fact that Homeboys, and the reason why I'm pulling this up and saying this is, I like that Homeboys is not afraid to go outside of the box, because that's exactly what they have to do against a team that is AP Bren. This is a team that loves to go outside of the box and do weird things if they want to. This is back even when you talk about flexibility, where it's like, yeah, we don't care, we'll put Frederick in the mid lane, you know. And I know we've seen something along those lines like throughout the games of the future so far. So I feel like, if anything, Homeboys has to go outside of that box more against a team like AP Bren, and if they want to get to that 3-game series or possibly send AP Bren home.
Yeah, definitely. I think for the side of Homeboys here is that you know, picking up these heroes kind of can surprise your opponent, right? And for somebody who has been in the scene for quite some time, even in last year, right? Like, you've seen a lot of VODs about AP Bren. They're everywhere. They got like some the SEA Games, just to mention a few, the MPL, and of course the M5 World Championship. So there is a lot of things that you can actually see in their VODs, what they're comfortable with, what they're not comfortable with, what do they prioritize banning out. And for the side of AP Bren, they're also very I would say they research a lot about their opponents too. So it kind of seems like they're also very calculated too when it comes to their drafting phase. Not really a lot of time like to go out of the box, knowing that it's going to be Coach Trev here. I actually had a really good conversation with Coach Trev. I learned a lot of things about him, like off
Tell us about it, Cam. We have plenty of time.
He's like super. He's a very serious person, and he takes like he's very competitive. Like he's been to like different tournaments for different titles. So he's like, okay, yeah, I want to come in a tournament prepared. I mean, no, I haven't released this content yet, but yeah, that's what he told me.
Oh,
basically.
so this is
he wants to come in,
like a
like
unreleased.
I haven't released this. Yeah, unreleased content. So yeah, maybe you guys want to check it out eventually. But yeah, he likes to come in prepared. So you know, sometimes if you prepare so hard for something, and once it reaches a point, okay, Homeboys brings something out, Fredrin, okay, he might think, okay, this might go to like jungle or XP, but man, you rock it in the mid lane, that kind of like throws you off, right, for everything that you've prepared. And that's something that definitely, I do agree with you, that Homeboys definitely needs to do that. It might be like off meta picks, it might be something that you don't really see that often, but if it throws your opponents off, right, that's something really big.
I think that's like, I know because you mentioned, you know, the rematch that this is and everything else, and I think really when you get to playoffs, that's kind of what you expect some of these masterminds behind the players to come up with. You know, it's like, what have they been preparing? What have they been doing with the homework? Because even a video, I think it was a video that we showed, either it was a video that was showed yesterday or it was on the social media from Games of the Future, where like there's little snippets of the teams and like them preparing and stuff. And we know that, you know, that all these teams really do take that time before their matches to like study their opponents playing in their games before them. So obviously AP Bren saw what Homeboys did yesterday, and they're like, yeah, you know, we can respect that and kind of approach that. And I think that's what makes this matchup so exciting with AP Bren and Homeboys, because it was, you know, G the Ico was asking me yesterday, like for that region specifically over in Malaysia, you know, where Homeboys really over time, over the seasons, like they surprised a lot of people in their improvements over the seasons, right? Because that was also a region that was, I mean, there's specific teams and players that were so dominant for so long, you know, and then you have some of these guys, of course, Homeboys and everything really rising up, and they have a huge also just support, like social media wise, and like the people involved in that organization. So it was really, and not to mention, I love the name Homeboys. You know, it's just such a cool team name, by the way.
It just rolls off your tongue like that, like Homeboys,
it
right?
Does,
it sounds
right?
like a team you can approach. I've actually been to Malaysia, and I've actually casted the Homeboys game, but with a different roster, right? I want to look at the roster too of Homeboys here. They're playing with Nets and Udil here in this lineup. There were times in the start of the tournament where it was a little bit shaky, like chemistry. Like, this is the time to build it, right? I think this was the first series that they've ever had was up against AP Bren. So there were times that I'm not so sure what went on in the clash, or like somebody shot called and it went differently. So maybe I think this time it's a bit more fleshed out, since we're already like going to like the semis already of the tournament. So I think so far what they've showed yesterday, I mean, definitely AP Bren, they're coming in this prepared, and I think they're gonna leave no stones unturned here for this particular matchup, since it's gonna be a rematch, right?
Yeah. Let me ask you this, because you brought it up already, and I guess this is a hot topic of discussion, and the fact that Homeboys, does have nets here, the impact wise that he could have on this lineup, because like you said, it was a different roster, but you casted some of the games personally over in Malaysia, and I'm sure you've kept an eye on them. How do you think, like, is the play style still pretty much that Malaysian play style, and then it's Nets adapting to it, or is it the opposite way where like Nets brought something from the Philippines or his personal play style, and it just kind of fit into that style of the Homeboys and that Malaysian flavor, if you will? Like, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think Nets pretty much fits to like the Malaysian flavor of what Homeboys has. Like the first time I went to Malaysia, and everybody there, like for the casters, are like,
Their
don't be
food's so
surprised
good.
because apart from their food, they were telling me, okay, don't be surprised if you see the clash, like it goes, like it keeps on going, right? Like sometimes if you see the clash, they are not, I wouldn't say they're not that disciplined, but it's more of like they want to go for these all-out clashes. And I think for Nets, he's that kind of gold laner that is not afraid to like first pick his hero. Like we've seen it several times, like even in the game of AP Brand and Homeboys, like they prioritize the Harriet when all of the other marksmen were still available. Like he's like, you know what? Let's not go for that. Let's go for my comfort pick Harriet, which actually did pretty well in some of the games. They just weren't able to close it out. I think ultimately it was all about like the map control that the opponent had, but eventually like what Nets actually brings to the table here is kind of like the Filipino playstyle, right? The discipline of like taking in the objectives, like to maybe retreat if the clash
You were
is
gonna
not
say
really
you were gonna
that
say
necessary.
backdoor.
Yeah.
You were gonna
Oh, a
say
little
it
bit
because
of
that's
that
what
too.
Nets
A
is
little
known
bit of that
for.
too.
You know, he's known for that, right? Like, how many times? Like, I don't actually know the statistic for Nets, but how many times people have literally said nothing but Nets because he's like gone with that backdoor play and won multiple games. You know, like in the league. So it's like, I agree with you. Like that's something that he brings to this very specific play style from Homeboys. And it's funny because I even have, and it's great that you got to go over there, but I have the utmost respect for the casters over there for Malaysia, because man, sometimes you're wondering how are they breathing? Like some of the intensity that they have in their matches over there are just like, I mean, we have them too in the Philippines, don't get me wrong, but it's like regions have their specific kind of like play styles and stuff, and let's be honest, Philippines is one of those regions that did master and really do well with the objective play style, and we are at the same way we have these crazy clashes and stuff like that, but man, in Malaysia it's kind of on a different level, I feel like sometimes. So but again, looking at the matchup here that we were waiting for, it's AP Bren and Homeboys, and it's in just a bit we're going to be watching them walk out on stage, of course. And we know that they have, like, even AP Bren, as we take a look at the lineup here, getting ourselves familiar with them, a team that is well known around the world. It's Ogun, Kaltizi, Super Marco, Flaptizi, and Few. These guys, man, not only do they just perform time and time again, but I feel like almost it seems like in their playstyle sometimes, like in the early game, they're very experimental. And then there's like this switch where they're like, all right, let's flip the switch on and we're going to just, end the game in the way that we need to. Because there was actually a game that they had earlier on before we got to the playoffs where it was a 30-minute game. Like they were struggling a little bit. And sometimes it looks like that. But then all of a sudden, boom, AP Brand, they're just like, all right, we know how to punish mistakes very, very well. So let's take a look at the Homeboys roster here, Kim.
Yeah, speaking of the Homeboys, right? Like all around clashes. Let's see if they'll do the exact same thing, since they're talking about AP Bren. You can go for the punish. Homeboys, you guys know them, Sorn, Sapat, and Chibi, and of course with the addition of Udil here and Nets to their lineup, which they kind of had, I would say, a rocky start, but a pretty slow start for Homeboys here in the group stages. They got up against AP Bren, which is, they mentioned it's going to be a rematch here between these two teams. And now looking at what they have so far, what they've pulled off so far in the tournament, I can safely say they can kind of give AP Bren a run for their money, or maybe at least extend this to a 3-game series, like a 2-1. For this rematch between Homeboys and AP Bren. And not to mention that both of these teams are actually their respective champions in the respective regions. MPL Philippines for AP Bren, and of course MPL Malaysia for the side of Homeboys.
Yep. Good pointed out. Also taking a look at their picks here. Most picks, most bans, very similar to what we've seen, of course, throughout the tournament. And at the same time, you're probably not going to expect to see that Joy slip through the Matilda or anything like that. But both teams, well, I would say for the rest of the tournament, a lot of these teams will really be trying to prioritize the Guinevere, that Ruby pickup. Claude has been phenomenal so far. We know that AP Bren loves the Claude and likes to play around that style. And then, of course, for Homeboys, like I said, you can be a little more chaotic in the way that you approach these games if they want to opt for Assassins or not. And that's the thing, is like, again, when we're talking about what they have to do and it's outside of the box, you know, while we wait to see exactly how they approach it, it's once again like what we saw yesterday, where it was I believe it was a Lancelot pick that was picked up by Chibi. I can't recall if it was game 1 or game 2, but he was able to pull it through against a utility jungler, right? And a lot of the times it was that timing that he has, and the way that he kind of works around that is what's tough to deal with for some teams. But when you're against AP Bren, it might take a little bit more, because that's what I was saying earlier. Like, the punishing factor is what I'm concerned about for Homeboys, right? Because I've seen it time and time again where it's always almost a very similar timing from each game. And it's like the timings have been mastered, of course, by AP Bren. That's exactly why they have the accolades they have from this previous year, especially because you're talking about that decisive maneuver they make before the first lord. Like, sometimes they give up the turtles because they know that when it comes down to it, we got to control that first lord and everything. But there's always usually a play that they make before that first lord. And I know other teams do this too, but AP Bren does this very specifically, and they usually pull it off. So that's what we have to kind of keep an eye on here for Homeboys. And that's why I think, again, going back to the strengths of the Homeboys, because we have to point that out. And because most people will say they might be the underdog here, right? Depending where you're from and everything. So it's like, you want to point out, how does Homeboys pull this through? And I think that's the main thing, is making sure that you kind of withstand those timings that have been mastered by AP Bren, and leading into that first lord specifically. Because we've already seen this earlier, Kim. Like, we saw teams, we saw RQ Hoshi end the game after the first lord. And that can't happen here, right? With teams of that caliber, especially like AP Bren. So that's what I'm going to be looking out for.
Yeah, for Homeboys too, like, I love how you pointed it out. Like, could be fast games here, or maybe it could actually stretch out really long. But looking at the side here of AP Bren, they do have that switch, like what you mentioned, right? Like, I've seen this in their game up against Homeboys. Actually, Homeboys did a pretty good job in the early game. They managed to actually pressure a lot of AP Bren's jungle camps, and eventually, it was a little bit harder for Kyle TZ to kind of get in his farm. But it was just that one game-changing clash. I think it was either by Flap TZ or Owen that kind of started up, and it just kind of shook things up there. And then Homeboys wasn't able to bounce back. So for Homeboys, either they kind of contain AP Bren. Like, even by the time that they reach that last turtle, or even the Lord, if they get AP Bren contained, or maybe not let them get that setup play, it should actually be good for them. But looking at the Homeboys right now, I mean, kind of hard to tell what they'll pull off here in this very first match. Knowing that this is going to be a rematch, it could actually go with, what they did yesterday. It did work out well for them as compared to what happened actually in the group stages.
Well, since we still have, some minutes here before they get prepped up and ready to walk out on stage, again, there's a live audience for the people watching online. There's a live audience out there participating, and of course they all have tickets and everything else. So they're following the schedule and everything. So we're theorizing so much here about this matchup because, for us, I mean, me and Burger Kim specifically, like, we've watched so much of AP Bren, and kind of rise up here. So, and that's what I want to ask you, Kim. Like, in terms of AP Bren themselves, like, where is their weak point for you? Right, because I think a lot of people will kind of pick apart AP Bren's playstyle, their pickings, their drafts, and everything else. But I don't know if that's a lot of what people, because people are so focused on why they're strong and why they're so dominant. So where is that opening, you know, in that armor that they have. Like, where is that weak point for this squad from AP Brent?
I'm not saying that anyone kind of like everybody pretty much has that vital role for the side of AP Bren, right? I'm thinking, should Homeboys kind of go for that selective like kind of targeting, right? Like, do they just kind of limit out like Flap TZ, or do they limit out Ogwin here, or do they limit out Cal TZ? Because everybody still has like a very very important role here. But looking at like the meta currently, right? Like maybe it should focus around like Flap, TZ, or Owen. Not that I'm saying they're the ones who completely change the tides of the game, but they're heroes. It's what's working in the meta right now. So maybe they can kind of look into that, kind of make sure that they put that pressure on that XP and even in that roam position. Speaking of AP Bren, here we have it. This is gonna be their lineup here. Starting it off with Ogwin, Marco. You know all of these names ever since M5, right? These are familiar names, and even Cal TZ, which I had the privilege of actually watching or casting his games even in the amateur scene all the way to MPL. So I'm just really really proud of this guy.
Yeah, they've grown so much as we see them walk out on stage, of course, in their jackets and all. Again, these guys have been enjoying their time out there. If you follow them, any of these players out on social media, you know that they've been really enjoying the visit right now as they get prepped and ready here once again for this matchup to move on forward. They look like they're in high spirits. They're feeling good. You know, they've got some fans out there as well, of course. But going back to it, you know, that, and before Homeboys walks out here, that's the thing. I think, you know, you really kind of have to focus on the draft, but also draft wise, you only have so many picks, you only have so many bans. You know, you kind of have to just pick what you're confident in if you're Homeboys, as we see them get prepped and ready to walk out here. But knowing that there's probably a curveball coming from AP Bren in some form or another that could work out in their favor, you just have to play at top of your game, you know, for Homeboys. And it's for, you know, however long it's going to be, whether that's 11 minutes or 30 plus minutes, you've got to be able to have that mental fortitude to match AP Bren. And, you know, that's what I love about how they tie in even this, like even Games of the Future, the phygital is combining the physical with the digital, right? And I feel like AP Bren, that's one of their like core values, right? Because Coach Ducky was all about that. Like, you guys need to lift weights, be in the gym, because it makes you physically stronger. And there's a question and something that I've been asked before too. I believe the physical comes before the mental, because your mental gets stronger based on your physical, right? And depending on how you view that or not, like that's something that's happening here. And I love what Phygital kind of pairs in together, because it's that concept, right? It's that ideology. And AP Bren is a team where in these long extended games, when sometimes they might be down and out, they're able to keep that fortitude and pull it for the win, right? Again, even speaking about their last big tournament win was a 7-game series that went to like what, 2 in the morning almost, you know? I mean, like against
7 games straight.
7 games straight. You know, and that takes a certain level of mental fortitude when you've been playing in games for days and days and days. So, you know, that is still a very strong point here. And why I'm saying, like, AP Bren, they don't have many weaknesses. They obviously do. Every team has a weakness. And I think you just have to be comfortable enough in your team, in your skin, in your teammates, be able to pull something off confidently against a team of this caliber. Homeboys is definitely there. Like, they have the ingredients that they need. It's just obviously all of it starts in the draft, which will be upon us in, you know, very shortly here. And that's where we really see how things are going to unfold for them. I would love to see this bird camp where Homeboy game 1 pulls an unorthodox lineup out that actually works for them and throws AP Bren off their feet, you know, off balance for a little bit. Like, I would love to see Homeboys do that. It's just, I don't actually know, like, if they're willing to go that route here in this high-stake matchup. Again, best of 3 single elimination.
Yeah, it's gonna be really hard too. Like, you know, pulling something off in a crucial matchup like this. Like, it's already eliminations. You're gonna be out. It's no longer the group stages. But I think for Homeboys, they can still pretty much do that, right? Like for AP Bren, like I mentioned, they like coming in prepared. They like they are pretty much prepared for any type of situation. Like even going a little bit back to like the World Championships, there was like glimpses of like the behind the scenes on what went on, what Coach Ducky actually told the entire team during the match point in like the BO7, right? Like something like that doesn't even throw AP Bren off. So I think trying to catch someone by surprise is just by picking up something super contemporary, which is something that I'm a huge fan of, because not only does it give you like a lot of talking points, right? There's so much possibilities for that kind of pick. Say, you pick something, what is off meta right now? Like something off meta, you pull it off and like, where's that gonna go, right? Like Homeboys actually did that even in the group stages where, okay, they got a Barrett's there, they got a Ruby there, they even got like a Paquito there. So I was like, okay, this is pretty much all set. Like the Barrett's is going to the jungle role, and then boom, they pick up like a Hellcurt for their final pick, and I'm like, wait, where are the rest of the heroes gonna go, right? Like, yeah, that's what we were talking about before we actually headed into the match. So that was really pretty interesting and very bold, I would say, coming out from the Homeboys, which is something I'm a huge fan of.
And that's what it's going to take, right? And we can only guess so much until we actually get to the draft here. But I think regardless, there's still a lot of room to bring some of these not newer picks, but like picks that we're not used to seeing, and now is the time to do it. And these final couple days left for Games of the Future, I think you're going to continue to see that. Actually, I think by the time whatever two teams end up even in the grand final, you're probably going to see some form of a surprise or another, right? So with that being said, here we go, jumping into game 1 draft here. AP Bren and Homeboys, one of the teams have to go home, and it starts here in this best of 3 game 1. AP Bren will have that priority, that first pick, what they're going to be going for. And I wouldn't be surprised unless it's banned out, Kim's. Guinevere is probably going to pop up, possibly for the first pick. We'll see if one of the teams actually want to go that route and just kind of ban some of these heroes that we've been seeing constantly picked up in the first phase.
Oh, wow. AP Bren most immediately takes away the Faramis. Yeah. I think this kind of goes to show that AP Bren might kind of go for that like massive chain CC of composition, and the Faramis is kind of one sustaining in the clash, something that Udil has also picked up like even before. Matilda's still not going to be open here. I think that's one of them top banned, or let's say it's open. Actually, there was a time, it was open for AP Bren to take. That was also the matchup with Homeboys where, Owen got in this Matilda, was the MVP, not a single death, and he actually built the Matilda to be like a magic damage Matilda, like Holy Crystal, Blood Wings, that kind of light up. So that was pretty interesting coming out from their side, and it worked really well for them.
That's what I like to call the big damn Matilda, like you just build it that way and it's got the damage. And it's a threat because actually the way her kit works, it has good poke potential, and then you build it that way, it gets scary, right? So it's a good ban. I mean, obviously, even without that, like Matilda's constantly banned out just because of how strong she is. Nolan also being taken out of the picture here. We know that AP Bren loves that pick if they want to go that route. We'll see, though. Once again, even with this is still leaving some of those other heroes that are picked up often in the first phase. Joy is still open, that's still available. Of course, you still have the Rubies available. You still have Nana, of course, that has been in high contention for a lot of the different teams here. So even ban-wise, this is a little bit different. Like typically, that's a surprise. That they AP Bren's the one that take out Guinevere. So this first phase of the bans from AP Bren already is a little bit of a different pattern than what we've been seeing so far.
I was gonna actually point out, like I was curious why AP Bren banned away that Orlot. Like most of the time, even all the way back to the group stages, this is what they would prioritize, especially when they're on the blue side. So this kind of goes to show that AP Bren kind of wants to bring out something different also this time. And as for Homeboys, there's a lot to take in here. I mean, yes, you're gonna be the last one to ban out a hero, but also at the same time, it can kind of like leave you out of knowing what do I ban out. I was gonna...
Finally! I've waited all day!
Homboys.
Time flies when you're having fun, doesn't it?
Enggak ada gratisan lagi nih ini.
Ntar Sabtu.
Gambar mau ganti juga nggak?
Kalau dapat kolektor mantap banget sih ini. Kolektor parse
Cuma ada bedanya gitu aja.
Parse aku yang
Gila aja.
ujung anjay. Warnanya jelek sih kolektor yang ini kontil. Ini kolektor ini pernah ada yang make nih sini. Di museum nama parse anjay. Menyala, burungnya menyala. Ujung ini paling keren. Kimaru di naga apa kobra anjing gitu kepalanya.
Ini mana? Gambar logonya mana? Kaca mau main nggak? Tempelin di muka. Halo Marvin. Gimana kabarnya Marvin? Gimana untuk apa namanya RRQ yang tadi guys, 2-0 guys. Sorry aku baru live lagi, kemarin gua nggak nge-live guys. Capean gua kemarin. Goblok.
Your team is banning. Please ban a hero.
Laila.
The enemy is picking.
gaze into the
Your
abyss.
team is picking.
The abyss
When
gets back.
Qinglong rises, grace falls like rain.
Kabur.
My fists are
The enemy is
unflinching!
picking.
Main. Jalan pick.
아야부사 산조
Apa nih?
Please pick a hero.
Emangnya siapa dia, Cok?
It is better to be feared than loved, if you cannot both.
I've been waiting for too long. The enemy is picking.
Main-main lah anjing.
Come on, Dexter. It's our showtime.
All paths lead to the
Your team
dreamland.
is picking.
Cloud jadi dipakai mulu anjay.
Always on the way.
Siapa sih ini Cloudonnya yang lama?
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Itunya kanuan.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them.
Anu itunya nu.
All troops deployed.
Oke.
Faster and faster.
Nah.
Ha! Keep up the rhythm. Yeah. One strike, one skill.
First blood.
Itu dia, boy.
To be or not to be.
Sekarat juga tuh. Sama ya itunya karinya juga.
Ally has
Sekarat
been
juga.
slain. Initiate retreat.
Mundur lah.
An enemy has been
Nice banget,
slain.
Cok.
Double kill.
Kebalik ah.
Speed, precision, and strength.
Apa?
Unstable network. Gather at the turtle.
Itu siapa sih mic-nya? Oh lu.
Keep up the rhythm.
Here. Ha. Here. Here. Initiate retreat. Precision and strength. Ult is not ready. Here. An ally has slain the turtle.
One strike, one skill.
Nggak ada yang missing anjay.
Killing spree.
Noval order. Ajar bang. Siap bang Nathan. Sorry ya gue baru live ya, kemarin gue lagi banyak gawean guys.
An enemy has been slain. Ally has been slain. Shut down.
Shutdown.
Here. Ha.
Mana nih lelenya nih?
Faster and faster.
Kaget gue tadi ada 2 orang angkat.
Here. Ha. Here.
To be or not to be.
Enemy missing.
Oke.
Here. We have slain an
Gantian lu ya.
enemy.
Emang enak lu. Di geng
Faster
gitu.
and faster.
An enemy has been slain. Ha.
Keep up the rhythm.
Enemy missing. Launch attack.
Rating
Gather
dulu lah.
at the turtle.
To be
Rating dulu.
or
Ally
not
has
to
been
be.
slain.
Gue join sih.
Here. You have slain an enemy. Here.
Waduh.
An enemy has been slain.
Ada ya busanya, kampret, kuntil.
Our turret has been destroyed. Our turret is under attack.
One strike, one skill.
Has been slain. Ha. Huh. An enemy has been slain. Here.
Kayak busanya udah ulti tuh.
Speed, precision, and strength.
Gua push bawah aja lah ya. Kayak busanya nggak ada ulti, nggak ada skill 2 juga
Enemy
kayaknya.
missing.
Ha! One strike, one skill.
Ha.
Udah gak usah dah. Gua hancurin tower aja lah. Ntar ya gua hancur tower dulu ya.
An enemy has been slain. Here. Huh. Ally has been slain. Killing spree. Here. Enemy double kill. Your team destroyed a turret. Your team destroyed a turret. Our turret has destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
You're never gonna make it. Keep up the rhythm.
Request backup.
Ya.
Speed, precision, and strength. Request backup.
Mana amonya nih? Amonya retri, Cok. Saya kira ikut bang. Ayo.
Faster and faster.
An ally has slain the turtle.
Wah, anjay ke sono deh.
Ult is ready.
To be or not to be.
Gak bisa anjing. Kena stun gua kayaknya. Kena stunnya stun anjing. Kena petrify gua anjing. Sampai jam berapa nih? Sampai jam 10 kayaknya. Iya. Kalau nggak setengah 10-an lah. Gua dinas malam guys. Sabar missing.
Faster and faster.
Bisa-bisa tadi Sun pakai petrify anjay.
Speed, precision, and strength. Ult is ready.
Balik lah. Ini bener halus. Ada lot juga anjing. Berat banget cocok.
To be or not to be.
Waduh, anjay. Ya ada yang kena. Udah retris itu sih siapa ya busanya, Cok.
One strike, one skill.
Kelot kan dia.
An enemy has been slain.
Keep up the rhythm.
Enemy rampage. Ult is not ready.
Oh, ini. Dua amat, Cok.
Our turret is under attack.
Ngelot dong, anjay.
Faster and faster.
The enemy has slain Lord. Our turret has been destroyed.
Speed, precision, and strength.
Our turret is under attack.
Sabar ada lot ya. Iya, Cok. Kok nggak bisa sih? Iya. Tar dulu guys, bentar guys.
An enemy has been slain.
Udah mati ya? Sikat.
Speed, precision, and strength. Killing spree.
Mati.
Launch attack. Your team destroyed a turret. Mega kill.
Nice banget.
Your team destroyed. One strike, one skill.
Atas tuh.
Launch
Terus.
attack.
Ada lot.
Clear up lanes.
Keep up the rhythm. To be.
Shut down. Good game. Unstoppable. Good game. Attack the Lord.
Attack.
Launch attack. Your team destroyed a turret.
Faster and faster.
An ally has slain
Buset
Lord.
sekarat anjay.
Keep up the rhythm.
Mana busnya
Good
kabur?
game.
Busanya kabur, Cak.
Clear up lane.
Atasnya, Cok. Atas dus.
One strike, one skill.
Wait for me. Monster kill.
Banget, Cok. Habis slotnya sama Sun anjay. Ntar dah gua, iya apa-apa. Tadi dulu musuhnya masih dalam tower guys.
Faster and faster.
Initiate retreat.
To be or not to be.
Your team destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. Good game.
Anda ultimate nih.
Speed, precision, and strength. Keep up the rhythm. Faster and faster.
Launch attack!
Precision and strength.
Mati halus ya. Mau sikat gak?
To be or not to be.
Nggak piring kali.
One strike, one skill.
Aduh anjay. Dikit lagi tuh si Nonox mati cok.
Good game.
Enggak lah, nggak mungkin lah.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Balik guys. Balik.
Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
Speed, precision, and strength.
Battle spell in cooldown.
Keep up the rhythm.
Buset cok. Sendirian cok.
One strike, one skill.
Nah, baru mau gue samperin, mati dia.
Faster and faster.
Duitnya cok.
Initiate retreat. Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
Kampus itu juga mati guys. Anjing gua kena serena mulu, bangke. Setan.
Launch attack.
Udah lihat tuh gak ada cloud-nya tuh. Ibu saya juga nggak. Baru hidup sih dia juga.
Attack the Lord.
Seger. Mati habis. 13.000 cok duitnya cok.
Keep up the rhythm.
Mau ngelot nggak nih?
To be or not to be.
Nah, aku sampai weon cok. Sabar ya, weon gua kepasang udah anjay.
Gather up the Lord.
Ayo. Gasin aja.
One strike, one skill. Faster and faster.
Alamak, Selena lagi, tai. Oke bet Selenanya. Jalan.
Victory!
Jalan gua makan coklat bangke. Anjing dah Selena mulu setan. Wih, kenapa nih? Loading sih wifi-nya. Tahu cok kok wifi-nya nggak sih anjing. Jaringan aktif. Beli 1 ms ya. Kok tabrak aja loh. Wih, Mat.
Permanen.
Iya emang permanen aja.
Jadi permanen semua nih. Iya permanen.
Permanen.
Udah, ini ente juga ente.
Wah, GG bang dapet coklat. Iya anjay. Selenanya nggak ini gua personal anjay. Ih, gua kedinginan cok. Kalau gua pakai itu bos. Jaket dulu lah anjay. Wah, kedinginan anjay, goblok. Bang Rama sehat. Sehat, Bang. Oh, sorry. Si Bang Nathan. Au. Lu mau main nggak? Ikut Bang. Ayo. Ke jaket dulu. Gua kedinginan aja. Gila. Di luar udah dingin, di dalam pakai AC. Kelar hidup gua. Gak kuat dingin gua guys, soalnya guys. Apaan?
Gantinya satu kan? Satu. Lima bini aja. Kan bukan itu ya? Skin biasa, spesial ini gitu.
Masih ongo. Bang Joker besok live sore atuh. Lah emang kenapa Bang? Kalau gua nggak ketiduran ya, gua masuk malam Bang Nathan. Lagi dinas malam gua. Insya Allah lah dari sore nanti gua bikin dua live ya. Kalau gua kuat juga sih. Bang Nathan nih, si Rama nih tuh. Tadi habis itu juga dia. Kalau misalnya itu S12 yang season ini. Yang mana dia? Oh, yang sama kayak ini kan, siapa? Ikutan bang, Sakel. Si Marvin mana nih Marvin nih? Tadi ngajakin mabar. Ngomong kapan mabarnya?
Yang nama player ada bintang-bintangnya nggak permanen itu ya? Ini pas di loading.
Select member bukan?
Ada bintang itu nyala-nyala. Nggak permanen kan itu?
Select member bukan?
Sebulan habis kan?
Gas lah. Mana? Kurang satu. Sakel lo mau ikut gak? Sakel.
Mungkin.
Udah gue bilang tadi kurang satu.
Sangkel.
Oke bang.
Login.
Lu nickname-nya siapa aja? Gue lupa gua. Gue yang inget si Noval, Marvin, Bang Nathan. Terus siapa ya? Ada lagi yang gue inget, gue cuma beberapa doang. Yang mau ikut mabar tinggal tulis ID-nya guys ya di kolom komentar atau nama nickname kalian guys. Kurang satu nih guys kalau mau ikut nih. Seva Super Tank bang, itu teman saya lagi login. Oh iya, si Seva ya. Lupa gua udah sehari nggak nge-live, lupa gua nama-namanya asli, sumpah dah. Gua kemarin lagi ada lemburan guys, jadi gua nggak nge-live. Ikut bang, woi sapi. Yang selalu nemenin kita juga ini ya Bang Nathan. Bentar ya Sapi ya, slotnya penuh tuh. Soalnya sama moderator gua juga tuh, biar nutupin itu slotnya. Nanti habis ini Sapi ya. Ini sekali cocok di luar habis hujan dingin set masuk angin gua lama-lama nih. Sabar ya Sapi ya, dari legend sampai mythic lu si Sapi lu gila. 2 kali live ngikut aja. Ya Sapi ya. Dari legend 2 kalau nggak salah. Udah mythic berapa Safi? Komen terakhir kalau nggak salah sama gua baru apa? Kalau baru mythic apa namanya? Iya baru grading. Masih grading. Belum ada bintangnya emang Safi.
Please ban a hero.
Gue baru live juga kok, tenang aja. Kelar paling ya sekitar jam 10-an atau setengah 11-an. Soalnya gue dinas malam Sapi.
Please pick a hero.
Jelas. Mau mana apa cok? In jungle ini. Apa sih? Elhin jungle. Oh Cicin. Cica pemain jela.
Let's hear from the crowd. Make some noise for yours truly.
It is in despair that I see the fondest hopes.
I, Minotaur,
Your team
will finish
is
off
picking.
what was left undone.
Ay, Minotaur. Lo mau mana? Lagi. Ya udah gue menteng berarti.
Let me tell you some basics of science.
My magic flows as freely as
The
the
enemy
wind.
is picking.
Kita pakai itu dulu ya guys ya, kita ngetengin dulu guys.
Light me up and watch the world burn!
Nathan kalau gue pakai perisai tembus kayak. Jadi kalau pakai ulti,
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Please pick a hero.
mereka nggak bisa masuk. Sikat barudak.
I will protect you.
There's always a chance for a comeback.
Anjay kena kendoran terus guys, kalau kata gue guys, kampret. Bidi, gue memang kah? Captain Jungler.
Swear to God, man, I'ma make it soon. Silence all the haters as they see us making moves. I do what I want, so I got nothing to prove. Staying motivated, teaching others what to do. I'm staying focused, my mind is open. They start to notice that I'm in motion. There is no potion, you're not just trying.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed!
Real strength comes from shielding others. Just as steel toughens in the fire, tough challenges make me even stronger. Acknowledging my weaknesses doesn't diminish my strength.
Enemy missing!
Jika juga.
Give it your all! I got everyone's back.
Tenang. Ada Mino tuh, lihat nggak?
I won't back down. Get behind me. Outfit, check. Energy, check. I'm all set for the mission. In my hand, I hold a connection to the city.
Mana?
Numenon's flame works and neither will I.
Ya.
I'm totally okay. No worries.
Ada tato. Sabar, gua tato dulu.
Enemy missing!
Despite being a half-elf, the people of Eurydice see me for who I am.
Saat banget Minonya, Cok.
Don't worry, my friends. I am your shield. Press on!
Gue sekat banget Minonya, sumpah.
An enemy has been slain! You have slain an enemy!
Sikat barudak.
An ally has slain!
Anjing. Gak bisa disetrum. Ah, ini kendor-kendoran itunya, gatonya setan. Kabar ya. Gue join.
Enemy missing!
Minonya nggak ada, hilang sama Edora-nya. Awas balik. Ada orang.
In the radiant furnaces and bricks, I get the hang of it.
Ada yang mau kesini nih.
Numenon, Flux! Press
Ada orang.
Bunuh dia, Cici.
Nolan.
Casan.
Mata nani.
Enemy has been slain!
Otak.
You have slain an enemy.
You won't harm my friends.
Bikin dia gembel. Oh, ini natanya nggak itu ya.
Launch attack. Killing spree.
Get behind me. I won't back down.
Mati nih dia nih. Kalau nggak mau recall.
Rocket hammer.
Aduh.
Hari execute.
Ngapain lu ini?
Get behind me.
Karat.
An enemy has been slain.
Bos. Balik ada turtle.
The enemy has slain the turtle.
Sabar nih dua cok, masalah cok. Karat cok. Nah, anjing, dikit lagi cok.
Raising my shield for others is what I was born to do.
Ya lo mau kemana anjing? Jangan bingung cok. Udah Edora ya, Manatan Edora. Lihat tiga.
Just as steel toughens in the fire, tough challenges make me even stronger.
Missing.
Enemy missing. Give it your all. Slain.
Udah retri tuh.
Wih, ada foto
sekarang,
pakai healing juga pula anjing ini.
Ayo hancurin yuk.
The Numenon core pulses vibrantly like the heart of the Erudition. Get behind me.
Ini gue dapet tolong.
Launch
Mau nggak nih?
attack.
Ult is not ready. Numenon, Flux. Leave it to me.
Slain. You have been slain.
Mati sih. Ah, Dedor.
Turret has been destroyed.
Dedor.
Our turret is under attack.
I will keep going until everyone is safe.
The enemy has slain the turtle.
In my hands, I hold a connection to the city. Press on!
Enemy missing.
Acknowledging my weaknesses doesn't diminish my strength.
Ally has been slain.
Weh, malah pembunuh.
Rocket hammer! Get behind me! Press on!
An enemy has been slain.
Bodo amat emang, pada ngebukin Nino. Anjing. Si Madus kena strum iya anjay. Order.
Our turret has been destroyed. Our turret is under attack.
I will keep going until everyone is safe.
Enemy rampage.
Cik.
Our turret is under attack.
Ya elah mau benjol lagi.
In the radiant furnace's embrace, I find strength to overcome change.
Balik.
Our turret is under attack.
Aja nih, Bro.
Has been destroyed.
Iya nih.
Humanon Flux!
Anjir, gak mati cok. Katanya sekarat banget. Ngelot dong.
The enemy has slain
I
Lord.
must get back on my feet. Ha! Get behind me!
Sabar ya.
Leave it to me! Our turret is under attack. I've got everyone's back. Numenon's lane won't waver, and neither will I. I won't back down. Leave it to me. Numenon Flux!
Kenapa?
Get behind me.
Wah.
Enemy double. Our turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed. Your turret is under attack. Our turret is under attack. Has been destroyed. Ally has been slain. Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed.
Saya emang sakit guys ya. Makanya gua ada manusia tuh sakit.
Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
Iya anjir gua.
Iya cok, saya lagi sakit cok. Lagi di bawah. Gak bisa. Emang lagi OP guys. Makanya gua demen make Xia itu kayak gitu enak. Kalau lagi war tuh dia tinggal ulti doang. Dibanding Bruno sama ini ya, sama Claude ya guys. Enak dia dari belakang tinggal ulti doang, der ulti flicker udah musuh tewas pasti guys. Lebih dominan apa Ixia gua dibanding Claude sama itu sama Bruno. Jadi tai kalau itu. Kalau jadi Xia tuh mantep banget. Tinggal dari belakang aja udah. Der ya.
okay. Oh, I'll be okay. Cause I know just what I'm capable of. You can leave it. Believe in never giving up. I don't need someone.
Apa sih?
I work harder than the rest, smarter than the best. Every day is a test, but I stay obsessed. Maintain progress, keep away from the stress, cause I want nothing less, yeah. I keep moving on, every single day is another gone. Every single day write another song, so one day I'll play with the best is on. Okay, I know my path, not just an artist, I'm doing math. Not just charting, I have to add, cause I'm not just an art kid, I'm a brand, so I'm working hard. Thinking smart, taking action with passion and using heart. Getting traction, reaction, just a start. No distractions, attracted to your heart, yeah.
Bawak cicinnya beng-beng. Apa-apa, namanya juga permainan. Udah biasa menang kalah. Tahan dulu ya Marvin ya, segame lagi nih ya. Sabar ya Marvin ya.
Let's go. I'ma make a couple stacks, do exactly what I want to. Mix a couple tracks, get a lady that I'm drawn to. Turn up to the max, keep me fading till I'm gone. I do what I want, couldn't stop me.
Siapa yang nge-review?
I just work hard, yeah, harder than people say I'm lucky, others saying that I'm blessed. But I keep my head down, cause I crave progress. You ain't never gonna stop me, cause it's my conquest. And I'm never gonna rest, yeah. And y'all don't know that I'm a soldier. I always felt like I'm a loner when everybody thinks they know ya, and y'all don't even know I own ya. And now I'm ready taking over, cause every day I'm getting closer. Just look at everything I'll show ya. And now I'm ready, I'ma blow up.
Nggak tahu air ini lama. Main MM aja bang. Ayo nanti ya, gua gantian soalnya.
Please ban a hero.
Ya enakan masa gua main MM mulu ya kan. Gantian sama yang lain aja guys.
Your team is banning.
Lu mau main MM?
The enemy is picking.
Enemy is picking.
Enggak jadi makanan juga. Belum pakai natan anjing.
Lo beli skin.
I am he and always
Please
will
pick
be,
a hero.
no matter what.
Yinto.
It's destined.
It's Justin.
The enemy is picking.
Paramis.
To live is to trick the Reaper.
Cici nih, komen cici nih boy. Gak sikat baru dong.
Minotaur will
Your
finish
team
off
is
what was
picking.
left undone.
Let's hear from the crowd. Make some noise for yours truly.
Popple and Koopa are the best partners
The enemy
in the world.
is picking.
My blade strikes like a splitting wind.
Langsung oke ah.
I'm the flare that's gonna light up
Your
the
team
entire
is picking.
star.
Tell you some basics of science.
Science. Alpanya lah, keluarin dong. Ah ini gue Elgato gue mulu guys.
Lumayan, Korea.
Kue pun.
Lah, berarti kan ini.
Dah. Bagus.
Welcome to Mobile Legends. 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed.
CC and Yo-Yo, ready to set the stage on fire.
Anjir kira gua mau cutting kampret.
Let's dance.
Okay.
Renyah nih.
Relax.
Apanya
you're on
renyah?
the show.
Boleh, kelas banget ini cocok.
Get him, Yo-Yo. Up and over.
Preman kampung.
First blood.
Perfect.
Ah, thank you
Stop
Nova.
being a party pooper. Lights, camera, action.
Ada itu sih, ada alter sih.
Don't interrupt my show.
Ya, udah segitu ya. Lagi ngebuff nih dia.
Sing, Yo-Yo.
barat tuh linknya tuh. Lompat sabar.
An ally has slain the ally has been slain. The show isn't over yet. You are not invited.
Mati kan tadi linknya ya?
Don't interrupt my show. Ha! Come join the fun. Yeah.
Nggak tahu.
Let's dance. Ally has been slain. Ready for my showstopper? Get him, Yo-Yo! Slain an enemy.
Gua tahu dia silbot itu guys. Dia mau bikin silbot itu si Ian-nya, gua tahu.
You are not invited.
Ini cicil aja makanya.
Up, the show isn't over yet. An enemy has been slain.
Bawa tiga.
Ult is not ready.
Missing tuh.
Whenever I step into the spotlight, I feel like I'm home. Up and over.
Ah, lagi.
Slain.
Udah setun tuh. Udah setun udah ulti Ian-nya.
Udah paling.
Ya tinggal bunuh lah.
Oke. Mas bekas sisir rambut kemana? Itunya sisir sama tempatnya. Manain.
Lost attack.
Ya nggak berani tuh.
Ally has been slain. Happiness is the warmth of a smile and the sparkle in Yo-Yo's eyes. Ha! An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Hah?
You destroy the turret. Up and over. Spin, Yo-Yo.
Hancurin turret dulu aja. Biar luasa mainnya.
Relax, you're a part of my show.
Gak ada biru anjir.
Ini baru datang aja guys.
Spin, Yo-Yo, spin. Lights, camera, ready, action.
Di sini gua makan nih.
Don't worry. Just be happy. Our turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. Our turret is under attack. Me and Yo-Yo have been performing as long as I can remember.
Sikat aja gini nih. Bot ya.
An ally has slain the turret. Get ready for the
Oh, dikeroyok.
You have been slain. You must double kill.
Sekat banget ini anjay. Halo bang, halo.
Gigit.
Apanya digigit?
A good show never ends. Our turret has been destroyed. Launch attack. Up and killing spree.
Sikat aja bos, triple kill bos.
Double kill. Night night. Your team destroyed the turret.
Ada ulti lagi. Ada aja.
Lights, camera, action.
Sabar guys ya. Gue beli antik beras dulu buat si ini nih, si ini.
You ready for my showstopper?
Ini lu anjay.
Wow, you're part of my show.
Lu kalau nggak ada battle spell mah ya elah. Ngadain kering lu.
An enemy has been slain. Every day is a chance to be the hero of your own story. Show isn't over yet.
Ini lu anjing. Bangsat. Matiin dia. Nah. Ternyata masih ada Petrinya, kampret. Gue paling demen guys, bewan gitu guys. Kalau main paling demen gue. Elot gak sih?
Not my curtain call yet. Your team destroyed the turret. Launch attack.
Elot gua acak-acak nih.
Wait for me.
Up and over. Onward and upward. Our adventure is a never-ending party. Ally has been slain.
Set aja, set. Sabar gua nyari itu dulu.
Don't worry. Your team destroyed the turret.
Ah, mampus lu, nggak usah manjat-manjat anjay. Dikat aja bos. Anjir, ada MM coy ya. Ih, sekarat banget cok, ini tes. Ah. Balik. Ada itu. Nah, mati. Wuhu. Kabel kelapa tuh. Ini loh.
It's not my curtain call yet.
Apa sih lo, Val?
Up and over.
Marah aja.
Ult is ready. Show isn't over yet.
Jauh itu. Lo lihat guys. Udah ulti ya para Miss Mino.
Hardinya masih aja mau ngeduelin Jin anjir. Bangke. Mati gue kedua kali.
Alin tuh.
counterattacks. Perfect for the next act. Monster kill.
Ada sih.
Mampus gue dapet. Mati lo.
Cikat baru dak. Nah, manis sekali dan indah guys ya.
It's not a perfect stage unless it's bursting with lights and color. Hey.
1, 2, 3 and the victory guys. Cikat bosku. Cikat bosku, aja lagi bosku.
Your team destroyed a turret. Your team destroyed a turret. You have been slain.
Lu gak sepuan salah. Iya dia ada ini, ada Petri. Ada Petri cuy tadi.
Initiate retreat.
Bukan dapat link tadi. Enggak.
Itu biru bisa enggak? Nah, harlenya masih di biru tuh.
9:30.
Mati dong gua. Please.
Die, pergi die.
It's not my curtain call
Die,
yet.
pergi die. Mati sih.
Happiness is the warmth of a smile and the sparkle in Yo-Yo's eyes. Every day is a chance to be the hero of your own story. Ready for
Nggak
a
retri tuh.
showstopper? An enemy has been slain. Spin, Yo-Yo, spin! Today's forecast? Sunny, of course. Spin, Yo-Yo, spin! Let's dance.
Bisa rahasia nggak? Bisa nggak? Bisa rahasia.
Me and Yo-Yo have been performing as long as I can remember.
Tek, Bob.
Attack forward.
Oh, head. Katanya warak.
Ngapain? Ngapain masih?
Mau ngapain sih boy? Boy, jangan kaki boy.
Sang.
Tek lah boy.
Launch attack. Spin, Yo-Yo, spin!
Luar. Benar tuh.
Aduh anjay, lu jauh banget sih lu pada.
Lights, camera,
Nggak nyampe tuh.
action! Ready for my showstopper? Get it, Yo-Yo! Spin, Yo-Yo,
Gua mau kemana aja udah. Pengen gangsing guys ya.
victory!
Wah 110 guys aja. Ajak aku. Thank you ya buat Sakel,
Sometimes you can tell a
terus
person is special the
siapa
first
tadi?
time you meet them.
Elvira, sama ya udah itu doang ya. Ayo Marvin, Nopal nih. Thank you ya Elvira ya, sama Sakel ya, sama Sapi. Sapi lu mau main gak? Jadi main gak lu? Sapi 021 ya. Marvin 021. Ajak aku. Nanti segame ini ya Noval ya. Gantian siapa si Elvira ya, gantian ya. Udah WSK hari ini. Alhamdulillah udah. Pelan-pelan. Si main gak lu? Apa gua ngajak si Noval nih? Oke Noval, main gak lu? Thank you ya Sakel ya, untuk 2 game ya sama si Elvira ya. Thank you banget. Let's go. Kopi gue di depan cok. Ngambil kopi gue dulu. Ada. Kayak di puncak nih. Udah kayak di puncak anjay. Alhamdulillah. Ngopi bang, ngopi. Belum ngopi aja dulu. Diracik kopinya.
Please ban a hero.
Apa sih guys kalau itu? Nathan.
Your team is banning. Please pick a hero.
Gue ya.
Hope will find a way, even when all is forlorn.
Let's play together.
Main bersama.
Please pick a hero.
Kuproy, si Kuproy. Ayo Marvin, tunjukkan aksimu. guys ya, timpah aja guys.
It's my way or the highway.
I will choose my own path.
The enemy is picking.
Musuhnya pasti Claude guys. Kalau nggak Claude ya Bruno udah. Yang kalau habis ngelihat tadi ya, apa sih kucur ya? Sampai jam berapa bang? Sampai jam 10 kalau nggak sampai setengah 11. Thank you ya Elvira ya. Makasih banyak ya untuk 2 game ya.
The night sky tells all.
Gas Safi.
I am me and always will be.
Soalnya gua lagi
no
dinas
matter
malam
what.
gua. Gendong aku bang, aku naik glory. Iya kah? Insya Allah ya.
Ready, go.
Ready go. Skylar nih cok, lewat cok. Cocok. Coffee dan chill. Apa tuh artinya tuh? Squad guys. Lawan squad petir Zeus anjay. Sa kecilin sa. Kopi Rex antar sa.
Welcome to Mobile Legends. 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed. This town ain't big enough for 2 crews. Don't worry, this ain't my first rodeo. Unstable network.
Oke bosku.
The name's Ixia. Remember.
Buset 14-an cok upranya pacingan. Aha, ayo. Lalu jangan ditinggalin bos. Ih, dikit lagi bos. Biarin gua kasih gerobak. Lu kupra nggak mau
I'm coming for ya. Initiate retreat.
Oh sini sih boy.
Let's show them we mean business. Initiate retreat.
Sikat. Anjay.
Request backup.
Pulanglah sayang.
The more they look down, the more motivated I get.
Karat coba ini nggak?
Just stand back and watch me work.
Hahaha, itu teknik ancaman gitu.
Take a dirt now. A new gadget to tinker with.
Aduh, ngelek cok. Ngelek, sorry ya, Marvin.
Gather up the turtle.
Sorry ya Mario, jelek banget cok. Gua nggak tahu kenapa. Udah ada mana anjay?
This is a Suka.
Apaan sih lu? Berapa?
Even the smallest speck of sand can become a sandstorm. Gather up the turtle!
Claude mah Claude cok. Wih mati.
An enemy has been slain.
Mau kemana
Here
ya?
comes the fireworks.
Nah,
I
flicker
don't
lagi
play
lu
by the
ya.
rules.
Gak ada kata flicker lagi lu Lela.
An ally has slain the turtle.
Ah, mana lu Lela?
Retreat.
Ah,
Take a
kata
dirt
flicker lu.
nap.
Initiate retreat.
Aman, tenang.
It feels good to be bad.
Anjay, flicker juga cok.
Even the brightest minds of Erudicio have to recognize my
Ih, 12 detik, Cok.
ingenuity.
Ah,
Ally has
nggak gitu juga lah Marvin, kampret.
attack. Let's show them we mean business.
Sabar. Ayo clearin.
Initiate retreat.
Ayo clearin. Nah, clearin aja nggak apa-apa. Yalah makin miskin cocok. Ayo gua datang.
Mayhem is a great source of inspiration.
Launch attack.
One eye open. Does this come with instructions?
Manis sekali boy.
Be yourself.
Launch attack.
Ah, gimana lah?
Nothing like a good battlefield test my latest invention.
Nah, sabetan maut guys ya.
Gather up the turtle. Stay down.
Launch attack. Double kill.
Good guys never win.
Launch attack.
Dikat baru dah.
Comes the fireworks.
Killing spree.
Apa lu ah? Gua sikat tuh weh. Ah. Dikat baru dah. Ini cok, sekarang cok. Sumpah cok.
Stay down.
Gakil guys ya.
Mayhem is a great source of inspiration.
Spree.
Dikat boy. Nah, dikat boy. Dikat tapi. Ah, darah.
Be yourself and blaze your own trail.
Ulang ada mana cok?
All patched up.
Okay.
Just stand back and watch me work.
Launch attack. Request backup. Launch attack. Okay.
Remember it.
Ult is ready.
Dikat baru dah. Dikat rame cok. Dikat boy, nggak usah takut boy ya. Gak usah takut boy ya, double kill. Anjay nggak mau double kill bos. Nggak usah takut bos. Nah itu dia, kasih pamoy. Nah. Ikat berat.
This ain't my first rodeo.
Ikat banget. Nah, cantik dan indah boy ya.
Request backup.
Sabar tapi. Lanjut turut dulu nih. OTW bosku. Mari ya. Habis cok. Nah itu dia boy. Sikat baru dak. Ngapain lagi dia boy. Sikat bosku.
Let's show we mean business. Monster kill.
Sikat bosku, ajar aja bosku. Sikat bosku. Anjos lelanya nembakin roket cok. Wih ngelek cok anjay. Tuh ya 285 cok anjir sinyalnya cok.
Unstable network. Isn't starting over part of
Iya
the
cok,
fun?
aduh sinyalnya pahit banget cok.
Unstable network.
Sekarang gue pakai wifi loh.
Nothing like a good battlefield test my latest invention.
Dulu lah maafin. Sabar saya.
Even the smallest speck of sand can become a sandstorm. Killing spree. Slain.
Sabar Nopal.
The more they look down on me, the more motivated. Does this come with instructions? Even the brightest minds
Dikat Nopal.
have to recognize my ingenuity. Gather up the Lord.
Ayo lot, ayo lot.
Request backup.
Sini lot.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Aku udah double kill cok.
It feels good to be bad.
Sikat Nopal. Sikat Nopal. Nah. Tepuk tangan dulu boy. Ayo tek. Tek bosku.
Even the smallest speck of sand can become a sandstorm.
Gua ada ulti, tenang, gua ada ulti. Dikat. Apa ini boy? Ini kupranya nyokit nih. Maafin, nah. Enggak itu juga, enggak disemprot juga gua sama.
Take a dirt nap.
Si maafin malah dilewatin kupranya. Makan aja tadi. Dikat Marvin.
Nothing like a good battlefield test my latest invention.
WON ya guys. Anjing WON ya guys.
Slain an enemy. Gadget to tinker with. The name's Ixia. Your enemy has been slain.
Aduh, gua mati, Cok. Aduh. Sabar boy, lalu gua jadi darah dulu boy. Gua ada darah boy. Aduh nggak mau dimakan.
Don't worry, this ain't my first rodeo. Your team destroyed a turret.
Gak apa-apa, sikat aja guys.
Your team destroyed a turret. Initiate retreat.
Gua nyari darah dulu guys. Ada darah, Cok.
The more they look down, the more initiate retreat. On my way. I'll play by the rules. Killing spree.
Gokil boy, banyak dong. Boleh nggak kakak? Nah, udah lah, wepot lah ya. Anjas. Gimana bos? Ya kan? Apa gua bilang? Enak Iksia gitu doang guys. Dadar. Dari belakang guys. Apa nih Marvin? Doder bang. Ya Marvin doder lah Marvin. Bang Nathan lagi libur ya? Mau main nggak bang? Tapi ini segame lagi sih. Kan 2 game. Enggak, itu udah jatuh kesenggol.
Please ban a hero.
Please ban my hero.
Your team is banning. Please pick a hero.
Aurora, Cok, mau Cok? Aurora Nana, Cok. Aurora guys ya. Tapi ada Nana, Cok.
As fleeting as a snowflake's breath, as timeless as a glacier's heart.
Love and hope are the two greatest inventions. Make some noise for yours truly.
Mati, Cok. Next pick enak gimana? Boleh sayang. Boleh sayang. Yuk kita combo yuk.
It's my way or the highway.
Sikat Atlas.
The hunt begins.
The enemy is picking.
Kode pakai kode.
I've been waiting for too
Your
long.
team is
Mas
picking.
atas bang, nggak apa-apa, santai. Yang penting win.
Alpha is online.
Seru ini.
I am the power of light incarnate.
Boring Atlas. Boy.
Hope will find a way, even when all is forlorn.
Apa tuh? Sikat. Head Angel. Oh dia anu Cici ya. Jungler Cici. Dingin banget anjay. Kuping-kuping, Cok. Di luar dingin, di dalam bisa pakai AC juga pula. Aduh, guys.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed.
Mayhem is a great source. This town ain't big enough for 2 crews. Nothing like a good battle to field test my latest invention.
The name's Ixia. Remember it. Request backup.
It feels good to be bad.
Aduh, sabarlah sayang, maafin.
I don't play by the rules. The more they look down on me, the more motivated I get. Don't worry, this ain't my first rodeo. A new gadget to tinker with.
Gua kayaknya dia nggak pulang-pulang guys ya, bro.
First blood.
Gua lagi beli item
Woi Martin, malah clear mid anjir.
Martin, gue dapet Cok. Siapa nih lebih?
Sorry.
Martin. Aduh lo ya, karena musuhnya Angel lah guys, kita pakai ini dulu guys.
Gather at the turtle. Let's show them we mean business.
Oke, kita dapat level 4 guys ya. Kita pulang dulu guys, karena anjelannya di bawah guys.
Be yourself and blaze your own trail.
Launch attack. The enemy has slain the turtle.
Mati dong Cok, udah. Rekur Cok.
Has been slain.
Sabar guys ya. Selau.
Just
Tahan
stand
napas
back
guys.
and watch me work.
Poin guys. Diambil.
Take a dirt nap.
Gitu cara lo ya. Kasih.
Launch attack.
Sabar. Dia 3 itu.
Even the smallest speck of sand can become a sandstorm.
Enemy missing.
Oh, itunya di sini.
Launch attack.
Even the brightest minds of Erudicio have to recognize my ingenuity.
Orang terlalu nafsu, terlalu pede guys.
The name's
Gitu, guys.
Ixia. Remember.
Cakep. Aman aja bang,
Just
tenang bang.
stand back and watch me work.
Pelan-pelan aja, pelan-pelan. Tarik. Itu ditarik.
The more they look down on me, the more money.
Karet banget sih.
Mlbb is a great source of inspiration. Oh, it's not ready. This is a Jika. Does this come with instructions?
Ketarkol situ.
Ult is not ready. I'm coming for ya.
Launch attack.
Ya, katanya ABD guys. Katanya dia ABD guys.
Feels good to be bad. On my way. Ult is not ready. Even the brightest minds of Erudicio have to recognize my
Destroy the
ingenuity.
turret.
Anjos.
An
Up.
ally has slain the turtle.
Aduh, nggak apa-apa yang penting hancur powernya guys.
An enemy has been slain.
Kaget gue udah cicing, nggak ada enemy missing, kampret.
Back up.
Ult is not ready. Sorry.
Don't worry, santai.
Let's get back in the saddle.
Aduh, nggak kena lagi alpanya. Slow.
Enemy missing.
Slow boy. Kita duitnya masih kaya ya, cuma 300 doang sih kayaknya sih.
Even the smallest speck of sand can become a sandstorm.
Nah, tek yuk.
Launch attack. Request backup.
Tek woi.
Launch attack. Ally has been slain. Ally has been slain.
Aduh anjay. Apaan itu isinya begitu, Cok?
Our turret has been destroyed. Backup. Our turret is under
Get
attack.
back in the saddle.
Santai, duit gua masih menang, guys.
Backup.
Gas.
Launch attack.
Boy.
Take a shot.
Ya. Ngelek dong, anjay. Aduh, ngelek guys. Apaan sih ping gua ngelek, Cok? Goblok.
Our turret has been destroyed.
Jual 85, Cok. Anjir, bisa begitu bangke lah. Jual rata tuh. Berkalinya goceng kan anjing.
It feels good to be bad.
Sabar guys ya, slow.
Bang, emang nih makan minum mulu anjay.
Mayhem is a great source of inspiration.
Jangan sih, malah pada mundur anjing yang
Launch attack. Even the smallest speck of sand can become a sandstorm.
Sabar. Ini gue take down dulu nih si ininya nih. Aduh. Karinya sekarat banget, cok. Terlalu tadi dulu gua. Kalau emang gampang, cok. Gua mau itu dulu di AS dulu, cok.
Isn't starting over part of the fun?
Biar bisa ngebunuh Angelanya, cok.
Has slain Lord.
Balik.
Initiate retreat. Your team destroyed the turret.
Selau.
Don't worry, this ain't my first rodeo.
Tarik dong. Oh, kita ada kaca juga.
The name's Ixia. Remember it. Request backup. Launch attack. Nothing like turret under
kan. Nice banget, cok. Itu cok, ya tadi cok, ya kan. Itu dia. Komen nge-lag bang. Iya ini, bang. Gak tahu ya gua yang error apa dari game ya. Bingung gua juga bang. Tarik, siapa dia? Aja boy. Apa aja, makan aja.
Stand back and watch me work.
Aduh, nggak kena.
It feels good to be bad.
Uye. Balik.
Mayhem is a great source of inspiration. I don't play my attack.
Sabar guys, nunggu momen guys.
Even the smallest speck of sand can become a sandstorm. Request backup. Even the brightest minds of Erudicio have to recognize my ingenuity. Launch attack.
Jauhet, makan.
Launch attack.
Tangkap. Aduh, nggak boleh tangkap boy.
Gather up the Lord. Nothing like a field test my latest invention. Initiate retreat. Has been slain. Just stand back and watch me work. Here comes the fireworks. Killing
Langsung aja guys.
The more they look down on me, the more motivated.
Selalu guys, kita juga musuhnya kena
Don't
feeder guys.
worry,
Senang.
this ain't my first rodeo.
Makan aja cok. Nggak kena lagi.
Ini kan nggak naik.
Ult is not ready.
Apanya? Nah.
Coy.
Tinggal cicinya nih, PR nih guys ya. Sabar guys ya. Oke, kita bunuh guys.
Nothing like a good battlefield test my latest invention.
Tinggal cicinya nih. Gue sih masih bisa.
It feels good to be bad. Mayhem is a under inspiration.
Sikat boy.
Even the smallest speck of sand can become a sandstorm. I'm coming for ya. Ally has been
Mana.
Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed.
Mana.
Our base is under attack. This is a Jika.
Anjing langsung mati coba. Takon gua. Minion guys. Bangke. Ya itu assassin cok. Sakit banget tadi. Sabar. Tunggu gua guys. Iya cok, lembek itu joletnya.
Let's get back in the saddle. The name's Ixia. Gather up the Lord.
Coy.
Request backup. I don't play by the rules. Launch attack. Request backup.
Ayo dong.
Launch attack. Just stand back and watch me work.
Ah, nge-lag cok tuh kan bangke.
Unstable network.
Astaga.
The enemy has slain Lord. Take a dirt nap. Request backup. Request backup. The more they look down on me, the more motivated I get. I'm coming for you. Slain an enemy. Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Let's show them the business. Our turret has been destroyed.
Lotnya cok. Lu sama gue nempel anjay. Banyak banget minionnya cok.
Launch attack.
Bentar. Tar dulu, gue isi mana dulu guys.
Even the brightest minds of Erudicio
tarik siapa aja?
recognize my ingenuity.
Hai boy, tarik siapa aja.
Don't worry, this ain't my first rodeo. Take a dirt nap. Launch attack.
Ayo Nopal, tarik Nopal.
Mayhem is a great source of inspiration.
Tarik.
Launch attack. It feels good to be bad.
Aduh, guanya nggak dijagain boy. Jelek banget boy. Jelek banget boy, warna boy. Aduh, gua ngelek guys, sumpah guys tuh. Jumping, anjay nggak tahu kenapa guys. Lihat ya tuh. Jadi nggak pede, kampret mana. Ngelek tuh. Minion dong. Minion guys, gua datang guys. Nice banget tuh. Minion please, minion. Minion guys, ya Tuhan. Aduh, gua dateng padahal cok. Aduh. Ngelek guys, nggak enak ya mainnya. Kampret dah. Sumpah lah. Aduh, kenapa guys ya tuh? Loading guys, order. Tadi dulu Marvin, gua ngelek tuh, cok. Nggak tahu kenapa. Tumben banget, cok. Gue MVP cium, matamu MVP lu coklat kupret. Ya udahlah, next Atlas. Bukan gitu, cok. Masalahnya dulu lihat punya gua loading mulu aja. Ngelek, cok. Ya Allah, bangke. Kayaknya wifi gua lagi ngelek, guys. Kayaknya ya, tapi nggak tahu sih, tadi gua 2 game aman, cok.
Sometimes you can tell a person is special the first time you meet them.
Tadi kombonya kita jelek, guys.
Aja sama Ruby semua nariknya bareng dengan sama buat orang lain anjing.
Gue tadi beneran deh, sumpah tadi kalau kita ngebantai kajanya dulu guys, itu kemungkinan kita menang guys. Tadi atan lu tarik aja tuh berdua tuh kajanya guys, makan aja dulu. Kaja siapa? Jauhet ya? Jauhetnya makan dulu.
Narik.
Iya cok. Main tarik tambang anjing, Ruby tarik, kajanya narik juga. Si Nopal nih bener-bener nih.
Yang lain salah satu gitu ya.
Iya. Aduh. Tapi gua nge-lag juga sih, faktor juga nge-lag juga sih. Mabar gratis gak nih? Iyalah. Tapi gua mau udahan guys, karena gue juga ada dinas kerja. Pertama di kerja, terus gua cek wifi dulu guys. Wifi gua kayaknya problem dah. Agak-agak nge-lag dikit dah. Soalnya tadi gua main berapa? 3 game ya kita ya? Main 3 game aman. Nah yang ini parah nih, lag-nya cok. Nggak performa gua mainnya, main Xia jadinya. Sorry ya. Udah gitu ditambah main tarik-tarikan lagi, main tarik tambang. Habis wifi-nya. Bukan habis cok. Ya udah baru mau bagi 1 juta emang iya. Thank you. Iya, sama-sama. Ya udah, thank you ya Sapi ya. Tadi Sapi ya? Iya Sapi ya. Sapi, Marvin, terus Nopal. Thank you ya untuk 2 game ya. Tarik tambah dulu. Tarik tambah Bang Jojo. Terus Bang Nathan, thank you udah hadir ya. Thank you semua yang udah mau nonton. Thank you juga untuk push like-nya ya guys. Gua cek wifi dulu dah. Gua besok baru kalau wifi aman baru kita enak. Ya. Oh ya guys, nanti kan ada apa sih Onyx ya? Nah, ini gua live-nya nggak gua matiin, cuman kita lanjut nonton Onyx ya. Karena setengah 12 mainnya guys. Kalau nggak salah ya, setengah 12. Gua nggak lihat kalau Robby Room. Lah, masa nggak ngeliat, Cok? Tetap ini live, cuman gua sama Bari udahan. Gua ada dinas, kalian cek wifi guys. Oke guys. Thank you ya guys ya. See you next live video. Dadah. Udah tuh. Gimana Ki itunya? Anin dulu nih. Nggak tahu.
Belum mulai Blacklist. Apa tuh namanya?
Game of itu.
Oh. Lah udah main anjir Blacklist. Udah mau match 2. 15 menit lagi match keduanya. Iya gak sih? Belum ya?
Ini kapan anjir? Ini kapan? Highlightnya?
Gak tahu. Ya kan kayak udah anjir. Gak bisa. Iya tuh yang kemarin nih.
Grup C. Ding dong ding, ding dong ding. Kupi. Uno aja.
Games of the future.
Onyx Esports. Iya ya, Haji jadi Rom ya?
Anjir main rom kan?
Nanti grill anjir. Ada lagi. Kocak. Banget lagi besok lawannya kayak keren kok. Pantai. Ngeri banget lagi apa brand anjir main.
Ya ini nih. Apa brand Onyx nih?
Onyx kayaknya udah pasti final ya. Kalau ketemunya Blacklist. Lagi Blacklistnya roster baru. Energi doang nih, ini. Roster baru guys, ketemu apa brand yang gila.
Games of the future. Games of the future.
Welcome back to the Games of Future. We're here in the quarterfinals, second half of the day. We've had some big games so far, and we got some possibly bigger games coming up. My name's Trex. Joining with me today is G the A-Co. It's been a while since we've been on the desk together. How are you doing today, man?
I'm doing good, man. It might have been a while since we've been on the desk together, but we grew Mlbb and NA together. So this is like, you know, we're talking about the games, but this is kind of bittersweetness for me because, like, I'm getting to see you again and me on a desk. Like, this is, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity again.
They weren't
cry, Trax. Don't cry.
They weren't ready for this at all. They were not ready for this. But here we are at Games of Future, and it has been an amazing several days. I've been waking up at 5 a.m. every morning to catch these games. From group stages to now, yes, there's been a lot of sweeps, I would say, a little more than I would like, but the games have definitely been hype, and there's been a lot of teams that have showed up, G.
Yeah, that is true, and I mean, I've been there, man. I've been casting non-stop, it seems, but it's been a great experience. And these teams, man, they have been fighting their way up this bracket. Though most of them are sweeps, they're not normally clean, right? Like, I mean, you can say 2-0s, but they fight. Like, they bring everything that they possibly can to these battles, and I've seen teams pressed against the wall and have to fight back so hard to be able to get that pushback and to be able to do that 2-0 sweeps.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of some of those teams that have had their backs pressed against the wall, the two teams that we're about to watch, Fireflux versus Blacklist, we saw that exact thing. Fireflux in game 1 was so close to grabbing that victory. So close, had them pinned up against the wall, but all it takes sometimes is one implosion from Haji and everything crumbles. And that has, I feel like that has been the storyline of just Games of Future in general. We've seen a lot of the maybe B-tier, C-tier teams almost get the wins, but then those stronger teams get those clutch moments where they take the game back into their hands. So what I'm wondering today is, like, can Fireflux break through that barrier today? It's definitely not going to be easy.
It's not going to be easy, but to kind of build off of what you were talking about, I mean, we've seen in that very first game, it literally only took that one implosion to do it. And I mean, they had a plan in mind when they stormed Blacklist the first time. I can only imagine that being the time that it's taken to face Blacklist once again, they've probably taken back to the drawing board. I can only imagine that they have plans drawn up to be able to take this down. We were kind of talking behind the scenes, me and Trex here, and we were saying, like, how big this rivalry has, like, just been, like, growing non-stop. And with Trex being at M5, he kind of has a little bit of the scoop. You want to build off of that?
Yeah, I mean, this has definitely been a rivalry built up over the past year. One that I think a lot of us never knew we wanted. We start back in M4 where Rosa talked about the biggest team that Rosa wanted to go against was Blacklist. Not because she saw them as an enemy, but because Blacklist was a team that kind of inspired some of their strategies. So what happens in M5? Rosa gets the wish come true. They face off in group stage, and Fireflux gets the win. Not just a win, but a 2-0. But revenge is always bittersweet because then Blacklist comes up, meets them in the lower bracket, and takes them out. Now, once again, they meet in the group stage. Blacklist gets the win this time, and now for the 4th time in a row, in I think under 6 months, we're seeing them face off one more time, but this time there's no lower bracket. Everything's on the line. The largest prize pool that Mobile Legends has ever seen so far. I mean, it's, for me, this is one of the most hype watches, even when I saw it in group. This is something I wanted to watch even when I saw it in group stage. This is the match I wanted to make sure I was going to be up for, make sure I was going to get to watch, because I think this could be a rivalry that really builds up over the next year or so.
And the best part is that you actually get to watch it and cast it at the same time, which you know that's huge. That's huge, right? So you get to do that on a couple different fronts now, and I'm kind of wondering what they're going to be bringing to this field, you know? Like, and we were kind of talking about it. Back in M5, they brought out a Leomord, which just absolutely took Blacklist by surprise. They attempted to try to do that a second time here in the Digital Games of the Future. And they just, that time around, Blacklist seemed like they knew what was going down. It wasn't a surprise. It wasn't that, like, rabbit in a hat that Fireflux was able to pull out before. And I kind of want to know, can Fireflux do that again? What do they have in their back pocket that could possibly take Blacklist International by surprise?
Well, I think at the time before, it was a great pocket pick. Back in M5, it was a great pocket pick. It was a great surprise strategy. It's something that could catch you off guard. But just like the meta changes, your pocket strategies have to change as well. You can't pull out something that you used 3 or 4 months ago. If they want to try to catch Blacklist off surprise, or do they want to just stick to the meta? But if they go for the surprise route in game 1, game 2, hopefully game 3, something like that. It needs to be something fresh. It needs to be something that still pairs with the current meta. You know, at that time, the Leomord, the Lilia, they were very strong and they paired well along. I mean, the Lilia and the Tigreal were very strong and they paired well with the Leomord, things like that. So they need, if they're going to pull something crazy out, it's got to pick with what's going on right now, which is heavy CC, big burst damage from your mages, big CC comps, and they got to make sure it's going to work right. They also need to be ready for early aggression because Fire Flux, I think it's something that we kind of saw them have a little issues with. Same thing with teams like Deus Volt. We saw a lot of these teams that back in M5 when it was a slightly slower meta, they were kind of able to get their grips on things. But now, teams can get aggressive very, very fast. And if you're not ready for that, you're going to get steamrolled on.
Yeah, not only that, the diversity in gameplay is also a bit wild this time around as well. You can either be steamrolled early in the beginning, or the teams can like AP Brent. Like they stay relaxed. They don't care if they lose 1 or 2 like actual turtles or anything like that, and then they're able to come back, get a little pick before the Lord, and be able to turn things around.
AP Brent's disgusting, man. They're a completely different beast. Like they will give you the gold lead in the laning phase and just be like, it's all right. We're going to collect interest on that later. Don't worry, man. They're just loaning that gold out in the laning phase with a nice 20-50% interest, because once the 5, 6, 7 second Lord comes in, 7-minute mark or so, they just, I mean, they're taking fights that any other team would lose with that type of gold deficit, and they're coming out on top. They're definitely a team I think could be in a grand finalist for sure. But on this lower bracket like Blacklist, I think a lot of us wondered how they were going to be able to do with the slight roster change. And they've had a lot of roster changes in the past year. They brought in Renijay, they brought in Sensui, and then now Renijay's gone, Haji's on Rome, which a lot of us question about, but Haji used to play Rome. We've seen him do well. He used to swap around with Venus back in M3, so this isn't something that's new to him, and he's able to really pull it off. I feel like the team in general has just, they never seem to falter. I can never count Blacklist out no matter what kind of roster changes they have.
That is true. That is true. I mean, it could be 1 or 2, but I mean, I think what ultimately puts Blacklist on to that first tier is that they have 3 coaches, right? That allows them to not only have like a coach, like they can almost have a coach per person and individually kind of like they can just do it one-on-ones, right? Instead of normally it's one coach for the whole team, right? And I think personally I think that's kind of where it can come from, right? They can build off of that. They can essentially tailor individual people to what they need to do in the Land of Dawn, right? And that's what I like from Blacklist International. Now, the biggest thing about Fire Flux, right, is that they have a lot of Incendio supremacy inside their lineup. And that's one thing that I find pretty awesome, to be honest, because like when me and you were at M4, we actually got to see Incendio and see what they could bring to the field. And I mean, it was almost a rivalry between Incendio and the Valley back then. So, I mean, every time I was in a room with them, being a KOL at M4, man, the amount of times I've talked to their like coach and everything like that, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we got you." It was a pretty good experience. They always, funny that their name now is Fire Flux. They always bring the fire, and I love to see that.
Yeah, I think they're definitely a team that Fireflux is just, Turkey in general, the region has grown so much. Fireflux, as you said, before Incendio Supremacy, I'm guessing after M3 got some sponsorship going, we're able to kind of rebrand into Fireflux, and since then, they have just kind of grown and gone through the roof. They've been a team that, for me, I've followed pretty closely because it's amazing to be able to see some of the regions that in the past were never able to get out of group stage now be top 5, top 6, top 7, top 8, things of that nature. They're a team that, even though they're definitely the underdogs, you can't help but kind of want them to win. You can't help but kind of want to see them do well here. But it's definitely going to be one of their hardest tests and one of their most important tests because, as we said, this is the largest prize pool Mlbb has seen yet. Later on, we have some bigger prize pools coming in the year, but so far, this is the biggest thing yet. A lot of teams, normally they would take this time of the year to kind of re-roster. You know, it's not M Series yet. It's okay if we're not able to make it to MSC. Yes, we want to, but we're trying to think of the long haul. But a lot of teams, after we heard about Games of Future, after we heard about MSC, all these things, they decided, all right, we're just going to lock in our roster. We're not going to switch too many players. We're going to get right back to the drawing board. No rest time. We need to practice, practice, practice. And now Fireflux here once again, playing possibly one of the most important games of their life.
Yeah, and I mean, the digital games of the future brought a $1 million prize pool to this tournament, which is insane for the MLBB history. From when I've started playing MLBB, when I started, you know, doing my KOL stuff and then esports casting and management for the NACT, it's been, you've never seen, at least I haven't seen a prize pool this big other than the M Series. So this is like a huge stepping stone for us in the MLBB scene, and we got to give it up to Digital Games of the Future. It's, man, it's where you can bring the physical and digital into one unite. And we'll probably see maybe some videos if you guys were watching a little bit later. Man, those videos are so inspiring, and if the players don't, if the teams don't inspire you, the videos definitely will. And I can't wait to see these two teams go at it. Now, later on in the night as well, we'll be seeing Onyx versus RCC. That's also going to be, I would say, like a match of our time, right, Trex?
I think it's going to be an interesting match. I think I definitely put Onyx as the favorite. I honestly, I don't think it's as close as Fireflux Blacklist. But the RCC, a lot of people didn't even think they were going to make it this far, I feel like. I think a lot of people felt like they were the underdogs in this event. They surprised us, they surprised some of us getting out of group stage. I think a lot of our eyes were more on Deuce Volt from this region. They did so well. Deuce Volt have been monster. Deuce Volt, though, came up short. RCC gets the win over Team Flash, and now they're up against a giant hurdle. I mean, can they keep this run going? If they can get the win on Onyx, I think it is huge. I think it is probably one of the biggest upsets we have seen in a very, very long time. And I'm for it, man. I love a good underdog story. That's what we're looking at pretty much here. We're wondering if Fireflux and RCC can make mountains out of molehills here. Can they cross over this? It is not going to be easy.
Yeah, that is true. Well, I do believe we might go on a quick break here. So I'll let production take over from here, and we'll see you guys soon.
Tiga belas menit. Sip. Lagi. Kelar jam berapa ini Onyx? Nunggu lagi. Permulus-mulus kayaknya orangnya. Sabarnya ujian. Baik. Lama anjir. Lah. Anjir lama banget, berapa sejam anjir? Ini cuma begini-begini doang anjing, highlight sejam.
That's pretty dire, you know, and
the bench here up against the at this point they're just a 4 is going to be available for them to be
Sabar.
The first blood being drawn over here by AP Bren, and the fact that it went in hands of Kyle Teasy gives him that small, minor edge, right, in terms of the jungle matchup. Because the great thing about it, Kyle Teasy can be like, you know what, Ogwin, go do your thing. Go invade the jungle, make Chibi's life hell for now, and I will roll around, literally. I'll get these objectives, I'll farm up, and I have a heart guard available from you. So that's what's happening here.
Oh man, that's not gonna be easy. And I actually thought that Olga's gonna have like a sprint there just to get out of the situation. But you know what? While all of that is happening, right? Like Chibi just turned level 4 while Kyle Teasy has been taking away all the resources here on the side of Homeboys, and Owen hasn't even left the jungle camps here on the side of Homeboys. I think this is gonna keep up even until the end of the game, just not letting this joy of Chibi farm anything at this point.
Yeah. So much support has to come from Homeboys here for Chibi, and that's the downside of picking a Joy that is kind of reliant right now, and that's what you see AP Bren do it. So if they can pressure,
yeah, hard guard onto Flapteasy. He's gonna be safe for now. He's got the shields too. It's gonna be a magic damage. Angela coming through. Owen right now forced to use the flicker out to safety, and still no pickoffs here for the side of Homeboys. But you see the swing of resources from the side of Homeboys. They immediately all went to respond. Actually, all of them, I think. Not Chibi is gonna have a hard time here. Like everybody has to kind of answer out to Owen here at this point. Has just been camping out in the bushes, going for the pokes, and all the ultimates are gonna be invested into him. He's gonna be taking a lot of the damage, and that's gonna be the first kill picked off here from the side of Homeboys. Electrifying beats as well, but they're not gonna get more here.
that was a great call from Homeboys, especially from Zorn, knowing that, hey, Ogwin already used his flicker earlier, right? Like, if we can catch him, especially having the ultimate available and everything else, like, the implosion is going to keep him there, you know, and then you push him back and work around it. So now, but still, Kyle Deasy, he's going to go for the pressure.
Oh man, the Sword have the ultimate here. Kaltizi's gonna be soaking up the damage, but you know what? This is why AP Brain's so confident. You got the hard guard, you can just create chaos here in the jungle, pandemonium in the jungle. You got the hard guard available. Ogun's gonna be able to escape that one, and AP Brain still exerts so much pressure, making sure that Chibi does not get anything at this point. Like, even to the point, like, it's not just Owen, it's even Kaltizi going all the way in, knowing that the hard guard is going to be available for them to be protected.
We'll see. Hard guard is secured here for Udil, but I'm not sure if they actually want to go for this.
Wow.
Oh, Zorn.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of the damage from Flapteasy. They got the hard guard for themselves too. But look at this.
Oh, Chibi got it.
Gonna take in that turtle. Steal from their side, and it's gonna go to the side of Homeboys this time. Nice bounce back though here for the side of Homeboys. They definitely need it because AP Bren has been such a menace here in the jungle. Chibi hasn't been able to farm well. I mean, you can't farm well. Look at how Owen has been trying to make sure that Chibi doesn't get anything at this point. And so far, 5 minutes in, it's still AP Bren leading this time. Quite a different take this time. It's usually Homeboys actually taking the lead.
Yeah, this is big though. The 5-minute mark now. Big item pickups. Necklace of Duran secured. There's an implosion again.
Onto
Owen's out.
Owen.
Okay, so as I was saying, big item pickups here for Homeboys. Necklace of Duran's blade as well. Kyle TZ. Okay, he's still gonna put pressure here. Super Marco there now to help him out.
Yeah, he's also gonna be poking in the side of Homeboys here. We haven't seen so much of the gold lane matchup just yet. We've seen Nets actually being safe and sound. All of the action is actually in the jungle side here of Homeboys. 16k for the side of AP Bren. I'm looking at Kyle TZ here and the Chibi. So far, he has caught up to Kyle TZ. Even Owen's taking a lot of, or actually, is dishing out a lot of damage here up against the Homeboys.
Yeah, that's tough. Again, okay, that's not going to connect either from Sapat. So there's so much back and forth here going, but the biggest thing is AP Bren still playing around on the macro level, guarding themselves still the lead, and they want this turret, but Kyle Teasy.
Owen flickering out too. Yeah.
Okay, so every time you think they're gonna break out, this lineup that AP Bren has is very good at getting these resources out from Homeboys and kind of just playing around that, right? Like they're tanky enough, they're able to have enough mobility to get out of here. That's one great thing about Hilda. But Homeboys,
Yeah. Slaps easy again though. He does have the hard guard here, gonna be able to sustain him. Oh, there's the flicker in from Udil, but it's not able to get anything. Flapcheesy still survives there.
What?
With 1 HP of health. And the turn's gonna be taken in here by AP Brent. Wow.
I'm surprised he even survived that. So it looks like they're gonna go rotate down bottom to put the pressure now on Homeboys.
Yeah, wow, Zorn gonna be the focus here on the side of AP Brent. They got a hard guard here to save him in time too. But Kyle TZ and the rest of the gang, they know what to do. They want to get in this tower, and you see how they're cutting the minions here over to the side so that Super Marco can actually push. Zorn is really low, and Owen gonna go all the way in and take him down, and that's gonna be one less problem for the side of AP Brent.
Oh my
It's
goodness,
not
it's
stopping,
not
though.
gonna end here.
Yep, Net's gonna take it. Just gonna get chunked down here by Kyle TZ. He's only gonna be chunking him down real low, forcing him to back away. And wow, just like that, 7 minutes in, we're actually heading into the first Lord of the game.
Yeah, this is very different from the previous game. I mean, there's so much action between every single lane at this point, plus the jungle. So a minute before that Lord comes up, and this is always, like I said, this is the time AP Brand might look for some play, and it looks like they're getting in position for that.
Kyle TZ too. Again, they're not gonna let Chibi take anything right now. Even the jungle kids are not safe from the side of AP Brand, and I think for the side of AP Brand, they know exactly what to do, right? Like, just take away the jungle caps of the Joy, and if you've seen, like, Chibi hasn't been able to, you know, pop off like every Joy has, right? And even at this point, he can go, Baptiste can go head-to-head with him. Actually, making him pop that electrifying beats very early on as AP Brand. They're getting in the map control too, while everybody is busy trying to either take down Owen or take down even Kyle TZ, and just like that, Super Marco.
It's on point every single time.
Just like that.
Before the 9-minute mark, before the Lord spawns, they get a kill. And just like I said from the previous game, that's what happens. They spawn it out. Now the question is, do they actually just commit to this Lord? And does Homeboys actually want to commit to actually keeping the fight here for it? It looks like being down Zorn, I mean, he did just come up, but it's going to be too late by the time he even gets there. So they just give this up. And that's what I always say is about the timings of AP Bren is like clockwork. They go for it if they can, and now they have this play.
Owen again distracting everybody. They're not going to go for more here, but Conceal has been popped here by Homeboys. I'm looking at AP Brand this time. They are very early, actually, as compared to what we usually know them to do, right? Like, they popped out pretty early, and just like that, even Owen there can't be taken down. And to think that they don't really... They're building this Angela to be a magic damage Angela. Kyle TZ going to be checking up the damage to Passants. Has been casted here. Flap TZ as well, zoning everyone all the way back to the turret here. They still have to address that Lord that's marching in on the top side here. Homeboys just have a lot to deal with here right now. Not just Owen, right? They got the Lord. They have to defend their towers here. 10 minutes in, what do they need to do? Like, Zorn has been using all of his implosions onto one hero, which is actually either Owen or Kyle TZ at this point.
Might take one of those miracle plays, miracle implosions, if Zorn can pull it off. He does have the flicker available, so they're going to deal with the Lord right now on the top side. Net's there alongside Zapad. We'll see if they can deal with it just fine. AP Bren, though, they're going to be knocking on the base. That's what they're going to do with these turrets as they make their way down the mid lane as well. They might just be happy getting the tier 1s and tier 2s cleared out, right? They cleared it out. They're happy with that. They've garnered themselves quite a lead, though, here. That's one of the big things, because they got the 6 turrets. They now have about 8,000 gold on top of Homeboys. Homeboys, despite them actually having some decent setup potential and whatnot, they have no space to work with. Look at Ogun.
Yeah, Ogun just goes... At this point, like, even Few, though, knows that he had to invest the hard guard here in the Clash of Sword. Yep, he's gonna tug Kyle TZ all the way in, gets the implosion onto him. Hard guard gonna be used onto him. Zorn really low, and Super Marco picks up the kill. 7 kills for AP Brand. They just know how to dance around here with homeboys, knowing that Sora's gonna eventually invest in that implosion, right? At this point, like, I only noticed it's Flapteasy that has the Purify, so the rest of AP Brand has those flickers, so they're not even worried about Sword at this point, right? Not unless, you know, you can catch like 5 members here of AP Brand, but at this point, they're just a force to be reckoned with. There's just so much tankiness in the front line, plus Super Marco kind of shredding everyone apart at this point. I'm not so sure what he has right now. We'll be seeing the items later on, but AP Bren, very great start up to mid-game. So let's see if this might kind of be like a homeboys, you know, flipping in that switch in the late game. Let's see if they can actually do the same thing as AP Bren here at this point.
Well, as we take a look at the items right now, I mean, Zorno used the flicker. He did not land the implosion. Like, that's not, like, the way he saw it in his head did not happen. So at this point, he's got to somehow make it happen, right? Because even if he's able to pull it off, let's say he does catch a couple with it, whether it's the flicker or not, I mean, you still have to hope that you have enough damage to pull through, you know? And Nets he might need a little bit more time. But right now, that's another Lord of the Hands of AP Brent. There's the Malefic Roar for Nets. So it could line up properly if Zorn is able to get it off. And Sepot as well, he could be the one setting things up. So it's 2 for homeboys to find the set they're looking for. And the hard part about that, again, is getting through the sustainability that AP Brent has, right? The shields, the regen, and everything else. Yes, they have some anti-heal items. I think they do have that Necklace of Durance. They got it early on, but it's still tough to deal with this lineup right now from AP Bren. And with the Lord going on the top side, Chibi looks to be next target here.
Yeah, when is this not letting up here up against Chibi? And even Kaltesi at this point gonna respond to that Turtoise Posant that's with Kazan. He's gonna be poked down real low, but the real problem here is gonna be the Lord here, the enhanced Lord for the side of AP Bren, marching in the side here of homeboys. They have to defend up against this one.
Yeah, so they lose that turn on the top side. Lord's going to be worked on, though. Look at the back, though. Udil takes quite a bit of damage just from Flapteasy alone. So right now they hold it together, but AP Bren might want more here. Working on the buffs. Ogwin waiting patiently. Right now, the homeboys doing a pretty good job at defending. How long can they continue this on? AP Bren might just get that one turret, though, on the top side.
There's a lot to take in here for homeboys, right? Like, they need someone to burst down this tanky front line of AP Bren, form of Udil, form of Nets, but they're actually not able to position well, right? Because they got Omen here, they got Kaltesi, then they got that hard guard to kind of make everyone like back away from all these clashes that homeboys kind of wants to do. They have all of the tools that they need. They got 2 setup plays here in the form of Zorn and Sepat, but we haven't seen anything just yet, right? And so far, AP Bren has taken in 7 towers already right now. 10-day lead for the side of AP Bren.
Yeah, tough to anytime like this is the situation, Burger Kim, like you have to consider like what do the teams do? Like your back is completely against the wall. Yes, you've got some items. Nets, like I said, he's got the 3 items that he needs for the most part to deal enough damage, but if he gets caught out for some reason or another, it's going to be difficult to actually find those kills they're looking for, right? So when you're this far behind, 10,000 gold is usually that mark where it's like, yeah, this is tough. We have to just kind of sit in our base, hope for the best. Probably not a good idea to contest Lords unless for some reason we have a numbers advantage, right? And so they might just be at the whims of, all right, AP Brand, they're going to control this whole side of the map. They're going to get this next Lord from us. But if somehow we have a miracle defense, that gets us to that first step to like turn things around, right? That's kind of where they are. And we'll see, again, if they actually decide to play around this. I don't think it's a good idea to contest the Lord, even though they're trying to push into this side of the jungle. Yeah. It's quickly taken care of. Yeah, it's gone. Concealed play comes out, though.
Yeah, AP Bren. Owen gonna try to find someone. It's gonna be Chibi this time. It's gonna take a lot of the damage here, but AP Brand gonna be backing away. They have the Lord on their side. They don't really have anything to worry about. It's gonna march down on the top side. Let's see how homeboys will defend this one. I'm looking at Sword at Sepat at this point. They're the ones who have the setup here, so we're gonna have to wait for that miracle play coming out from both sides, but it's not gonna be easy, right? The solid front line of AP Bren plus the Lord to boot here for their side.
This could be Homeboy's last defense here. They're gonna have to keep it together. Hard guard already used.
Kalti's gonna go all the way in. There's gonna be the Tortoise Facade. Sword's gonna try to find someone, unable to take anything. Flap TZ zoning nets all the way from the back side. And I think Homeboys, they're gonna be able to defend this one successfully, actually. I kind of respect AP Bren at this point. They know that Homeboys has the tools to kind of have that miracle setup, but they're just gonna take in what they can get. All the inhibitors are down here for the side of Homeboys.
So even given the fact that they're so far ahead economically here, AP Bren's still kind of being careful how they approach this. Sapat though.
Yeah. Sapat, nice tug in there, but they're not gonna go for more. But I think for the side of AP Bren, they might want to commit here. Kaltizi. Okay, they're just gonna be taking in a lot of damage. A lot of the ultimates have been invested just to make sure everybody's alive. I mean, at this point, right, like once you get a takedown onto at least like one person on either side, it could be like a game changer here. Like if Homeboys manages to take one down from the side of AP Bren, they can really set up the play here. But for the side of AP Bren, one down, no inhibitors left here for the side of Homeboys, it's gonna be hard for them to defend.
Oh, Flap. Gonna get pulled.
Yep, Tortoise Passants. Kaltizi gonna be taking a lot of the damage. Look at Ogwin onto Zorn.
Oh, Zorn.
Popping in that immortality. Yeah, he might get taken down here. There's the hard guard onto him. And there's Udil. Look at Flap TZ just zoning everyone out. Nice tug in there. Nice I'm offended by Sapat, but it's not gonna be enough. Look at the mobility. Look at the tankiness here for the side of AP Bren. A lot of the immortalities are taken out. Homeboys doing their very best to defend here. They're getting choked down here by the side of Super Marco. It's only Udil left to defend here. Up against the side of AP Bren. They got minion waves crashing in too as Kaltizi gonna be stomping in the tracks of Homeboys trying to go for a pick-off, but it's a wipeout. That's gonna be AP Bren locking it in and showing Homeboys why they're the M5 World Champions.
AP Bren, another sweep here.
Still do wonderful. We've seen the Nolan do good. We've seen the Nolan do bad. You know, so I think in that stage, it's kind of hard to tell. I think the Matilda is definitely still very bannable. A lot of teams know that it's vicious. I think as we move forward, we're going to start seeing some more picks. Like we mentioned the Nana a few times, it might eventually get into the ban phase. It might not. It just kind of depends on how these teams feel about it.
True. Now, one thing I do want to talk about is that I've seen, because I've casted a few of Fireflux's game with in the group stage, is that they seem to have this X-Borg signature pick. And not only is it Fireflux's signature pick, it's also North America's signature pick. It's something in North America that we've been constantly been known for, is that X-Borg. So kind of seeing Fireflux, it seems like X-Borg doesn't really ever get banned. Let's face it. If it gets banned, you know why, right? And I think Fireflux is probably going to utilize that a little bit into these coming up games against Blacklist International. I don't know if they'll attempt to try to, pull out again like the rabbit out of the hat and do a Leah Mort again. It just didn't feel like they were ready for it, right? Though the games being diverse, I do think they could do anything at any moment. Now, we can kind of take a look at the Blacklist roster. We do know that there's a couple subs. Haji's on the roam, and Sinsu's in the jungle. And then you got Edward, you and Oheb, and again, still a monster of a roster, and each one of them still are really excelling at their roles. So I want to see what they do to bring it back against Fireflux once again here, Trex.
Yeah, I mean, all five of them have just been doing an amazing job. And Sensui, I think there was some doubts when he first joined the roster last year, and actually started playing heavily last year, and he has just proved himself time and time again. But let's take a look at Fireflux roster. We're gonna have Rosa in the mid, Alien, Sunshine, Apex 47, and Tienzi. One of the players I really think we need to see something from is Apex 47 here. We saw him do some amazing sets. We've seen him do some amazing things in the past, but so far I kind of have felt like he's lacking a bit. Rosa as well, I don't know if it's just the meta for Rosa, back in the past, Rosa had an amazing Lilia. I need these two players in the mid to set the pace for their team. They need to be the aggressive players that we've grown to love over the past year. If they can't be that, then Blacklist is most likely going to dominate in the laning phase. They're going to dominate in the mid phase, and they're going to be able to out-rotate them and just always have the upper hand. So I don't know if it's completely draft. I think it's going to be the way they take the pace of this game.
True. And one thing that I've noticed about Fireflux is they like to press Blacklist International as much as they possibly can, right? And I feel like that was their goal going into their very first games against them into the Digital Games of the Future, is that they just wanted to not leave any breathing room for Blacklist International. And again, if they can pull that off, I think it could be something that Blacklist is going to have to be worried about. Now, Blacklist, when they're pinned against the wall, like kind of what I was saying earlier, they kind of become predators. Like, and Fireflux became the prey last time when they did push them against the wall. So I'm wondering if they're going to take more of a tactile approach coming into this next series. And again, it's a best out of 3. So first game could be the filler outer, and then the second game could be the one that they utilize everything they've been planning. Again, I think it's just going to come to fruition if that's what they attempt to do. I don't know if they'll go the aggressive route. I think they might go the tactile route. Blacklist International, they seem to have been a little aggressive once things settle. So I can only imagine that they might go the aggressive route. Maybe some set tanks that we'll see from Haji or something like that. I mean, the implosion that we've seen was crazy. But it looks like we'll be jumping into something here.
Possible video. Looks like we're going to be jumping back to us. Here we go.
Hey!
Wonderful video there. Quickest one we've had so far. Now, one thing, right? You mentioned the X-Borg earlier. We have seen the X-Borg, like, not just from Fireflux, but AP Bren picked it up before. In group stage, a couple other teams have used it here and there. It's definitely not like a pick every time. But what I've been noticing is, in theory, I think it's mainly used to counter something like the Barats. Sometimes to either counter something like the Fredder, and to deal with some of these utility tanky jungles. The Barat mainly, because he doesn't really have a dash. He does have the Daytona's Welcome now, but still, when he's moving towards you, it is just a straight shot. And the X-Borg has the possibility to kite, to cause chip damage, to do true damage, and it's just something that pairs well up against it. Now, should Fireflux be picking this all the time? No, but if they want to try to let that Barat through, which has been a monster in the jungle, if they want to try to let Blacklist have something like that and use it to counter, the possibility could be there. Again, though, I think they're going to need to come into this game I think their draft isn't horrible. I don't know if they're just completely getting out-drafted, because as we saw before, they almost beat Blacklist. I think it's just execution, the way they approach this, and they can never sleep on Blacklist, and they definitely need to watch out for Haji, because you mentioned aggressiveness, and yes, when Haji was roaming before, he was an aggressive roamer. That was the swap between him and Venus. When they wanted something like Chow in the roam, that's when Haji would come in. When they wanted a support like Estes, that's when Venus would come in. So now, without Venus, without Wise, we're definitely seeing the much more aggressive side of Blacklist. We've been seeing OHEB, we've been seeing all of them just stomp through teams. But we're going to be taking a look at the stage now. Pretty sure we're going to be having the teams walk on soon. You know, the trophy is simple, G, but it is prestige. We got the brick here. We got the big box. I don't know how heavy that thing is, but it looks heavy, and I'm excited to see some of these players lift it up. I like it. Digital Games have done a wonderful job with this stadium, a wonderful job with the vibe overall, I feel like. And Blacklist International is going to be our first team walking on. We got Yue in the mid lane. This guy has been a monster back-to-back. Sensui in the roam position. Edward in the EXP. One of my favorite players on Blacklist right there. Haji going to be in the roam position. My bad. Sorry about that. And then we have Kalian. OHEB in the gold. Been doing an amazing job. G, how you feeling about the team?
I like the team. You know, I've always been a pretty big Blacklist International fan, and even if they got subbed, I still think they're still got a good comp, and we can kind of see them walking down the stage. They look very comfortable. I even like how they're showing love to the fans, right? You know, the people that are in the VIP is what I'm suspecting there. And then look at the trophy. One thing I gotta point out is this stage is absolutely gorgeous. I don't know about you. I didn't get to too much of see M5 stage, but M4 stage, like this is great compared to M4's stage.
Yeah, it's definitely an amazing stage, and the teams are going to walk back to the respective positions as the next team prepares to approach the stage. This is Flux Esports. We got Sunshine has been part of this team since the beginning. Apex 47 on the wrong position, ready for the big sets to happen. Rosa has become a huge trend and has grown many fans in the Philippines. Alien as well. TNZ coming in as well. I am hyped for this team. I want to see some big plays. I want to see something happen. I want to see them push Blacklist against the wall this time, but not back off. They need to be able to go all out if they want to take this win.
Definitely. And I think Flux has that grit and that tenacity to be able to, you know, apply pressure to Blacklist International. And again, it's a rivalry in the works. And if they can secure this deal against Blacklist International, take the win, I think it's just going to solidify it, right? And then you can already see, I love, like, they're not shy. Like, look at them. They're ready for it. They've been on stage before. This ain't going to affect them. And it looks like they're going to be heading to their seats as well and getting ready for the drafting phase here in the Visual Games of the future. I can't wait to see what they can bring out.
Yeah, you know, I gotta say, the crowd is packed right now. People are still coming in. People are still making their way to their seats. This is a game a lot of people are excited for, you can tell, because the seats have not always been full like that. Yes, I'm surprised how well the seats have been full over the past several days, but tonight it seems like this is a game that a lot of people want to watch, and it's going to be hype, man. It better be hype. If it's a 2-0, I'm going to be a little bit upset. I don't care who wins. I just want to see a game in the playoffs bracket go the long way.
Man, Trex, I don't know if you heard it when you were watching a lot of the games yesterday, but when me and Nice, one of the games,
you could hear them.
Yeah, you could hear the crowd go wild, and I can't wait, and I hope that we can hear that again, because that's the one thing about being at home, right? You don't get to, like, feeling the crowd just reverberate, like the whole stadium, and even yourself it's a different type of feeling, and with the crowd being so full out there that I think they'll be able to bring that hypeness to this game. Now, be it for Blacklist International or be for Flux, we'll have to figure out. And I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a good one. Now, Blacklist International for first Flux. Let's get into some of the gritty details here. Blacklist International, their rotations have been on point. They've been able to make the big plays. Haji has shown that he wants these aggressive roams. Do they switch it up here? Does Flux try to change something as well? The Tigreal has worked well with Haji. We've seen him play other things. We haven't seen any sort of supports really come through. I'm wondering, does Blacklist still have something like that in their pocket, or are they just essentially like a very different team now than what we've known in the past? They haven't been too locked into the Ube strat. They haven't been too locked into what we've known. And I kind of feel like Flux was expecting that from them in the group stage. Even some of their bans kind of pointed like, oh, we want to be careful for this. We want to be, and everyone's been careful with the Matilda, but still, I think Flux needs to approach this game very differently. And I'm hoping that they have done their homework, because if they hadn't, Blacklist is just going to make this a quick repeat of what we saw in the past.
Yeah, and one thing that kind of sticks out to me from Blacklist International recently is that we've seen one TIG game, right? But the rest of them have been Rafaela. So that's something to keep an eye on, right? It might not be the Ube strat that we're used to, but it's still a similar aspect to it. And I think that the Raphael, it just gives that healing aspect and the speed aspect. So that's something to keep an eye on when we're looking at this draft that's coming up here. Is what are they going to opt to go for? It does seem like the Roam and the EXP are normally the first picks, right? And they're normally some flex picks, right? And if we don't see a Guinevere ban here, Blacklist is probably going to want to opt to go for the Guinevere, if I had to guess. But again, it's a little too soon to say. What do you want to see, Trex?
I mean, the Guinevere's definitely been probably one of the most first picked heroes so far. I think mainly the flexibility. We've seen it in Roam, we've seen it in Jungle. If you really wanted to, you could maybe stick it in the EXP. I don't think we've seen that just yet, but there's just a lot of possibilities with it. And with a team like Blacklist, the possibilities are endless. But no Guinevere this time. It's going to be taken out. Fireflux going to throw that into their second ban. So we're immediately trying to change things a bit. You mentioned Roam with no Matilda. Does Blacklist just kind of keep it simple like that and go for something like the Tig? The Diggy's also still open right now with a heavy CC meta. If Fireflux decides to leave that open, it could definitely be something we see within the first range of drafts.
Definitely. And I think it could be a little tentative right now, but you know, Ruby, they like to pick the Ruby even though it's not my favorite pick. The R-Lot is still available. There's still heavy hitters here. I mean, they could opt to go for the Nana early, and even the Nathan's on the board as well. So there are so many great picks here, but they really have to think about it, because in these drafting phases, I feel like the second team to pick normally has a little bit better of an advantage. And then there's the Nana. Again, mind you, this hero has 100% win rate right now. Like, can Blacklist International keep that percentage up?
They got to give her respect, man. Well, I'm tired of, like, we've been saying it since before this event started. Nana's meta right now, and I think a lot of people have been kind of doubting it. A lot of people have been holding their back, and it's been slowly creeping. First it was like last picked, then it was like maybe a little bit earlier in the draft, and now it's finally in her rightful position. This little girl is taking over the Land of Dawn. Nana first pick in an international tournament. I mean, but I think it's amazing, right? I think it's a very good pick. Now, on the side of Fireflux, they're going to respond with the Claude and the Ruby. Now, the Ruby, like we said, questionable. I'm wondering, hopefully they have the ability to maybe flex it around. Yes, I think it's still good. I think it can still be meta, but I think sometimes you need to be willing to maybe move it to the EXP lane if you don't have dive or you don't have something that can really get to the back line. You need some sort of big set tank. Blacklist immediately fire back with the Akai and the Paquito.
Now, the Kai is definitely a signature pick for Blacklist International. They've been picking this up a few times throughout the tournament and the digital games. And again, I think it's more of that anticipation that, you know, Fireflux might pick something like a Bratz or something, or Fredrin. Fredrin's also been on the rise as well. And it also can break that I'm offended for Ruby,
it's
right?
It's a great counter to the Ruby, yeah.
So, like, if he gets snagged, like, you literally just got a giant pinball. Yeah, just boom. It sends them flying, right, on all aspects. Though, I do like this is, again, the Valentina, very, very situational. You're going to have to pick your ultimates that you steal wisely when you're facing someone like Blacklist International.
I mean, the possibilities are there for the Valentina, but we just haven't seen it show up. I think after some past nerfs and with the rise of so many other heroes, is Valentina still as viable as she used to be? A lot of teams seem to think so, but the numbers still aren't there. Luckily, they will get a heavy spin for themselves. They will get a Molina Blitz for themselves. So there is definitely some contention to happen during some of these early turtle fights, and I think it will kind of help Fireflux here. It's also a fast-moving hero. They can rotate around quickly. So possibilities there, but what it's lacking is kind of the range. And if you pair that up with the Ruby in mid, you're looking at a very tight composition. No range at all, no way to get to the backside. So with the Valentina here, I think it causes even more to maybe put the Ruby into the EXP lane and give yourself a little bit something different in the roam position.
It is true. It is true. I mean, again, wild enough as it could be, the Kai could go roam. you never know in these situations. That's why they're kind of like the great flex picks. And to build off of kind of what you were saying earlier is that like even the Ruby, right, still a great flex pick. Even if it's not Roam, it could go EXP. We do see the second phase of bans coming out. They do go for the Bruno. I was actually thinking that Blacklist International would go for the Bruno, so seeing that get banned is interesting, and banning the carry. So there's a few options that Blacklist International could roll with in the marksman lane. They've ran Beatrix before.
I was gonna say, I'll have signature Beatrix, man.
Yeah, they've ran Beatrix before. They've also ran a Clint. So we could see either of those show up, and we're still on that teeter-totter if we're getting a roam or not here for Blacklist International.
Yeah, I think big possibility we see the Beatrix, maybe the Ixia from the side of OHEB as well. Clint we've seen come up. I'm not sure if I'm crazy about it just yet. I think there are some better picks with nice range. He could also pick something like the Brody. Still plenty of options. It's hard to ban into the gold lane right now. I feel like a lot of gold laners are doing decent in games. Yes, there's like your favorites. You know, Claude has been a very popular pick, but I don't think it's game over for OHEB. Blacklist International kind of thinking, all right, maybe this Ruby will go EXP. We're going to ban out the Minotaur just to play it safe here, which I like that because, like I said, for me, I feel like the Ruby is very flexible right now, and I think Fireflux, it would be wise for them to flex. It'd be wise to put something like the Minotaur, like a Tig, maybe like a Grok or something that can get that big knock-up and help deal and break up the front line of what Blacklist International has here. Now, for the pick on the side of Fireflux, there it is. They're not going to swap it. They're going to pick up the CC. So they get that. It's been a powerhouse pick. How is it going to pair up against the Paquito, though?
It is true. It is true. I mean, the sustainability there, the poke is there, and just the ability to harass, right? From what I'm seeing from Fireflux right now, they look like they want to be the aggressors. Again, this is what I've seen that they decided to do quite a bit. From what I've seen is that they push Blacklist against the wall. They want to put as much pressure as they possibly can on them and to not allow any breathing room, and hopefully forces Blacklist International to make mistakes. Now, I feel like that's what the CC can do. It again has the sustainability, can poke you and keep you at bay. And it also make you think about a decision if you want to go after them or not. I do. Again, you said the Brody. The Brody pickup's pretty good. Now, the question I have is, what are they gonna do?
Oh, disgusting.
Whoa!
How do they answer that?
Hold up here. We
Meta
just
bunda,
got
coy.
asked this by Blacklist International on the scene. You were talking about it, the Mlbb strat. It's a little wild now. We're seeing it with different people on Blacklist International. How can Fireflux respond to this?
That's the real question, right? They do have the Claude already, so that helps a little bit. I was going to say, do they just go something tanky? Go for something like the Fredrin here?
Lah kenapa itu?
That's what they pick up, but that is tough against the Sakai. The Sakai is going to be the big problem. It's going to be the big wrench in Fireflux's plan here. It's like, how do they get around that? You mentioned it as well with the Ruby. Ruby's going to Apex 47 is going to be so careful about using these offendeds. The rest of the team trying to fight for these turtles.
Hello guys.
Kaya's level 4 is going to be so
We are
tough.
back.
It is definitely going to be.
Okay.
It's a rough game for Fireflux for me.
Sabar.
At least, there's definitely the possibilities. They have the damage, they have the CC, they have the Claude to dance around, so the Claude can be a nice answer.
Oke guys, kita ke match pertama antara Blacklist International versus Flux. Flux ya? Fireflux, iya bener Fireflux ya guys ya. Pokoknya tim dari Rusia guys. Kita coba perhatiin aja gimana si Blacklist ini di meta sekarang ya kan. Sambil nunggu Onyx, kita saksiin ini dulu guys.
Jam berapa kau Onyx? Setengah 12 baru mulai Blacklist.
Fireflux.
Anjing coy.
Anjing. Wah gokil sih. Apa namanya? Dia jadi ini coy. Jadi itu bunda. Dengan apa kostum kebanggaan ya kan, anjay. Customize. Iya, skin Blacklist. Sakit banget. Gila, ngeri juga nih si Rosa.
Jangan kasih.
Sama ya mukanya ya, lihat itu Rosa sama si jungle-nya. Sumpah mirip tuh. Oke. Sabar, santai.
But if Haji keeps babysitting up here, protecting Oheb, Fireflux might have to answer that, or Sunshine is gonna have a problem. We're gonna need to see Apex 47 run up there as well. But now Sensui in the back.
Mati dong langsung. Skill 2, lompat. Waduh, nggak sempet. What that?
That was a great play.
Di stiker-stikerin gitu guys. Aduh, dapat dong itu Blacklist. Masih agresif guys, Blacklist.
And I like it, right? But Kai could displace his team if the heavy spins are used incorrectly by
berani-berani itu
Blacklist. So we gotta keep an eye on that. If Fireflux can just apply so much
Nana ngambil 4, Estes ngambil 4.
could be huge. We can already see a game
Malah jadi
happening
itu.
down here.
Sakit banget.
I don't know if we're gonna see Blacklist make any huge mistakes. That's a wish and a prayer for Fireflux.
Nyari 4 dulu, nyari 4.
They gotta outclass them here, man. They gotta just play better at this.
Dipegangin pasti sama ininya.
A little bit behind, not even level
What?
40 yet. The Fireflux still.
Ngapain?
Turtle masih lama.
Lah.
Kenapa udah ulti duluan, coy?
Lah, oleng guys, oleng.
Fireflux now maybe forced to back off here. They still want to fight for the turtle.
Wah, Haji. Set. Ih, gila, cakep banget. Ah, gila masih kuat
Turtle
sih.
masih lama. Malah ulti duluan Valen, coy.
Nggak sabaran sepertinya guys.
I suspected Fireflux to be the aggressor here,
Fireflux.
but Blacklist International is showing that they have complete control over this river here.
Sakit banget. Apa itu?
The Nana is just putting on so much damage at this point, and it's only 3 minutes
Ini dia
into
pakai
the
HP
game.
apa sih?
We're 2-0.
ROG ya?
Gonna look at some of the items. Of course, the magic penetration boots picked up by Nana, and again,
Mati dong.
if the Estes keeps rolling like that, that's gonna be a problem.
Mati dong. Tipis banget. Di flicker.
Edward, man. That Paquito's gonna start hurting. This is not the
Gila.
time you want to go up against it.
serem
The
banget.
biggest level 4 spikes in the game. I mean, this guy is packing a punch quite literally. Alien still wants to fight for it. Get that last minute, but Edward's gonna flicker in.
Widih, gila.
Beautiful play by Edward.
Ada aja kayak gitu. Bisa lu kayak gitu lu guys. Ampun, ampun. Kayak gimana coba tuh? What?
Oheb.
Gila lu lihat 2 lawan berapa gila? 2 lawan 3.
Nana.
Mati dong. Ya ampun guys. Mau lagi. Skor 4-0 ya guys ya.
Sensui though still staying aggressive. Apex 47 trying to help out. Sensui taking his time. Blacklist International maybe want to go for some gold plating here. Apex 47 gonna lock up Sensui Sunshine. Force the BMI out.
Apalagi
They just want to try to defend this tower as long as they can.
Makanya.
Blacklist International.
Kalian guys suaranya guys. Kecil ini.
I mean, Blacklist International has the gold plating off of the EXP and off of the gold at this point.
Turtle.
Economically, they are sound, right? They are controlling the map here. Fireflux has to respond to this at some point. Constantly.
Oh my god.
What is Blacklist is
Di
like
ulti
flowing
semua.
into Fireflux, which is wild. Normally when you flow into them,
Sekarang ngambil
you're the one
Estes
that
dia,
get
ngambil
punished.
Akai.
But not this time around.
Ngadu
So,
gangsing
feel
kah?
like Fireflux has to change some things up here.
Susah sih. Di reset gak tuh?
Rubber band match starting to engage here, and it looks like they're kind of just waiting and baiting it here, Trex.
Blacklist doesn't have to rush it, right? They can wait for their teammates to clear waves. They can wait for everybody to get here. Fireflux is the one at the deficit. Sunshine gonna go try to clear and macro up this mid lane.
Reset lagi.
Ih sakit banget, mati cicinya.
Buset.
This little girl.
Buset. Nana nggak tuh? Dipegangin tuh. Weh. Hancur bawah, dapat objektif turtle guys. Bahaya nih, bahaya loh. Dua-duanya lo atas bawah. Indo sama Filipina anjir. Abis ini guys, parah banget. Kalau misalkan emang nanti Onyx menang, lawannya Blacklist. Tapi kita lihat dulu guys, ini menang apa enggak nih Blacklist nih.
Aku itu 4.000 coy. Isinya 2.700.
It's taken Fireflux a little bit longer to come online. They are building a lot of anti-heal, and that is respectable, right? Building that into the
Wah gila. Lihat bertiga anjir. Ada lu kayak gitu anjir.
is where they're trying to aim for. And again, if they can keep Blacklist International at bay, I think
4 tuh.
Oh dapat gak sih?
Bawah dapat sih.
Take another tower. That's 2 towers down for Fireflux. And Blacklist is not
Gila.
Masih memaksa lagi tuh.
Buset gak ada rasa anjir apa itu?
Dipaksain cok. Haji, goblok.
Kenapa anjir?
Cici lagi.
Gua
Pas banget.
bengong anjir, lagi bengong.
Lagi ke hit tower di ulti Cici mampus.
Apa anjir oleng apa gimana sih?
Udah mulai oleng nih Blacklist malah anjay.
Iya.
Woi.
Aduh ampun.
Enggak bisa di-purify ya ulti Cici ya?
Bisa sih harusnya mah.
Tadi enggak dipakai.
Enggak kemencet kali. Enggak kepijit.
Juga lagi itu bengong anjay.
Iya bengong anjir. Biasanya kan masih ada 1 minion tadi.
Oh kayaknya pasifnya itu loh.
Pasif apa?
Estes yang udah sampai 100 kan mantul-mantul.
Oh.
Kena ke Cici, Cok.
Oh iya.
Jadi kayak tahu.
TB anjing.
Ya itu lagi mantap berdua. Makan gak sih? Pakuitonya makan aja coy.
Iya tuh.
Sakit banget anjir itu
Sakit banget. Trot.
Nah. Wih gila.
Dipegangin tuh.
Cici, Cok.
Flicker mati.
Mati rugi banget anjir nya udah flicker.
Beuh.
Diikat gangsingnya. Wah gokil jadi kebalik gini nih.
Ya semoga aja kalah Blacklist ya guys ya. Beuh ngeri.
Bisa jadi begini anjay.
Set.
Anjir itu.
Mati dong.
Banget sih skill 2 STS itu anjir.
Blacklist. Itu siapa tuh? Edward bukan.
Buset Blacklist tuh mainnya. Dapet tower.
Iya nya. Dikeluarin semua nih makai.
Pancingan doang kayaknya.
Iya anjir.
Hampir mati
distract.
Estes
dapat. Terus wah gila.
Wah kayaknya nggak kenapa-apa anjir tuh.
Ya lumayan buat nyelamatin si Estes mah. Brodinya udah enak banget brodinya.
Jadi kekejar loh sama Cici kalau gitu.
Anjir bikin
Counter Strike doang. Udah sakitnya parah ya. Kayaknya assassin ya dia. Assassin bukan sih itu? Yang belumnya.
Fighter harus.
Oke, lot pertama. Set. Beat.
Ini Akai, Kuita mana belum ada ulti nih. Akai udah.
Ininya nyari duit dulu anjir. Si Sunshine-nya belum main coy. Cloud-nya 0-0-0. Clear bawah, clear tengah. Set.
Hampir ya guys ya.
Ya isi lagi darahnya. Aduh gangsing. Oi.
Retri.
Dipegangin. Dapat dia.
GG
Gila. Wih.
Gokil.
Wah, gila. Wih. Mati dong. Set. Ih. Kagak mati anjir.
Mati sih.
Gak
kena.
Di. Gila.
Skill satunya Valentina, Cok. Salah
What a play. Wah, gila.
3 orang aja.
Nana lu, coy. Nana. Gila.
Anjir, play Nana, coy. 3 orang anjir di atas.
Gila, Nananya berapa sih? 41. Wah, gila. What a play. What the heck, man? Cepet banget. Lordnya anjir. Set.
And that is what the shutdown is there for, right? Shutting down you was probably the best thing that Fireflux could have done. Though we could see how just crazy Banana is. Again, I think Fireflux is responding very well.
Gila, bener-bener nempel anjir. Bener-bener nempel loh. Karena pakai Luoyi itu ya, enak tuh kalau pakai Luoyi. Serok aja.
Sunshine flanking there, right? And Blacklist tried to respond to it.
Udah sabar ini.
And again, what was it? Simsu jumped into the Lord, and then I think
masih kurang sih Haji nih guys ya.
To secure that Lord, and now Fireflux has control over the Land of Dawn.
They do, but just like Fireflux was able to win a fight at a deficit, Blacklist could do the same thing at any moment. The only bonus that Fireflux has here is this time there's no huge.
Gila, kenapa jadi pada main tank semua ya ininya ya? Jarang ada yang main assassin lu, jungle-nya lu. Apa karena turnamen apa gimana dah? Hyper tank masih top of meta ini. Sakit banget itunya. Bedori.
Pistol coy kalau adanya.
Jolin dong, Pakueto ke bawah kelihatan.
Kalau berisik baru nongol Pakueto ini. Wah, kalau udah bisa mati tuh. Tahu kah kalau udahnya? Anjay.
Tahu ada yang hilang.
Harus di reset sih. Sakit banget anjir.
Karena ini si Rosa ya?
Kayaknya. Sama Cici juga kayaknya tuh tadi ulti anjir Cicinya.
Cepet sih.
Wah, bisa mati nih Pakueto nih. Edward. Oh, bisa dialin coy. Cakep banget kira kesini.
Iya gila ya. Ngebaying tem banget ya.
Wah, nggak bisa dilanjutin sih.
Sakit banget ya.
Gila.
Cici. Gila.
Wih, gokil emang
gila.
Tapi saya nggak kena, Cok.
Wait. Ini kena itu.
Kena Cici, Cok.
Mati. Oh gila. Oh, hype langsung hilang anjir. Wah gila. Mati. Gila.
Endong.
Iya. Mati. Trot. What the play? Kelar.
Gokil anjay. Ih, kalau apaan anjing begitu?
Nikol baru kan?
Wah, gokil anjing.
Menang dong langsung. Wah, keren. Oh, itu sih itu.
Banget, anjay.
Wah, GG gila Blacklist coy. Ente gila. Wah. Wadah play parah. Wah, gokil. Anjir aja bisa begitu. Wah, what the play. Oke guys, kita langsung ke match 2 ya. Let's go. Anjir dis. Orang tadinya kalah juga.
Terakhir mantap banget anjing kombo-kombonya. Ruby kena 3. Cicinya ulti kena ST sama Akai anjay.
Iya anjing.
Valentinanya dari sama pakai Akai.
Nah. Wah, gila.
Gokil. Tim Turki guys.
Bukan harus Jika ini.
Turki anjay. Sini Ruby-nya mantap banget cok. Kai, cicinya ngikat.
Iya. Gak bisa ngapa-ngapain. Gila 4.000 sakit banget tuh. Caur.
Anjir combo ultinya masuk satu-satu cowok, gigi banget anjir. Nggak langsung barengan semua lu.
Ini makanan. Gila, tiba-tiba langsung jadi broken begini. Yang awal-awalnya dibantai. Nggak dibantai-bantai banget sih. Ayo Flux kata. Apa namanya? Turunin aja udah ini nih. Jangan kasih main lagi. Gila, dari awalnya nggak main ini Flux. Si Cloud-nya. Langsung tiba-tiba MVP. What the play. Sakit banget itu ya. Cici nih di ban nih pasti ini match kedua nih. Yakin gua.
Ruby-nya juga.
Nggak mungkin
main Estes anjir kena Ruby gitu. Hebat anjir.
Tahu dia.
Gokil.
Langsung coklat tuh itunya tuh.
Cici damage-nya gede banget ini. Pan cuy. Awal-awal itunya seru.
Oh iya, Turki anjing. Tuh ada yang Jepang sendiri anjing TNC.
Kenapa sih gue main gini aja?
Kamu bikin puyeng aja. Blazing duet. Di luar Nurul. Santai bro, santai. Ada match 2 bisa dibalikin. Blacklist.
Haji was just there to more keep his team alive. And again, building off of what you said, Fireflux was just able to split them apart. And once they split apart, Blacklist International started to fall apart.
So what we're saying is Blacklist needs to embrace the chaos, embrace the violence, leave behind your old selves, and embrace it. Just come in hitting hard, because that's kind of where they beat Fireflux last time.
Wah, kalau misalkan lolos patut diwaspadain anjir.
Ready to play, and they were willing to go
Ini
for those fights and just put it all on the line. And I think that's what kind of broke up, because that's what Fireflux kind of wants to bring at that point. They want to flip the coin and take it. So Blacklist needs to be willing to flip
Siapa?
the coin with them and take those 50 fights every time, but they gotta make sure they have the right composition for that. That's what they're gonna do.
Exactly. And I think
Nyoba kali.
I seen it like we could see that the match in the beginning was teetering into Blacklist's favor, right? But again, once we were able to utilize our item pool, we were able to see our items finally. It goes to show that essentially they just were lacking damage because they were building that anti-heal. And again, I don't. In this current meta, I don't think the first and the second turtles actually mean a lot. Like of course they can initiate a great snowball, but the first lord is what makes it and breaks it for these teams in this tournament. So again, they were just building up that anticipation. Almost looked like AP Brain right now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Fireflux, they were really able to like turn the tables, and that's what I was wondering, like, because that's what separates, the A tier to S tier, right? Is are you still willing to take those big lord fights even when you're behind a couple thousand gold, and are you able to win them? And Fireflux just kind of climbed one of those hurdles. So now Blacklist has to know, okay, we got to think the long haul here. We can't only prepare for early game, we can't only prepare for snowball. We have to be ready to take
Draft pick buru lama bedah.
food chain teams at all points, because this isn't group stage anymore. This isn't yesterday. This is the quarterfinals, and all of these teams do deserve to be here. And with one overlook, any team can pull off a huge play, and that's what Fireflux just did. So yeah, I think Blacklist goes back to the drawing board. They rethink their situation. Maybe they don't change too much, but they kind of, I think it's more of a mental thing in game. We can't just think we're going to be able to beat these guys every time. We have to always be at 100%.
100%. I couldn't said it myself, Trex. Like they just have to bring that A game. Maybe, and it's not like you were saying, not go so much back to the drawing board, but again, what Blacklist International Haji's like sealed the deal with was set heroes. Something that could initiate, that has CC, not something that only has slow, right? And I think that's where Blacklist kind of fell behind. They were relying on Sensu the whole time. Yeah, it worked into the early stage, but was troublesome into late stage. And you got to give up to Rosa too. Like had a little bit of struggle with the Valentina, but again, it was a Nana in mid, right? Like by far the strongest mage right now, aside from a Navaria, in Mlbb. And I felt like Rosa did really well as just being able to get that heavy spin was great.
Hopcup grup apaan anjir itu? Hopcup.
Turnamen iseng-iseng.
Siapa yang ngadain anjir?
Nggak tahu. Gue live streamnya di Mlbb Indonesia anjir.
Hah?
Live streamnya di Mobile Legends Indonesia itu.
Oh.
I mean, of course, we don't ever see the numbers of like how much anti-heal how much heal was he able to stop, But I'm sure it paid off, because in the end, Fireflux did take it up, and it was definitely a slow start item build for a lot of these team members. Now, coming into drafts of next games, it's like there was two major problems. I think the Claude was amazing, but also Alien on the CC, man. One of the only heroes in the game that you can take 4 deaths in the early game and still by 8 minutes just be chunking away at the enemy utility jungler. I mean, not a lot of heroes can do that. It's ridiculous. So I think that Blacklist needs to kind of rebalance. Yes, the Nana was good. I think it's still very good.
What a play.
Maybe we ban the CC this time, or maybe we take the CC and give them the Nana, because I think those are two heroes that we definitely need to keep our eyes open for.
Keep eyes.
Yeah. And I ultimately believe that like Blacklist's comp required a little bit of essentially to go with, right? I was trying to think of something there. What was going on is that
Siapa
heavy
itu
spin,
Navari?
every time the heavy spin would be initiated on a Lord fight, it would start splitting everybody up. And then if Naha wasn't able to hit the Melina Blitz, it could have just pushed the person right out of it.
Anjir, Dairon jadi Sena ya.
So hard is that you have to think about your situation, and I felt like the heavy spin into this situation wasn't the key. I think maybe a Fredrin something that was more of a stationary jungle would have been a little bit better for Blacklist International. And I mean, again, just go back to it. Go back to the fundamentals that secured your first place spot in the group stage, and then just take it from there.
Yeah, I think the Estes pick was maybe very last minute, right? I think at first they had an idea of what they wanted to go for, and then they brought in that, and like you said, just didn't all mesh well. You also had Edward on the Mikito, who's wants to come from angles, is never really going to be able to capitalize on the blessing from
Ngomong mulu.
from the Estes. So just a lot of heroes that kind of don't mesh very well. Even the Ikai as well. When you hit that heavy spin, you're going out there.
Nah.
You're kind of leaving your team behind.
Mulai lagi.
So let's see if they do change something up. For sure, Fireflux changes something up. They're going to move over to the
Fireflux.
first pick here.
Gokil emang ini.
They're going to start off with that fair and fan. Once
Kalau 2-0
again,
sih
the only teams that you really do like
ngerti lagi gue Blacklist.
against Blacklist a lot, and I think it's a fair ban against them.
Ya, paling ngeri sih si Brand sih anjir ya.
I think that Claude is such a great answer to those big sustained those group sustained heroes like
Matilda.
Besides Blacklist International, they take out the Novaria.
No warrior.
Fireflux, they could run it back, right? I mean, they're at the advantage. This is match point for Blacklist International. I mean, they could get a little risky with it. I mean, if it's not broken, don't fix it. But I think it was just they responded really well to what Blacklist International picked. And kind of seeing some of the other bands come out, we see the Joy, we've seen the Matilda. I don't think at this point, I don't know if we'll ever see a Matilda. Maria getting back. I'm telling you, maybe at some point. But no Circling Eagles this time around. I'm kind of thinking, no birdies in the sky, that's for sure. But Fireflux.
Tuh mirip. Sumpah anjir mirip.
Kayaknya di band guys ya. Main apa nih kalau kayaknya di band? Fredrin Barat.
We'll see. The Kai, I'm actually surprised about this.
Mungkin main assassin kan Blacklist anjir.
Enggak lah, dia mah mainnya team fight pasti.
Martis pasti ada juga.
I think Blacklist either chooses, do they ban the CC, do they ban the Nana here, something along that range. The Nolan is also still on.
Kayaknya padahal enggak, padahal biasa-biasa
Enggak terlalu impact banget ya.
Forces Blacklist to leave a few things open. Now Blacklist has to respond with
Tinggal di counter itu doang.
go for a full trade, right? Like do we
Siapa tuh
the
namanya?
CC, the Nolan,
Magenya?
and the
Valentin.
Ini dia lagi yang main Valentin tapi cicinya di band. Respect band ketiga res sama respect. Apa nih dia ambil?
Ruby lagi tuh.
Fredrin Barat.
Blacklist International ended up banning it to not have that CC. They could
CC.
utility pick from Fireflux.
Kayaknya apa lagi gitu doang. Win sih.
Iya bisa gue. Tapi nggak mau sih, pasti Ruby nih. First pick Ruby guys.
So Arlot, we have a bunch of options. Arlot, Nolan,
Alat.
Win
emang mahal banget anjir.
Does go into the slot of Apex 47, but still very flexible. Could definitely end up being.
Soalnya bisa buat mana-mana nih anjir kalau win first pick.
Iya.
Bisa rom, bisa jungle anjir.
Fleksibel.
Apa nih Blacklist? Oh Ruby.
Langsung.
Buset. Enggak lama-lama banget, coy.
Langsung. Ruby juga mahal banget, coy. Ruby. Terlalu imba Ruby anjir, enggak jelas.
Ambil minornya di sini.
Halo, selamat datang.
Minor di sini banget dikira.
Mino.
Tapi di band anjir minornya.
Biar Cloud-nya bisa joget-joget terus guys.
Fireflux responding with the Minnow.
Yo, mau dikonterin apa nih Mina?
Tikril kali. Digi juga benar juga. Digi juga bisa.
Tapi Edward jarang banget pakai ruby anjay.
Iya juga.
Edward biasa kayak banana anjir mainnya.
Hero damage ya?
Hero samping damage. Kari. Kari, oke.
Ben. Di Ben ininya nih, Digi-nya nih.
Digi, Estes.
Digi-nya di Ben nih.
And it's the Ruby and it's the Harry. And Blacklist has both of them right now. So they have me on the edge of the seat. It's been a hit or miss for these heroes. Fireflux being able to pull off the
Enggak mungkin Bakuito
really
nih.
well.
Sayang.
Blacklist International respond to that. I do like the Digi. They might
Oh,
actually
berarti mau main jungler tebel lagi nih apa nih? Barat sih. Nah, di ban Barat. Martis mana? Ada Martis.
Kalah kayaknya nih guys, Blacklist guys.
Baxia juga masih bisa tuh.
Di ban ini nanti sama ini sama Fireflux. Baxia nggak boleh main ini lagi. Nggak boleh main jungle yang tebel-tebel. Ya.
And they have picked up the two highly baited heroes. If it falls here, then maybe that's our answer. Maybe they're not as meta as we all thought they would be. But if Blacklist just dominates this game, then maybe the latter was right.
Hey, we'll find out, that's for sure. Kind of looking at what Blacklist is banning.
Yo, Baxia, Benedetta.
I like the Arlot gone as well. That goes to show that I think we might see Blacklist International go
Martis
for,
masih ada.
We still need possibly
Apa itu lagi ya?
the jungle, of course. And then we also need maybe the
Fredrin.
Roam. We're not quite sure if the Ruby's going to be the Roam or the XP at this
Ya,
point.
di ban kan Fredrinnya.
They are just targeting.
Gila, jungle tanknya dihabisin semua coy.
Here's the thing, Blacklist gets first pick here, right? So they don't want to like leave the Fred open.
Udah
With the
Baxin
Barretto,
coy.
okay. What does Blacklist
Baxia.
The Nolan is still open. Essentially could go something aggressive like that here. Fireflux really putting out the test is like, do you got that in? Do you got that? Can you play that? I think Sensui can. I know Sensui can be aggressive. Yes, Blacklist International has focused a lot on utility, but I'm wondering what else does he have up his sleeve right now? Because if they don't pick it, I'm pretty sure TNZ can run it. Pretty sure TNZ does have a couple assassin picks in his pocket. The Lancelot's still open. A couple options still open on the field for both of these teams.
Yang per Alucard gitu. Sekali-sekali. Oh, Baxia kan pasti kan.
Siapa lagi yang paling tebel ya?
Iya. Alpha nggak mungkin Alpha.
Martis itu kan nggak tebel-tebel banget ya.
I mean, you never know anymore. I've seen a Barretto EXP.
Ayo.
So again, we're in the playoffs though.
Gord.
We're in the playoffs. I do like the Baxia pick. Again, has that built-in
juga
anti-heal
bisa.
to counter a little bit of that sustainability that the Guinevere and the Minnow will bring to the playing field. So a great response to Fireflux's
Most definitely now, last two picks got to come from Fireflux here. They still need a mid laner. They still need an EXP laner. For the mid, Novaria
bisa lah aku buat megangin Nana.
Oh, dirot, yang berdirot ya
on the signature pick, the Lilia.
Yang berdirot coy udah pasti.
But not only that, we're looking at the Dairoth as well. Very aggressive. This time Fireflux is leaning into a very early game composition here. I mean, they gotta bring the smoke off rip with a composition like this.
Ayo.
Yeah, I like it. Does the again? Do they send Dairoth or jungle, or do they send Gwen jungle? You know, again, you're saying no EXP Gwen. no EXP Gwyn, but do they get spicy? I mean, this is the time that they could play risky. It's
Benar.
Smash Point, Blacklist International picking up the Rafaela. Again, this
XP
is
kan.
again.
Tapi kita lihat jarang ya guys ya si Edward main Ruby guys.
If that's the winning condition here going into game 2.
Game
Yeah, so that means Edward
Frax.
and EXP
T-Rex.
with the
T-Rex.
Ruby, which I think if it will pair up pretty well, honestly, against either one of them, against the Guinevere or the Dyroth. A lot of that's going to come down against the Dyroth. A lot of it's going to come down to timing, who uses their skills first, things like
Udah
that.
jam berapa
But I think
anjir
it's a
ini?
decent answer to that. If the
Mulai jam
Dyroth
berapa nih
gets the
guys?
kill, if he's able to rotate
Kita
down,
mau nonton Onyx.
you do have some of that armor shred to kind of deal with the Basha. I think Fireflux has a lot of answers here for the composition that Blacklist brought. The kind of the wild card is going to be Haji, right? On this Raphael, there's a lot of speed. It makes it a bit harder to catch some of these heroes, a bit harder to land that knock up on the Guinevere and get the Violent Requiem off. So a lot of this is going to kind of come down to positioning, timing, and just executing.
Oke guys, match kedua antara Blacklist International versus apa tadi? Fire Flux ya. Gue ngira Flux Cup anjing, Flux Cup mah YouTuber aja. YouTuber aja. Oke. Gila.
Itu lagi ya coy.
Beuh. Langsung di joining. Ini yang recall ini anjir, apa namanya? Attack on Titan. Gila gede banget ya anjir, kayak di apa tahu. Beuh. Sakit. Sakit.
Dapet anjay.
Hai. Hello.
Rubinya udah ini mah defend aja, ini mah di road gitu.
Iya. Udah susah kalau udah kena skill 2 Ruby. Iya kan? Set.
Skill 2 skill 1 udah anjing. Karat, darah aja.
Dimakan di bawahnya nih. Ruby dimakan nih. Set.
Oh enggak kena.
Anjir. TNZ. Hello guys. Abis ini kita nonton Onyx ya guys ya.
Tahan begitu lagi minion aja anjir Rubinya.
Si menang lah Bang. Wow.
The physical and digital combination coming in to the games of the future here.
Nggak mau ngasih pokoknya dia.
I think that's their win condition. Be fast.
Jagain terus.
Nggak gerobak nggak dapat anjir.
Jagain terus pokoknya. Sakit banget.
Pilih aja di situ lagi. Ruby masa mati sih anjir. Nah, turtle rubinya nggak 4. Harusnya nggak 4. Rafaelnya juga nggak 4. Awas Mino jangan lewat situ lu mati lu. Oh untung dicek dulu cok.
Tahu aja ya.
Itu cok langsung keluarin ulti.
Nggak basa-basi anjir.
Dia Ruby lu muter-muter aja turtle.
Edward sitting in the bush but has not hit level 4 yet, so no big I'm offended play. They're gonna trade up TNZ and get the first turtle.
Perguin.
I was actually suspecting a little bit of a response via maybe one of the lanes, you know, take some gold plating if you can't take a turtle. Secure something if you can.
Haji Rom gak tuh Haji Rom.
I feel like the team knew that they wouldn't be able to.
Haji Rom.
Kind of getting into some of the fights here. At some point, we'll probably start to see some items, and level 4s are being built on everybody's sides. What are our jungles looking like? We got a 6 to a 5 right now. Sensu on a
Sia coy, nggak bisa apa-apa anjir early coy.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna definitely move around the map very fast. He's a giant spinning wheel. You pair that up with Haji, giving you a little boost here and there.
Gila pada nahan lane semua. Iya anjir. Mati dong.
Dipancing ulti.
Iya anjir.
Awas Mino level 5. Kok flicker Minonya?
Itu ada si Kari. Sabar dulu lah.
Gak mau dilawan saya.
Sabar belum.
Hop. Itu dia.
Mati dong. Purify. Udah gak ada pasif gayanya.
Balik nggak sih dia?
Itu keren aja. Apa di collab itu tadi tuh jam-jam gitu.
Bantuin, dia mau balik coy.
both mages right now are just at like a battle of titans in the mid.
Udah enak banget punya Johnny ya.
So it's like short titans going at it in the mid lane.
Bisa kelawan bang. Itu juga gak bakal berani ngambil turtle.
That is what Fireflux and
Kalian
Blacklist International are doing, is that they're just duking it out. Now, the next turtle, both teams have everything available. So I feel like it might not be the make it or break it. But I want to see someone maybe bait a left like a tower if they can't secure the turtle. So we'll see what they envision here. But
Mati. Gokil solo kill anjay. What? Oh head cok.
Padahal pakai purify ya. Sakit lu. Gila nih, Rosa agresif banget anjir. Lilianya agresif parah ya.
Pada ngantuk kah? Blacklist coy.
Belum, nyawanya masih kedinginan anjir.
Itu
di sono.
Di solo kill anjir.
Nyawanya masih kedinginan guys.
Wah, plating coy.
Lumayan tajir. Tajir. Wah, hati-hati nih.
Buset, itu ripon anjing, silo coy.
Keren ya.
Iya.
Mantep anjir. Aduh, nggak dapat lagi gua.
This is the position you never want to be against Rosa.
Betul.
This is when Rosa's feeling herself, but she's set like this.
Kelas banget anjing mainnya ya.
Blacklist mainnya nunggu Edward doang coy. Woi, solo kill juga kan di bawah.
Mati dong. Sakit banget.
Robak lagi.
Tahan lagi.
Dimakan juga karinya lagi, cok.
Di situ loh. Oh, udah kena mental guys, ini udah kena mental arena anjir. Ini mah Blacklist. Gocek. Wah, gila. Emang nggak mau ngambil resiko guys.
Nggak mau, pokoknya ada yang mati satu aja.
Their aim is to take Blacklist International out of the
Anjir.
Mati tadi.
Siapa? Siapa anjir? Berdua?
Kayaknya dia nggak ada info anjing kalau nggak tahu. Kayaknya ada temennya lagi.
Iya.
Kayaknya nggak mati deh kalau cuma berdua tadi.
Does not use the violent requiem, just gets a knockup, just kind of pokes continuously. But back to what I was saying, Fireflux still needs to be careful here because Blacklist, what have they done in the past when they're bounced against the wall? They have made the turnaround happen.
Lord
So
free
as long
sih.
as Fireflux kind of plays it safe, especially when 7, 8, 9 minute
Enak
marks,
ya.
Perfect turtle dari Fireflux ya guys ya. Ngapain itu Baxia?
Kena kan.
Ngapain lagi Baxia?
Gila langsung
Wah,
mati.
gokil minonya backupnya anjing.
Iya anjir. Wah gila Fireflux nih mantep anjir nih.
Klodo lu, awas mati anjir. Nananya ke atas juga lagi. Jangan balik aja.
Wait, ih sakit banget.
Astaga.
Purify. Mati tetep.
Astaga.
Terlalu memaksakan guys ya. Nggak mau sabaran dia.
Terlalu pede anjay.
Yeah, I think it was paired with the Melina Blitz too, if I'm not mistaken. No, they didn't utilize the Melina Blitz, so they're still saving it. Was it? No.
Ruby narik.
Narik kena ulti Nana sakit banget.
Dia mau blunder satu-satu ini.
Do not give up easy. Fireflux maybe needs to let their foot off the gas a little bit.
Yeah, I think they are definitely putting
Mana dipakai
brakes
mulu ya
down.
Nani ya.
Again, the Turtles don't seem to make a giant impact into the early stages of these games. The first Lord does, so let's see how they respond as Blacklist is now taking advantage of every position they can. Again, I think that goes to show that Blacklist has more of the mid to late game team fight potential compared to Fireflux having that early stage potential. We're kind of looking at some of the items. We can see that carry has the golden staff and the corrosive, so looking pretty good. Gonna be fast, gonna be aggressive with it. Now the same goes for
Kemarin dia ketaruhannya nggak sih, nggak ada ya?
So he's gonna be piercing and taking apart the tanks of Blacklist International. So they gotta be careful. Let's not get caught off guard.
Bukan series ini yang.
Woi 5 di atas cok. Apa nih? Awas bang.
Next big Lord, even out the waves a little bit. Fireflux might just want to give it up, honestly. Rosa not able to defend it. We'll be able to drop a couple glooms though. Maybe clear out these waves. That's the long wave they need to be able to hold that one down because that's such an important lane right there, the one opposite of the Lord. It's kind of how you control the map. Well, that's happening. Look at the bot side. Look at Sunshine tearing up the bot lane and now taking the purple most likely.
Yeah, and again, that's good, secure of neutral objectives. That is something that
nyari duit.
will not have for a Lord take here. As you can see, he was able to take that blue, and they
Dia
look like
ambil
they're
bab
gonna
birunya
immediately just
Mlbb.
burn his Lord as
Sip,
fast as
mantep
possible.
coy.
They can do it. This